Tonight, we invite you to settle in and find comfort as we begin our journey into the past. We always appreciate knowing where our listeners are joining us from, so feel free to write in the comments what part of the world you're in and the time there. Our exploration tonight takes us to the vast, windswept grasslands of the Mongolian steppe during the 12th century. We will trace the early life of a boy named Temujin, whose experiences would shape him into the formidable figure known to history as Genghis Khan. Let the story begin, and let your mind drift back through centuries, to a vast, untamed land beneath an immense sky. This is the Mongolia of the latter half of the 12th century, a realm defined by the endless, rolling grasslands of the steppe. Imagine these plains shimmering green under the brief, intense summer sun, alive with the movement of vast herds and the nomadic peoples who tended them. Then picture the same landscape transformed by winter, buried under deep snow, swept by biting winds, a stark, beautiful, yet unforgiving environment. Life here was inextricably tied to the rhythms of nature and the needs of the herds, primarily horses, sheep, and goats that provided sustenance, transport, and wealth. The people were nomadic, dwelling in portable, felt-covered circular homes known as jurs. These structures, easily assembled and dismantled, allowed families and clans to follow the seasonal migrations essential for finding fresh pastures. Society was organized around kinship, clan loyalties forming the bedrock of social structure. Yet, this world was far from peaceful. Resources like grazing land and water sources were often fiercely contested. Power waxed and waned. Alliances between tribes were fluid, often shifting, and warfare, ranging from small-scale raids to larger campaigns, was a constant feature of life. A dangerous game of survival, dominance, and retribution played out across the immense open stage of the steppe. Into this dynamic and often perilous world, around the year 1162, near the banks of the Onan River, a significant waterway in the Khenti Mountains region of modern-day Mongolia, a child named Temujin was born. His father, Yesugei, was a chieftain of the Borjigan clan, a figure of some standing, known for his bravery and his position within the Kamic Mongol Confederation, a loose alliance of tribes. His mother, Hoelun, originally from the Olkonut tribe, was a woman noted for her strength of character, a trait that would soon be tested to its absolute limit. According to the Secret History of the Mongols, the primary native source for Genghis Khan's life, Temujin was born clutching a clot of blood the size of a knucklebone in his fist. In the context of shamanistic beliefs prevalent on the steppe, such an event was often interpreted as an omen, a sign pointing towards a future marked by conflict, power, and perhaps greatness. Temujin's early years were likely spent learning the crucial skills demanded by nomadic life, becoming an expert horseman almost as soon as he could walk, mastering the bow and arrow for hunting and warfare, understanding the care of livestock, and navigating the complex social codes and loyalties that governed interactions between clans. This formative period, however, came to an abrupt and brutal end when Temujin was about 9 years old. His father, Yesugei, while traveling, shared a meal with a group of Tatars, a neighboring Turkic people with whom the Mongols had a long history of conflict and mistrust. During this encounter, Yesugei was poisoned. Whether it was an act of deliberate assassination or a chance encounter turned deadly, the result was catastrophic for his family. The loss of a respected chieftain plunged his immediate family into vulnerability. In the harsh calculus of steppe politics, power vacuums were quickly exploited. The broader clan structure, upon which Yesugei's family depended for support and protection, effectively dissolved their obligations. Hoelun, Temujin, his younger siblings, and Yesugei's second wife Sochigel, with her 2 sons, were abandoned by their kinsmen, left to face the unforgiving steppe alone. This act of abandonment was not uncommon, reflecting the pragmatic and often ruthless nature of survival in this environment. But for the young Temujin, it was a profound lesson in betrayal and the fragility of security. The years that followed were defined by extreme poverty and relentless hardship. Hoelun displayed incredible resilience, foraging for wild roots, fruits, and fishing in the rivers to keep her children alive. They hunted marmots and other small game, living constantly on the edge of starvation. They endured the scorn of former allies and the constant threat of raids from rivals who saw them as easy prey. These formative experiences etched deep marks on Temujin's psyche. He witnessed firsthand the consequences of disunity and weakness. He learned to rely on his own resourcefulness, his mother's strength, and the loyalty of his immediate siblings. The suffering forged in him an iron will, a deep-seated understanding of human nature, both its capacity for cruelty and its potential for loyalty, and an unyielding determination to overcome the circumstances that had befallen his family. It was during this period that tensions flared within the family itself. In a dispute over hunting spoils, a fish or a bird, depending on the account, Temujin, aided by his brother Kasar, killed their older half-brother Bektar. This act, while shocking, asserted Temujin's dominance within the family group and starkly illustrated the brutal struggle for scarce resources. As Temujin grew into adolescence, his emerging leadership qualities and physical presence began to attract attention, not all of it positive. The Taichiuds, relatives who had played a role in abandoning his family, saw him as a potential future threat. They hunted him down and captured him, subjecting him to the humiliation of wearing a kan, a heavy wooden collar used for prisoners. This period of captivity tested his resolve further. But even chained, Temujin watched, learned, and waited for an opportunity. During a feast held by the Taichiuds, when vigilance was lax, he managed to escape. Striking his guard with the heavy wooden collar, he fled and hid himself amongst the reeds of a nearby river. His escape was aided by a man named Sorgan Shira from the Suldas tribe, who found him hiding and, rather than turn him in, helped conceal him in a cartload of wool, later providing him with tools and a horse to complete his escape. This act of kindness from a stranger, amidst so much betrayal, likely reinforced Temujin's belief in the possibility of loyalty transcending tribal lines. Freed once more, Temujin was hardened, experienced beyond his years, and increasingly recognized for his courage and tenacity. Around the age of 16, he sought out Burta of the Ongerat tribe, the girl to whom his father had arranged his betrothal years prior. Securing this marriage was a vital step in rebuilding his family's status and forging crucial alliances. Soon after their union, however, disaster struck again. Burta was kidnapped by the Merkit tribe in a raid, an act intended as retribution against the legacy of Yesugei. This personal crisis became the immediate catalyst propelling Temujin onto the path of active warfare and alliance building, marking the true beginning of his ascent. The abduction of Burta was more than a personal tragedy for Temujin. It was a direct challenge to his honor and his nascent authority. In the social structure of the Mongolian steppe, a man's inability to protect his wife reflected profound weakness. undermining his status and his ability to lead. Temujin understood this implicitly. Recovering Berta was not just a matter of love or duty, but a political necessity if he hoped to regain his family's standing and attract followers. He knew he lacked the strength to confront the Merkits alone. They were a numerous and powerful tribe. Success required allies, powerful allies, and activating the network of connections, however tenuous, left by his father became his immediate priority. This moment marked a significant shift from reacting to hardship to proactively forging his own path through the complex web of steppe diplomacy. His first and most crucial appeal was directed towards Togrul Khan, the leader of the Karaite tribe. The Karaites were a large, influential confederation, primarily Nestorian Christian in faith, but deeply integrated into the nomadic political landscape. More importantly, Togrul had been an Anda, a sworn blood brother, to Temujin's father, Yasuke. This Anda relationship was one of the most sacred bonds in Mongol society, implying deep mutual loyalty and obligation, theoretically transcending even clan ties. To approach Togrul, Temujin needed a suitable offering, a gesture of respect and a reminder of past bonds. He chose a magnificent black sable-skin coat, a highly valuable item that had been part of Borta's dowry. Traveling to Togrul's Ordu, his mobile court, Temujin presented the coat, explicitly invoking the memory of Yasuge and the Anda relationship. He appealed not just for military aid, but to Togrul's sense of honor. Togrul, likely remembering Yasuge, perhaps seeing a spark of potential in the determined young man, or maybe calculating the political benefits of intervention, accepted the plea. He promised the support of his formidable Karaite warriors, declaring that he would help reunite Temujin's scattered people. This was a monumental diplomatic victory, lending Temujin the legitimacy and military backing he desperately needed. Simultaneously, Temujin reached out to another key figure from his past, Jamuka of the Jadaran clan. Temujin and Jamuka had spent part of their childhood together and had themselves sworn the oath of Anda, exchanging knuckle bones and arrows as tokens of their brotherhood. This bond, forged in youth, represented a deep personal connection. Jamuka had since risen to become a prominent and charismatic leader in his own right, commanding significant respect and a substantial following. Temujin sought him out, reminding him of their shared past and their sworn loyalty. Jamuka, true to the spirit of their Anda vow, readily agreed to join the campaign against the Merkits. He mobilized his own forces, adding another significant contingent to the growing coalition. The combined army now comprised Temujin's small personal following, Togrul's Karaite forces, and Jamuka's warriors. A powerful alliance brought together by Temujin's diplomacy and the strength of traditional bonds. Estimates suggest this combined force numbered around 40,000 horsemen, a truly formidable power on the steppe. The campaign against the Merkits was planned carefully and executed with speed and precision. The Allied forces marched towards the Merkit encampment along the Selenga River. They launched a coordinated surprise attack under the cover of darkness, sowing confusion and panic among the Merkits. In the ensuing battle and chaos, Temujin frantically searched for Berta, calling out her name. Miraculously, she heard him, identified herself, and was rescued from captivity. Several accounts suggest she was pregnant upon her return, leading to later questions about the parentage of Temujin's first son, Jochi, though Temujin always accepted him as his own. The defeat of the Merkits was total. Many were killed or captured, and their power was significantly diminished. The recovery of Borta was a profound personal triumph for Temujin, restoring his honor and solidifying his marriage. But the military victory resonated far beyond his personal circumstances. It showcased his ability to unite powerful, disparate forces, plan and lead a successful military expedition, and achieve decisive results. His reputation soared. Warriors across the steppe heard the tales of his daring, his diplomatic skill, and his success in battle. He began to attract a growing number of followers, men drawn not just by kinship ties, but by his demonstrated competence and charisma. In the aftermath of the victory, the bond between Temujin and Jamuka seemed stronger than ever. They renewed their Anda vows in a public ceremony, feasting together and camping side by side for reportedly a year and a half. They ruled their combined followers jointly, appearing as equals. However, beneath the surface of camaraderie, fundamental differences in their approaches to leadership and their ultimate ambitions began to create friction. Temujin cultivated loyalty based on merit and direct allegiance to him. He welcomed talented individuals into his inner circle regardless of their clan or social standing, promoting based on ability rather than birthright. His camp became known as a place where skilled warriors and competent organizers could find opportunity and respect. Jamuka, conversely, adhered more closely to the traditional aristocratic principles of the steppe. He emphasized noble lineage and expected loyalty based on established tribal hierarchies. He was wary of Temujin's more inclusive approach, seeing it as potentially disruptive to the established social order. This difference manifested in various ways. Followers from less prominent clans, or those who felt stifled within the traditional structure, found Temujin's leadership style more appealing. They saw him as a figure who rewarded competence and loyalty above all else. Gradually, a significant number of warriors and families began to align themselves more closely with Temujin, subtly shifting the balance of power within the joint camp. Jamuka noticed this trend and grew increasingly distrustful. The story often told involves Jamuka suggesting they camp in a place advantageous for horse herders, while Temujin chose a location better suited for shepherds, prompting those loyal to Temujin to follow him. While likely allegorical, this tale captures the essence of their diverging paths. Eventually, the unspoken tension led to a formal separation. Temujin and his followers established their own independent camp. The Anda bond, once a source of strength, had fractured under the weight of differing philosophies and competing ambitions. This split marked the true beginning of Temujin's independent rise, and set the stage for a protracted and deeply personal rivalry with the man who had once been his closest friend and sworn brother. The separation from Jamuka marked the end of Temujin's formative alliances and the beginning of a long, arduous struggle for supreme power across the vast Mongolian steppe. The land remained a dangerous patchwork of competing interests. To the east lay the Tatars, ancient enemies implicated in his father's death. To the south and west were the powerful Karats, led by his erstwhile ally Togrul Khan. Further west, the Naimans, another influential Turkic confederation, controlled significant territory. And ever present was the shadow of Jamuka, now a rival, maneuvering to build his own coalition. Temujin faced a daunting task, navigating this treacherous landscape, defending his growing following, and pursuing his burgeoning ambition to forge a lasting unity among the perpetually warring tribes, a goal no leader before him had permanently achieved. This period, spanning roughly 2 decades from the late 1180s to 1206, was characterized by relentless campaigning, shifting alliances, dramatic reversals of fortune, and the gradual bloody consolidation of power under Temujin's relentless drive. One of the earliest major campaigns after his split with Jamukha was directed against the Tatars around the year 1202. This conflict was fueled by a deep-seated desire for vengeance for the poisoning of Yasuge, but it was also strategically crucial. The Tatars were numerous and powerful, representing a significant threat on his eastern flank. Temujin, in alliance with Togrul Khan of the Karaites, engaged the Tatars in a fierce battle. Before the engagement, Temujin issued strict orders against looting until total victory was achieved, a key element of the military discipline he was beginning to instill. The Mongols and Karaites won a decisive victory. In the aftermath, seeking to eliminate the Tatar threat permanently and fulfill his vendetta, Temujin ordered a brutal massacre. All Tatar males taller than the linchpin of a cartwheel were reportedly executed. While horrific, this action effectively broke the independent power of the Tatars, and their remaining people were dispersed and assimilated among the Mongol tribes. This victory significantly enhanced Temujin's resources and manpower, while also sending a chilling message about his ruthlessness to potential rivals. However, the alliance with Togrul Khan proved fragile. Togrul, now often referred to as Ong Khan, was aging, and his son, Sengum, was deeply suspicious and jealous of Temujin's growing fame and influence. Sengum feared Temujin would usurp his own inheritance, and persuaded his father that Temujin posed an existential threat. Simultaneously, Jamukha, ever the rival, actively worked to poison the relationship between Temujin and Ong Khan. He played on Ong Khan's fears, suggesting Temujin sought to displace him. Intrigues and perceived insults escalated tensions. Ong Khan eventually refused a marriage alliance proposed by Temujin, seeking to link their families, a clear public slight. The breaking point came when Ong Khan and Jamukha, now formally allied against Temujin, launched a surprise attack on his forces at Kalakaljid Sands in 1203. Caught off guard and outnumbered, Temujin's army suffered a serious defeat. His forces scattered, and he was forced into a difficult retreat, losing many followers. His own son, Ogadai, was wounded in the fighting. This was a low point, testing the loyalty of his remaining supporters and his own leadership. Yet, Temujin possessed an extraordinary capacity for recovery. He retreated eastward to a place called Baljuna Lake, where, according to legend, he and his handful of remaining starving followers drank the muddy waters together and swore oaths of undying loyalty, the famous Baljuna Covenant. This moment of shared hardship forged an unbreakable bond among his core supporters. Demonstrating incredible resilience, Temujin quickly regrouped, gathering his scattered warriors and attracting new recruits inspired by his refusal to yield. Later that same year, 1203, he marched against the Karaites once more. This time, employing superior tactics and capitalizing on divisions within the Karaite leadership, Temujin achieved a crushing victory. Ong Khan fled the battlefield, but was later killed by Naiman guards who failed to recognize him. Sengum also fled, eventually meeting his end in exile. The powerful Karaite Confederation, once the dominant force on the steppe, ceased to exist as an independent entity. Their vast herds, territories, and people were absorbed by Temujin, dramatically increasing his strength and removing his most significant rival in central Mongolia. With the Karaites defeated, Only the Naimans in the west remained as a major independent power capable of challenging Temujin. The Naiman Khan, Taiyang Khan, viewed Temujin's rise with alarm. He sheltered Jamuka and other figures opposed to Temujin, making his territory a rallying point for resistance. Taiyang Khan underestimated Temujin's strength and discipline. In 1204, the two forces met in a decisive confrontation at the Battle of Chakirmount, near the Altai Mountains. Temujin's army, though possibly outnumbered, was better organized and commanded. He used tactics like lighting extra campfires at night to exaggerate his numbers and employing disciplined cavalry charges. The Naiman forces were routed, and Taiyang Khan was killed. Jamuka, Temujin's perennial rival, escaped the battlefield yet again, but his influence was now negligible. He wandered as a fugitive until, in 1205, he was betrayed by his own remaining companions, who delivered him bound to Temujin. Accounts of their final encounter vary, but the secret history relates that Temujin, perhaps recalling their Anda bond, was reluctant to execute him and offered reconciliation. Jamuka, however, is said to have recognized that two leaders could not coexist, and requested a noble death, one without his blood being spilled upon the earth. Reportedly, Temujin honored this request, and Jamuka's life ended by having his back broken. The defeat of the Naimans and the elimination of Jamuka removed the last major obstacles to Temujin's complete domination of the Mongolian plateau. Decades of fragmentation and incessant warfare had finally drawn to a close, largely through the singular will and military genius of one man. To formalize this new reality, Temujin convened a great Kurultai, an assembly of chieftains and commanders, in the spring of 1206, held near the source of the Onan River. At this historic gathering, the assembled Mongol leadership officially proclaimed him the supreme ruler of all the Mongol tribes. He was elevated with the unique title Genghis Khan, signifying his universal sovereignty. A new, unified Mongol nation was officially born, forged in the crucible of war, and poised under its formidable leader to turn its unified energies outward upon the wider world. The Kurultai of 1206, where Temujin was proclaimed Genghis Khan, represented far more than just a coronation or a celebration of victory. It marked the beginning of a deliberate and systematic effort to transform the newly unified Mongol tribes into a structured, disciplined, and enduring political and military entity. Genghis Khan recognized that the personal loyalty and military prowess that had brought him to power were insufficient to govern a nation and sustain unity in the long term. He needed laws, institutions, and organizational structures to consolidate his rule, manage his expanding territories, and mobilize the full potential of his people. His genius extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of state-building, laying down foundations that would underpin the vast empire to come. Central to this effort was the creation and imposition of the Great Yasa, the supreme written law code of the Mongols. While likely drawing heavily on existing nomadic customs and precedents, the Yasa, as promulgated by Genghis Khan, represented a significant formalization and standardization of law across all tribes. No complete text has survived, but its principles were recorded by contemporary observers and ingrained in Mongol tradition. The Yasa aimed explicitly at strengthening unity and discipline. It forbade blood feuds between Mongols, prohibited the abduction of women, regulated theft, and established rules for marriage and inheritance. Crucially, it demanded absolute loyalty and obedience to the Khan. Military discipline was paramount, with severe penalties for desertion or failure in duty. The Yasa also addressed practical aspects of nomadic life, such as the organization of communal hunts and regulations concerning water rights and grazing lands. One particularly notable aspect was its decreed religious tolerance. While Genghis Khan himself likely adhered to Tengrism, the traditional Mongol sky god worship, the Yasa protected the clergy of all established religions within the empire. Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, Taoists, exempting them from taxes and public service. This pragmatic policy facilitated the administration of diverse, conquered populations. The Yasa served as the fundamental legal constitution of the Mongol Empire, a unifying force intended to supersede old tribal loyalties and create a single, disciplined Mongol people under the law. Parallel to legal reform, Genghis Khan implemented a radical reorganization of Mongol society, particularly its military structure, deliberately designed to break the power of old tribal affiliations. He abolished the traditional organization of warriors based on clan and tribe, which had historically fueled internal rivalries. In its place, he instituted a hierarchical decimal system. All able-bodied men were organized into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. Each unit was commanded by an officer, and these units were grouped under larger commands. Crucially, these units were intentionally composed of men from different tribes and clans, forcing them to develop loyalty to their unit, their commanders, and ultimately to Genghis Khan himself, rather than their former tribal chieftains. Advancement within this structure was based explicitly on merit, demonstrated skill, bravery, and loyalty, rather than on noble birth or tribal connections. This meritocratic principle fostered fierce loyalty and ensured that the most capable individuals rose to positions of command, resulting in a highly effective and disciplined military force. This reorganization fundamentally reshaped Mongol society, embedding military structure into its very fabric. Effective administration and communication across the rapidly expanding territory required further innovations. Recognizing the limitations of an exclusively oral tradition for governing a state, Genghis Khan mandated the adoption of a writing system for the Mongolian language. He tasked a captured Uyghur scribe, Tata Tonga, with adapting the Uyghur alphabet to write Mongolian. This enabled the recording of the Yasa, the keeping of administrative records, the issuance of written orders, and the creation of a nascent bureaucracy. This literacy was essential for managing the complexities of a growing empire. To facilitate rapid communication, Genghis Khan established and greatly expanded the Yam system. This was essentially an imperial pony express, a network of relay stations strategically placed along major roads. Each station maintained a supply of fresh horses and riders, allowing official messengers carrying sealed orders or intelligence reports to travel continuously at remarkable speeds, reportedly covering over 200 kilometers, or 120 miles, a day. This system acted as the nervous system of the empire, enabling the Khan to receive intelligence swiftly and dispatch commands effectively across vast distances, coordinating military movements and administrative affairs with unprecedented efficiency for the time. Finally, to ensure his personal safety and to create an elite, highly loyal corps within his army and administration, Genghis Khan formalized and expanded his personal bodyguard, the Keshik. This imperial guard was meticulously selected, composed of sons of commanders, loyal companions, and recruits noted for their exceptional ability and unwavering loyalty. Membership in the Keshik was a position of great honor and privilege. Guards served in rotating shifts, attending the Khan day and night, managing his household, guarding his person, and often serving as his immediate field commanders. The Keshik was divided into day guards and night guards, with strict protocols governing their duties. Serving in the Keshik provided direct access to the Khan and served as a training ground for future high-ranking military and administrative officials. It also acted as a system of hostages, ensuring the continued loyalty of the families of its members. Through these interconnected reforms, the unifying law of the Yasa, the meritocratic decimal military structure, the adoption of writing, the rapid communication network of the Yan, and the loyal elite of the Keshik, Genghis Khan systematically forged the tools necessary to govern his unified nation and launch it on its trajectory of unprecedented conquest. With the Mongol tribes unified under his singular leadership and organized into a formidable military machine by 1206, Genghis Khan's gaze began to turn outward, beyond the familiar horizons of the steppe. The relentless energy that had fueled decades of internal conflict was now redirected towards the wealthy, settled civilizations bordering Mongolia. His first major target was not the most powerful, but perhaps the most accessible and strategically important for securing his southern flank: the Kingdom of Western Xia. Known as Xia to the Chinese, this kingdom was ruled by the Tangut people, a Tibeto-Burman group who practiced Buddhism. They controlled a significant portion of the vital trade routes that would later become known as the Silk Road, holding prosperous oasis cities and acting as a buffer state between Mongolia and the powerful Jin dynasty further east. Launching a campaign against Western Xia served multiple purposes. It provided valuable resources, secured Mongol borders, offered Genghis Khan's newly unified army practical experience in attacking fortified settlements, and tested the effectiveness of his reorganized military structure against a non-nomadic foe. The initial campaigns against Western Xia began around 1207, escalating significantly by 1209. The Mongol army, primarily composed of swift cavalry archers, easily overran the Tangut forces in open battle on the plains. However, they faced a new challenge when confronted with the heavily fortified cities of the kingdom. The Mongols, at this stage, lacked extensive experience and specialized equipment for siege warfare. Their initial attempts to capture fortified centers like the capital city, Ningxia, proved difficult. In one notable instance during the 1209 siege of the capital, the Mongols attempted to divert a nearby river to flood the city. However, the dike they constructed broke unexpectedly and flooded their own camp instead, forcing a temporary withdrawal. Despite such setbacks, the relentless pressure of the Mongol campaigns, the devastation of the countryside, and the inability of the Tangut army to defeat the Mongols in the field eventually forced the Western Xia ruler to submit. In 1210, the Tangut emperor acknowledged Genghis Khan as his overlord, agreeing to pay tribute, provide troops for future Mongol campaigns, and cementing the alliance with a political marriage, offering a princess to Genghis Khan. Though not a complete conquest at this stage, the campaign successfully vassalized Western Xia, secured valuable resources, and provided the Mongols with crucial lessons in siegecraft and governing settled populations. With Western Xia subdued and acting as a reluctant ally, Genghis Khan turned his attention to a far greater prize: the powerful Jin dynasty. The Jin dynasty was ruled by the Jurchen people, who had conquered much of northern China from the Song dynasty a century earlier. They controlled a vast, wealthy territory stretching from Manchuria to the Yellow River, including the traditional heartland of Chinese civilization. The Jin commanded immense resources, a large infantry-based army, and possessed sophisticated technology, including numerous heavily fortified cities defended by powerful walls and advanced weaponry like catapults and explosive devices. For Genghis Khan, attacking the Jin was driven by a desire for wealth, revenge for past Jurchen subjugation of Mongol tribes, and the strategic imperative of eliminating a major regional power that could threaten his unified state. The Jin Emperor Wanyan Yongji initially regarded the Mongols with disdain, viewing them as mere steppe barbarians. In 1211, Genghis Khan launched his massive invasion of the Jin dynasty. Leading his main force, he crossed the formidable Gobi Desert, a testament to the logistical capabilities and endurance of his army. The Mongols employed their classic tactics of swift cavalry maneuvers, feigned retreats, and devastating archery barrages to overwhelm Jin armies in open field battles, such as the decisive victory at the Battle of Yahuling. This battle crippled the main Jin field army and opened the path deep into northern China. However, conquering the vast territory required capturing numerous fortified cities, a task the Mongols were still learning. They initially bypassed major strongholds, focusing on devastating the countryside, disrupting Jin administration, and gathering intelligence and resources. They captured smaller cities and learned valuable lessons from captured Chinese engineers and defectors about siege techniques, constructing siege engines like catapults and battering rams, undermining walls, and employing psychological warfare. The war against the Jin became a long, grinding, and brutal affair, lasting for years. The Mongols systematically isolated and besieged major cities. One of the most significant campaigns was the siege of the Jin central capital, Zhengdu, located near modern-day Beijing. The siege began in earnest around 1214. Zhengdu was one of the largest and best-defended cities in the world at the time, protected by massive walls reportedly stretching for nearly 30 kilometers or 18 miles around. The siege lasted for months, perhaps close to a year. The defenders fought fiercely, utilizing crossbows, catapults, and incendiary devices. The Mongols employed a relentless strategy, cutting off supplies, launching constant attacks, using captured populations as human shields or forced labor for siege works, and employing newly acquired siege engines. The conditions inside the besieged city became horrific, with reports of famine and widespread suffering. Eventually, facing starvation and dwindling hope, the Jin Emperor Xuanzong fled south to establish a new capital at Kaifeng, leaving the defense of Zhengdu to his commanders. In mid-1215, the city finally fell to the Mongols. What followed was a period of intense looting and destruction, though perhaps not the complete annihilation sometimes depicted. The capture of Zhengdu was a monumental victory, delivering immense wealth, skilled artisans, scholars, and administrative expertise into Mongol hands. It shattered Jin morale and control over northern China, even though the Jin dynasty itself would continue to resist from its southern capital for nearly 2 decades more. The conquest of northern China dramatically increased Genghis Khan's power, provided vast new resources, and established the Mongols as a dominant force far beyond the steppe, setting the stage for even greater campaigns to the west. Following the momentous victories against the Western Xia and the Jin dynasty in the east, which secured vast territories and resources, Genghis Khan's attention was drawn westward, towards the sprawling Khwarezmian Empire. This powerful Muslim empire stretched across much of Central Asia, Persia, and parts of modern-day Afghanistan and Iran. It was ruled by Shah Muhammad II, who commanded a large, diverse army and controlled key segments of the prosperous Silk Road trade routes. Initially, Genghis Khan seemed interested in establishing diplomatic and trade relations with his powerful western neighbor. He sent a large trade caravan, numbering several hundred merchants laden with goods, accompanied by envoys, towards the Khwarezmian frontier city of Otrar around 1218. However, the governor of Otrar, Inalchuk, perhaps suspicious of the merchants' intentions or simply greedy for their valuable goods, accused them of espionage and had the entire caravan massacred, seizing their possessions. When Genghis Khan sent subsequent envoys to demand justice and the handover of the offending governor, Shah Muhammad II foolishly compounded the insult by killing one of the envoys and shaving the beards off the others, sending them back humiliated. This act was an unforgivable affront to Mongol customs regarding the sanctity of envoys and trade, and it directly provoked Genghis Khan's wrath, providing the catalyst for one of the most devastating military campaigns in history. In 1219, Genghis Khan unleashed the full might of the Mongol army upon the Khwarezmian Empire. He assembled a massive force, possibly numbering between 100,000 and 150,000 highly disciplined and experienced warriors, including contingents from allied peoples and siege specialists acquired during the China campaigns. Instead of a single thrust, he launched a multi-pronged invasion demonstrating sophisticated strategic planning. His sons and top generals, such as Jabi and Subutai, led different columns, converging on key Khwarezmian centers from multiple directions, overwhelming the defenders. The Mongols employed brilliant, often brutal tactics, lightning-fast cavalry movements, feigned retreats drawing enemies into ambushes, meticulous reconnaissance, psychological warfare spreading terror ahead of their advance, and increasingly effective siegecraft against fortified cities. Shah Muhammad II, despite possessing a numerically large army, made the fatal mistake of dispersing his forces among various cities, rather than confronting the Mongols in a decisive field battle, allowing Genghis Khan to isolate and destroy them piece by piece. The Khwarezmian campaign, lasting from 1219 to 1221, resulted in the catastrophic destruction of the empire and immense loss of life. The Mongols systematically captured and often utterly devastated major centers of Islamic civilization and commerce. Otrar, where the initial incident occurred, was besieged and captured. Its governor Inalchuk reportedly executed by having molten silver poured into his eyes and ears. Great cities renowned for their culture and learning, such as Bukhara and Samarkand, the Khwarezmian capital, suffered immense destruction and massacres after their capture. Other prosperous centers like Urgench, Merv, and Nishapur faced similar fates, their populations decimated, their libraries burned, and their intricate irrigation systems destroyed, leading to long-term depopulation and economic decline in some regions. Shah Muhammad II himself fled westward, pursued relentlessly by the Mongol generals Jabi and Subutai, in an epic cavalry chase that took them across Persia and into the Caucasus. The Shah eventually died destitute on an island in the Caspian Sea in 1220. His son, the courageous Jalal al-Din Mingburnu, continued to resist the Mongols fiercely for several years, winning some engagements but ultimately unable to halt the Mongol tide. Having utterly shattered the Khwarezmian Empire and extended Mongol dominion deep into Persia and Central Asia, Genghis Khan began his return journey eastward around 1223. His generals, Jabi and Subutai, continued their remarkable expedition, circling the Caspian Sea, defeating Russian and Cuman forces at the Battle of the Kalka River in 1223, before eventually rejoining the main Mongol forces. Upon his return, Genghis Khan found that the Tangut people of Western Sia, his vassals, had refused to provide troops for the Khwarezmian campaign, and were showing signs of rebellion. Determined to enforce obedience and make an example, he launched his final campaign against Western Sia in 1226. During this campaign, while directing the siege of the Tangut capital in the summer of 1227, Genghis Khan died. The exact cause of his death remains uncertain. Historical sources mention illness, injuries sustained from falling off his horse during a hunt, or perhaps a wound received in battle. He was likely around 65 years old. Following his carefully laid plans for succession, his third son, the charismatic and capable Ogadai, was later formally elected as the Great Khan at a Kurultai in 1229, ensuring the continuity of the empire. Genghis Khan's legacy is immense and complex. He was directly responsible for unifying the disparate Mongol tribes into a nation and forging them into one of the most effective military forces the world has ever seen. He created the largest contiguous land empire in history, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe at its peak under his successors. His rule brought about a period known as the Pax Mongolica, which, despite the brutality of the initial conquests, facilitated unprecedented trade, communication, and cultural exchange across Eurasia along the revitalized Silk Road. He established a written law code, promoted literacy, organized a sophisticated administrative and communication system, and based his rule on principles of meritocracy and discipline. However, his conquests were also accompanied by unimaginable destruction, the annihilation of entire cities, and the deaths of millions of people. He remains a figure of profound historical significance, revered in Mongolia as the nation's founding father, while remembered elsewhere often for the sheer scale of the devastation his campaigns unleashed. His life story, from an abandoned child on the harsh steppe to the ruler of a vast empire, remains one of history's most dramatic and consequential narratives. Picture the vast sweep of the steppes under the quiet gaze of the stars, holding the echoes of thundering hooves and the rise and fall of empires. The story of Genghis Khan, born from hardship, now settles back into the quiet earth. Think of the endless grasslands holding his memory, the wind whispering through them like the passage of time itself. His journey, from fugitive boy to ruler of nations, becomes like a distant mountain range, immense yet softened by time. Let the sheer scale of his life merge with the feeling of boundless space, like the open sky above the plains. The dust stirred by his conquests has long settled. The sound and fury are now distant whispers on the breeze of history. As his story fades into the quiet tapestry of the past, feel the weight of events lift, leaving a sense of vastness, of time flowing gently. Allow this immensity to become a peaceful backdrop as you drift toward sleep. A sense of history settling softly around you like snow on the endless land he once rode across. Allow your mind to drift across the waters of time, towards a city unlike any other, a place known for over 1,000 years as Constantinople. Imagine it perched majestically on a triangular peninsula of land, guarding the narrow Bosphorus Strait, the vital waterway connecting the Black Sea to the north with the Sea of Marmara and the Mediterranean Sea to the south. This was the Queen of Cities, the heart of the Eastern Roman Empire, which we now call the Byzantine Empire, the direct continuation of the legacy of ancient Rome in the East. For centuries, Constantinople stood as the largest and wealthiest city in Christendom, a beacon of civilization, renowned for its immense churches like the Hagia Sophia, its imperial palaces, its libraries filled with ancient knowledge, its bustling markets, and its formidable defenses. It was a city that had witnessed countless dramas of history unfold within its walls, a symbol of enduring power and Christian faith. Yet, by the middle of the 15th century, the Constantinople that faced the rising power of the Ottoman Turks was a city steeped in glorious memory, but marked by profound decline. The vibrant empire it once commanded had shrunk dramatically over the centuries. Devastating civil wars, relentless pressure from rivals, and particularly the catastrophic sack of the city by Western Crusaders during the Fourth Crusade in 1204 had inflicted deep and lasting wounds. Though the Byzantines eventually reclaimed their capital, the empire never fully recovered its former strength or extent. By the 1450s, the Byzantine Empire consisted of little more than the city of Constantinople itself, a few islands in the Aegean Sea, and the despotate of the Morea in southern Greece. The city, designed for a population that once perhaps reached 500,000 or more, now held maybe only 50,000 inhabitants, rattling within its vast, ancient walls like a precious gem in an oversized setting. Grand churches stood partially ruined, palaces lay empty, and large areas within the walls were given over to fields and orchards. It was an island of fading Roman legacy adrift in a sea of rising Ottoman power. The Ottoman Empire, born centuries earlier as a small frontier principality in Anatolia, had grown relentlessly. By the mid-15th century, its territories completely surrounded Constantinople by land. Ottoman sultans had long dreamed of capturing the legendary city, seeing it not only as a strategic necessity to unite their European and Asian domains, but also as a religious duty, believing prophecies foretold its conquest by a Muslim ruler. Previous Ottoman attempts to take the city had failed, thwarted by its formidable defenses and sometimes by timely interventions from the West or unforeseen crises elsewhere, like the invasion by Timur. But now, a new sultan sat on the Ottoman throne, a young man possessed of formidable intelligence, unwavering ambition, and a singular focus on achieving what his ancestors could not. This was Sultan Mehmed II, who ascended the throne for the second and definitive time in 1451 at the age of just 19. Mehmed II, later known simply as Fatih, the Conqueror, combined youthful energy with a deep understanding of history, science, and military strategy. He was reportedly fluent in several languages, and obsessed with the idea of conquering Constantinople, viewing it as the key to unlocking true imperial greatness for his dynasty and his people. Unlike some of his predecessors who might have been distracted by other campaigns, Mehmed made the capture of the city his absolute priority from the moment he secured his rule. He began meticulous preparations, leaving little to chance. One of his most significant early moves occurred in 1452. On the European shores of the Bosphorus Strait, just a few miles north of Constantinople and directly opposite an older fortress on the Asian side, Mehmed ordered the construction of a massive new fortress. Built with incredible speed, completed in just a few months, it was called Rumeli Hizara, the Fortress of Rumelia, though sometimes known more grimly as Boaz Kesen, the throat cutter. Its strategic purpose was undeniable. Equipped with powerful cannons, It gave the Ottomans absolute control over ships passing through the Bosphorus, effectively cutting off any potential aid reaching Constantinople from Genoese colonies or other allies on the Black Sea. The construction of this fortress, directly challenging Byzantine sovereignty so close to the capital, was a clear declaration of intent. War was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. Alongside strategic positioning, Mehmet focused on the technological means to overcome Constantinople's legendary defenses. He sought out the most skilled cannon founders, including a Hungarian engineer named Orban, who had initially offered his services to the Byzantines, but found they lacked the funds to employ him or utilize his designs effectively. Mehmet welcomed Orban generously, providing him with abundant resources. Orban and other Ottoman engineers set about casting enormous bronze cannons, larger than anything previously seen in siege warfare. These superguns were designed with one purpose: to batter down the seemingly impenetrable walls of Constantinople, walls that had withstood sieges for over 1,000 years. The casting of these immense weapons, the construction of the fortress, the gathering of troops, ships, and supplies, all pointed towards a massive, coordinated effort. Within the ancient walls of Constantinople, the dwindling population watched these preparations with a growing sense of dread, hoping for aid from the west that seemed increasingly unlikely, while the young, determined Sultan Mehmet II finalized his plans to claim the Queen of Cities as his own. As the spring of 1453 approached, the fate of Constantinople hung precariously in the balance, dependent on the strength of its ancient defenses and the courage of its vastly outnumbered defenders against the overwhelming might marshaled by Sultan Mehmet II. Let us consider the stage upon which this final drama would unfold. The city's primary defense on its western, landward side was the legendary Theodosian walls. Imagine not just a single wall, but a deep, complex system built over 1,000 years earlier. First, an enemy would face a wide, deep moat, perhaps 20 meters or 60 feet across, which could be flooded. Beyond the moat rose a low crenellated breastwork, providing a first line of defense. Behind that stood the outer wall, about 8 meters or 27 feet high, studded with defensive towers. Finally, set back across a wide terrace called the Peribolos, loomed the massive inner wall, soaring to perhaps 12 meters or 40 feet in height, nearly 5 meters or 16 feet thick, and reinforced by almost 100 imposing towers, each rising even higher. This triple line of defense, stretching about 6 kilometers or nearly 4 miles from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn Inlet, had repelled countless attackers over the centuries. The city was also protected by sea walls along the shores of the Marmara and the Golden Horn, though these were generally lower and less formidable than the land walls. Crucially, the entrance to the Golden Horn, the city's natural harbor, was guarded by a massive iron chain boom, supported by wooden floats stretching from the city proper across to the Genoese colony of Galata, designed to prevent enemy ships from entering the harbor. Against these formidable fortifications stood the defenders of Constantinople, led by their emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos. Remembered by history as a figure of tragic bravery, Constantine faced an almost impossible task. He commanded only a small professional army, perhaps numbering around 5,000 Byzantine troops. The city's dwindling population meant fewer men were available for militia duties compared to sieges in centuries past. Recognizing the desperate need for reinforcements, Constantine had appealed to the Christian powers of Western Europe for aid. However, help was slow in coming and limited in scale. Religious divisions between the Orthodox Byzantines and Catholic West, political rivalries in Europe, and perhaps a sense of fatalism hampered efforts to organize a relief force. Some crucial assistance did arrive, however. Most notable was a contingent of around 700 heavily armed and experienced soldiers from the Italian Republic of Genoa, led by a renowned commander, Giovanni Giustiniani Longo. A skilled soldier of fortune and expert in siege defense, Giustiniani's arrival with his men was a significant boost to morale and capability. Emperor Constantine wisely placed him in overall command of the defense along the critical land walls. Along with smaller groups of Venetians, Cretans, and other volunteers, the total defending force likely numbered no more than 7,000 to 9,000 men, a perilously small number to garrison such extensive fortifications against the massive army gathering outside. And that army, the force assembled by Sultan Mehmed II, was indeed massive, representing the full power of the ascendant Ottoman Empire. While precise numbers are debated by historians, contemporary accounts and modern estimates suggest Mehmed commanded a force potentially numbering between 80,000 and perhaps even up to 200,000 men, though the lower figure is often considered more realistic for effective combat troops. This vast host included several components. At its core were the elite Janissary infantry, perhaps 10,000 to 12,000 strong, highly disciplined slave soldiers, raised from childhood for military service, fiercely loyal to the Sultan, and skilled in both archery and close combat. Supporting them were large numbers of regular provincial cavalry and infantry drawn from across Anatolia and Rumelia, the European provinces. Additionally, the army included thousands of irregular troops known as Bashi Bazouks, motivated primarily by the prospect of plunder, often used for initial assaults or dangerous tasks. A dedicated corps of engineers, miners, and laborers was responsible for siege works, digging trenches, moving heavy equipment, and attempting to undermine the city walls. Complementing the land army was a large Ottoman fleet, perhaps numbering over 100 ships of various sizes, galleys, transports, and smaller vessels, commanded by Admiral Baltaolu Suleiman Bey. This fleet was tasked with blockading the city by sea, controlling the surrounding waters, and attempting to breach the chain protecting the Golden Horn. But perhaps the most fearsome component of Mehmed's arsenal, and the one upon which he placed great hope, was his artillery train. Alongside numerous smaller cannons, Mehmed possessed several enormous bronze siege guns cast by Orban and others. The most famous of these, sometimes called Basilica, was a monstrous weapon, reportedly requiring dozens of oxen and hundreds of men to move it into position. It could fire immense stone balls, weighing well over half a ton, designed to smash through stone fortifications that had resisted conventional artillery for centuries. Though slow to load and prone to overheating or even exploding, the sheer destructive power of these superguns represented a new and terrifying factor in siege warfare. The disparity in numbers and resources was staggering. The defenders possessed courage, strong walls, and the skill of commanders like Giustiniani, but they faced a determined young sultan wielding the might of a powerful empire armed with groundbreaking technology, all focused on achieving one goal: the conquest of Constantinople. The quiet tension that had gripped Constantinople for months finally broke in the first week of April, 1453. Imagine the scene. Emerging from the morning mists, the vanguard of Sultan Mehmed II's enormous army appeared before the land walls of the ancient city. Day after day, more troops arrived, filling the plains outside the Theodosian walls, setting up vast encampments marked by countless tents, fluttering banners displaying the Ottoman crescent, the smoke of thousands of campfires, and the unsettling sounds of a massive military force settling in for a siege. The neighing of horses, the clang of armor, the shouts of soldiers in unfamiliar tongues. The encirclement was methodical and complete. Ottoman forces stretched from the Sea of Marmara in the south to the Golden Horn Inlet in the north, cutting off all land access to the city. Simultaneously, the large Ottoman fleet under Admiral Baltaoğlu sailed into the Sea of Marmara, blockading the city's southern harbors and controlling the entrance to the Bosphorus Strait, severing Constantinople's maritime links to the outside world, save for the protected waters of the Golden Horn itself. The Queen of Cities was isolated, surrounded by a seemingly insurmountable tide of Ottoman power. Sultan Mehmet II established his richly decorated command tent directly opposite the central section of the land walls near the gate of St. Romanus, which he had identified as a potentially vulnerable point. From here, he could personally oversee the progress of the siege. After a formal demand for surrender was predictably refused by Emperor Constantine XI, who declared he would defend the city to the last, the siege proper began in earnest around April 6th. The primary Ottoman strategy revolved around their most potent weapon, the massive siege cannons. These behemoths, including Orban's famous basilica, were painstakingly maneuvered into position, protected by earthen ramparts and wooden barricades, and aimed at specific sections of the ancient walls. Imagine the moment the first great cannon fired. The ground would shake. The air would fill with a deafening roar unlike anything heard before in siege warfare, followed by the terrifying whistle of an enormous stone ball, weighing perhaps 1,200 pounds or more, hurtling towards the venerable fortifications. The initial impact of these superguns was devastating. Where the massive stone projectiles struck, they shattered centuries-old masonry, sending stone fragments flying and creating large breaches in the outer defenses. The psychological impact on the defenders and the civilians huddled within the city must have been immense. The sound alone was terrifying, a constant earth-shattering reminder of the power arrayed against them. The bombardment was not continuous, however. The largest cannons required considerable time, perhaps several hours, to cool down, clean, and reload. They were also prone to technical problems. Orban's great cannon reportedly cracked or even exploded after some time, killing its founder according to some accounts, though other large guns remained operational. Despite these limitations, the bombardment was relentless, day after day, gradually weakening the structure of the walls, particularly in the Lycus River Valley section near the gate of St. Romanus, where the terrain dipped slightly and the walls were perhaps less solidly constructed. While the cannons hammered the land walls, the Ottoman fleet attempted to gain control of the Golden Horn. Securing the harbor was crucial, as it would allow the Ottomans to attack the weaker sea walls along the northern side of the city and complete the blockade. However, the massive chain stretched across the harbor entrance, supported by Byzantine and allied Italian ships anchored behind it, proved a formidable obstacle. In mid-April, Admiral Baltaoğlu launched a major assault, attempting to break the chain or force passage. Imagine the chaotic scene. Ottoman galleys rowing hard towards the chain, met by determined resistance from the taller, heavier Byzantine and Genoese vessels. The defenders rained down arrows, stones, and, crucially, Greek fire. the legendary Byzantine incendiary weapon that could burn even on water, upon the Ottoman ships. Despite their numbers, the Ottoman fleet was repulsed with significant losses in this initial engagement. A few days later, another naval drama unfolded, when 3 Genoese galleys, hired by the Pope, and a large Byzantine transport ship carrying vital grain supplies, bravely fought their way through the entire Ottoman blockade in the Sea of Marmara, successfully reaching the Golden Horn and slipping past the chain under the cover of dusk. This daring feat provided a much-needed boost to the defenders' morale and delivered essential supplies, but it was a rare success against the tightening Ottoman noose. Meanwhile, along the land walls, the defenders worked ceaselessly, day and night, under the terrifying shadow of the Ottoman cannons. As soon as a bombardment ceased, soldiers and civilians, men and women alike, would rush out under the direction of Giustiniani Longo to repair the damage. They filled breaches with earth, rubble, timber, and even bales of wool, anything that could absorb the impact of the next cannonball. These makeshift repairs were surprisingly effective at times, creating soft, earthen ramparts that could cushion the blows better than rigid stone. Yet the effort was exhausting, the danger constant, and the resources finite. The siege settled into a grim rhythm, the thunderous roar of the Ottoman guns, the frantic efforts to repair the crumbling walls, the ever-present fear, and the dwindling hope, as the defenders looked out from their ancient ramparts at the seemingly endless sea of besiegers patiently, relentlessly tightening their grip. As the siege of Constantinople entered its 3rd week in late April 1453, the relentless rhythm of bombardment and repair continued along the battered land walls. The defenders, though exhausted and vastly outnumbered, held firm, their spirits perhaps momentarily lifted by the successful repulse of the Ottoman fleet at the Golden Horn chain and the daring arrival of the few relief ships. Sultan Mehmet II, however, was a ruler of immense patience and ingenuity, constantly seeking new ways to overcome the city's formidable defenses. Frustrated by his navy's inability to penetrate the Golden Horn and attack the city's weaker northern sea walls, Mehmet conceived an audacious plan, one that seemed almost impossible, demonstrating remarkable engineering ambition and logistical capability. He decided that if his ships could not sail past the chain, they would bypass it altogether, by traveling overland. Imagine the scene unfolding over several days in late April. Thousands of Ottoman soldiers and laborers worked tirelessly on the hillsides behind Galata, the Genoese colony across the Golden Horn from Constantinople. They cleared a path, smoothed the ground, and laid down massive wooden planks, greased generously with animal fat and tallow. Then, using immense manpower, teams of oxen, and complex systems of rollers, cradles, and capstans, they began to physically haul dozens of their smaller warships, perhaps as many as 70 vessels, mostly lighter fustas and galleys, out of the Bosphorus waters, up the steep slopes, across the ridge of land behind Galata, and down the other side, relaunching them directly into the sheltered waters of the Golden Horn itself, completely bypassing the chain boom at its entrance. Picture the incredible effort involved, the straining muscles of men and animals, the creaking of timbers, the shouted commands, all likely carried out under the cover of darkness or distracting bombardments to minimize interference. When the defenders of Constantinople awoke one morning to see Ottoman warships suddenly maneuvering freely within their supposedly secure harbor, the psychological shock must have been profound. It was a feat of military engineering almost unparalleled in siege history, a testament to Mehmet's determination and resources. The strategic impact of this maneuver was immediate and significant. Previously, the defenders had concentrated their limited forces primarily along the heavily fortified land walls. Now, they were forced to divert precious manpower to garrison the miles of lower, weaker seawalls lining the Golden Horn, stretching their already thin defensive line even further. Ottoman cannons could now potentially target these walls from pontoon batteries constructed within the harbor, and the possibility of an amphibious assault across the Horn became a real threat. Though a major assault from the sea never materialized as the primary focus, the presence of the Ottoman fleet inside the Golden Horn added immense pressure on the defenders, dividing their attention and resources and further tightening the noose around the besieged city. While this naval ingenuity unfolded, the grueling struggle along the land walls continued unabated. The giant Ottoman cannons kept up their relentless pounding, gradually turning sections of the ancient fortifications, particularly around the vulnerable St. Romanus Gate in the central Mesoteikion section, into crumbling heaps of rubble. But the siege was not just fought above ground. Both sides engaged in intense subterranean warfare. Ottoman engineers, often Serbian miners experienced in such work, began digging tunnels, attempting to undermine the foundations of the walls or create secret passages into the city. The defenders, alerted to this threat perhaps by sounds or intelligence, employed counter-mining techniques. Imagine the claustrophobic, dangerous work deep underground. Byzantine and Allied miners, possibly guided by the skilled Scottish engineer known simply as Johannes Grant, digging intercept tunnels, listening for the sounds of enemy picks, breaking through into Ottoman tunnels for desperate, torch-lit skirmishes fought with picks, swords, and daggers in the suffocating darkness beneath the earth. Several Ottoman mines were discovered and destroyed, either collapsed or filled with smoke or even Greek fire, thwarting attempts to breach the walls from below. Weeks turned into a month, and then approached 2 months. Life inside the besieged city became increasingly difficult. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing. Wine ran short. The constant bombardment, the lack of sleep, the sight of damaged walls and wounded comrades all took a heavy toll on morale. Yet endurance and a certain grim determination persisted. Religious fervor remained strong. Daily processions were held. Icons like the revered Hodegetria, Mother of God, were paraded along the walls, and services packed the city's churches, including the magnificent Hagia Sophia, where Orthodox and Catholic defenders briefly put aside their differences to pray together for deliverance. Emperor Constantine XI remained a visible presence, constantly inspecting the defenses, encouraging his troops, and participating directly in the repair efforts, sharing the hardships of his people. Small successes, like the destruction of a large Ottoman siege tower in early May, or the repulse of several smaller assaults, provided fleeting moments of hope. Rumors circulated about a potential Venetian relief fleet on its way, or intervention from Hungary. But as May wore on, and the Ottoman pressure remained relentless, hope began to fade, replaced by exhaustion and a growing sense of foreboding. The city was slowly bleeding, its legendary walls crumbling, its brave defenders stretched to their absolute limit, while outside, the patient Sultan Mehmed II prepared to unleash his final decisive blow. By the final week of May, 1453, after nearly 7 weeks of relentless siege, the situation for the defenders of Constantinople had become critical. The massive Ottoman cannons had inflicted terrible damage upon the ancient Theodosian walls, particularly in the central section near the gate of St. Romanus, where the Lycus River passed beneath the fortifications. The outer wall in several areas was little more than a heap of rubble, and even the mighty inner wall showed significant breaches, patched hastily with earth and wood. The defenders, numbering perhaps fewer than 7,000 effective fighters by this point, were spread thinly along miles of ramparts, exhausted by constant vigilance, ceaseless repairs under fire, dwindling rations, and the sheer psychological strain of the unending bombardment and subterranean threats. Within the Ottoman camp, Sultan Mehmet II sensed the time was ripe. His own troops were also growing weary, and the campaigning season could not last indefinitely. There were concerns about morale and the potential, however slim, of a relief force arriving. After consulting with his commanders in a war council, Mehmet made the decision. A massive, coordinated, all-out assault would be launched to overwhelm the city's defenses once and for all. Preparations for the final attack began immediately, and were carried out with meticulous organization over the next few days. Imagine the scene in the vast Ottoman encampment. A surge of activity, a palpable sense of anticipation mixed with grim determination. Orders were issued, troops were marshaled, weapons were sharpened, scaling ladders were prepared, and siege towers, though previously unsuccessful, were perhaps repaired, or new ones constructed. Mehmet reportedly addressed his commanders and troops, reminding them of the glory of conquering the legendary city, invoking religious justifications for the campaign, and, crucially, promising them the traditional 3 days of unrestricted plunder upon capturing the city. A powerful motivator for the soldiers, particularly the irregular Bashi bazooks. Throughout the camp, there were ritual prayers and preparations. On the evening of May 28th, the entire Ottoman camp fell unusually silent, a calculated move perhaps intended to unnerve the defenders after weeks of constant noise, allowing the besiegers a final night of rest before the onslaught. Inside the city, the defenders watched the ominous quiet and the preparations with apprehension. Religious services were held, confessions were heard, and Emperor Constantine XI reportedly delivered a moving speech to his commanders and nobles, urging them to fight bravely for their faith, their families, and the legacy of their ancient empire, choosing an honorable death over surrender. A final, poignant, joint Orthodox and Catholic Mass was held in the Hagia Sophia, a fleeting moment of unity in the face of impending doom. In the very early hours of Tuesday, May 29th, long before dawn, the final assault began. Imagine the sudden eruption of sound shattering the pre-dawn stillness. The thunderous roar of all the Ottoman cannons firing simultaneously, the blare of trumpets and horns, the rhythmic pounding of military drums, and the terrifying war cries of tens of thousands of soldiers surging forward towards the battered walls under the cover of darkness. Mehmet's plan involved successive waves of attackers. First, he sent forward the Bashi bazooks, the irregular troops. Fierce but poorly disciplined, their role was to absorb the initial shock of the defense, exhaust the defenders' ammunition and energy, and perhaps find weak points. They swarmed towards the walls, carrying ladders, attempting to scale the rubble-filled breaches under a hail of arrows, stones, and Greek fire from the ramparts. For perhaps 2 hours, the defenders, led by Emperor Constantine and the tireless Giustiniani Longo, fought desperately, repelling this first wave with heavy losses inflicted on the attackers. As the Bashi bazooks fell back, the second wave surged forward. Regular Anatolian troops, better armed and more disciplined, pressing the attack with renewed intensity. focusing on the weakened central section. The fighting became even fiercer, a desperate struggle amidst the dust, smoke, and darkness, lit only by torches and the flash of cannon fire. The defenders, though exhausted, held their ground, inspired by their emperor fighting alongside them and the skillful command of Giustiniani. But the sheer pressure of numbers began to tell. Then, as dawn approached, Mehmet committed his elite force, the Janissaries. Imagine these disciplined warriors advancing steadily, in organized formations towards the main breach near the St. Romanus Gate, their approach covered by concentrated cannon fire and archery. They attacked with unwavering determination, attempting to scale the makeshift barricades erected by the defenders. At this critical juncture, disaster struck the defense. Giovanni Giustiniani Longo, the linchpin of the resistance on the land walls, was severely wounded. Accounts differ on the exact cause. Perhaps a hit from a small cannon or a crossbow bolt. But the injury was serious enough that he could no longer continue fighting. Over the objections of the emperor, Giustiniani insisted on being carried away from the front line to seek medical attention, likely taken through a small gate towards the harbor. His withdrawal, at the height of the Janissary assault, had a devastating effect on the remaining defenders, particularly his own Genoese troops. Seeing their commander leave the field, morale plummeted, discipline wavered, and confusion spread along the ramparts. At roughly the same time, Ottoman soldiers reportedly discovered a small, possibly unlocked postern gate, the Kirkoporta, further north along the walls, perhaps left unsecured after a sortie. A small group of Janissaries managed to slip through, climb a nearby tower, and raise the Ottoman standard. Simultaneously, Janissaries fighting at the main breach near the St. Romanus Gate, sensing the defenders' faltering resolve, finally overwhelmed the desperate resistance. They surged through the breach, securing a foothold inside the city. The cry went up among the attackers. "The city is taken!" Emperor Constantine XI, Palaiologos, realizing the end had come, reportedly cast off his imperial insignia and plunged into the thickest of the fighting near the breach, vanishing into the chaos, choosing to die, defending his city rather than face capture. The ancient walls, guardians of Constantinople for over a millennium, had finally been overcome. The breaching of the walls near the gate of St. Romanus, coupled with the raising of the Ottoman standard from the Kirkoporta gate, signaled the irreversible collapse of Constantinople's defense. Imagine the scene. Ottoman soldiers, Janissaries, followed by others, pouring through the gaps in the ancient fortifications, overwhelming the last pockets of desperate resistance. The disciplined formations of the assault dissolved as troops spread throughout the vast city, eager to claim the spoils promised by their sultan. The 3 days of plunder, a customary right granted to victorious soldiers in siege warfare of that era, to reward their efforts and compensate for their risks, began. Picture the atmosphere shifting from organized battle to chaotic pursuit and acquisition. Soldiers fanned out through the city's streets, entering homes, palaces, and churches. While accounts from the time, often written from a perspective of loss and trauma, detail acts of violence and destruction. For our purpose of calm reflection, let us focus on the immense transfer of wealth and the capture of individuals. Thousands of civilians who had sought refuge in churches, including the great Hagia Sophia, were taken captive, destined for ransom or the slave markets. Homes were looted for valuables, precious metals, silks, and anything deemed of worth. Churches and monasteries were stripped of their sacred relics. gold and silver liturgical vessels, and valuable manuscripts accumulated over centuries. The city that had been the repository of Byzantine art, learning, and religious devotion for over 1,000 years was now subject to the harsh realities of conquest. Later on that same day, May 29th, 1453, after the initial chaos had subsided somewhat, but while the plunder continued, Sultan Mehmet II made his formal triumphal entry into the conquered city. Imagine the procession. The young Sultan, just 21 years old, but now the conqueror of the world's most legendary city, riding on horseback, accompanied by his viziers, pashas, and elite janissary guards, entering through the Adrianople Gate, known today as the Edirne Kapı. He rode slowly through the streets, observing the city he had so fiercely desired. According to tradition, he stopped before the magnificent church of Hagia Sophia, the great church of Holy Wisdom, the spiritual heart of Byzantium for nearly a millennium. Dismounting, he reportedly took a handful of earth and sprinkled it over his turban as an act of humility before God. He entered the vast, awe-inspiring interior, marveling at its immense dome and rich decorations. He ordered an imam to ascend the pulpit and recite the Islamic call to prayer, formally converting the building into a mosque, Hagia Sophia Cami. This symbolic act proclaimed the city's new identity as a major center of Islamic power, and signaled the definitive end of the Byzantine Christian era within its walls. The Fall of Constantinople was an event of profound historical significance, echoing across the known world. It marked the final irrevocable end of the Byzantine Empire, the last living remnant of the Roman Empire, which had endured in the East for over 11 centuries after the fall of Rome itself. For the Ottoman Empire, the conquest was a monumental triumph, fulfilling a long-held ambition, eliminating a strategic vulnerability, and providing them with a truly magnificent imperial capital, perfectly situated to command their growing territories in Europe and Asia. The city, soon to be widely known as Istanbul, would become the heart of Ottoman administration, culture, and commerce for the next 470 years. For Christian Europe, the news of the fall was met with widespread shock, grief, and fear. Constantinople had long been seen, despite its weakness, as a bulwark against the expansion of Islamic power into Europe. Its loss fueled anxieties, prompted calls for new crusades, and spurred efforts among European powers to find alternative sea routes to Asia, bypassing Ottoman-controlled lands, a factor contributing to the Age of Discovery. Mehmet the Conqueror, having secured his prize, acted swiftly to consolidate his control and begin the city's transformation. He ordered an end to the plunder after the customary period, seeking to preserve the city's infrastructure and potential. He took measures to protect certain key buildings and began the process of repopulating the city, which had been left severely depopulated by the sack and years of decline. He encouraged people from across his empire, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, Turks, Greeks, Armenians, and others, to settle in Istanbul, offering incentives like housing and tax breaks. He initiated ambitious building programs, repairing the damaged walls, converting churches into mosques, establishing new markets, baths, and charitable foundations, laying the groundwork for Istanbul's revival as a thriving, multi-ethnic imperial capital. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 thus represents not just an end, but also a beginning, the end of one empire and the dramatic consolidation of another, ushering in a new era in the history of the Eastern Mediterranean and the world. As the echoes of Constantinople's fall gently subside, Let the deep currents of history carry you toward peaceful quiet. Allow your thoughts to travel back to the mid-19th century, to a small village named Smiljan, nestled within the mountainous Lika region of the Austrian Empire, part of modern-day Croatia. Imagine a summer night, precisely at the stroke of midnight between July 9th and 10th, 1856. Outside, a fierce lightning storm illuminates the darkness, splitting the night sky with electrical fire. Inside a modest home, a child is born. According to family lore, the midwife, perhaps unsettled by the storm, called the lightning a bad omen, but the child's mother replied prophetically, "No, he will be a child of light." This child, born amidst the primal power of electricity itself, was Nikola Tesla. His family was Serbian, his father Milutin Tesla, a respected Orthodox Christian priest and writer, known for his intellect and impressive memory. His mother, Juka Mandic Tesla, though unschooled formally, possessed a remarkable inventive mind, creating various household tools and appliances, and Nikola would later credit her influence for nurturing his own inventive spirit. From his earliest years, young Nikola displayed signs of an extraordinary mind, one quite different from those around him. He possessed an intense, almost photographic memory, and, most unusually, a powerful capacity for vivid visualization. He claimed that ideas for inventions came to him often as fully formed images, complete with dimensions and operational details, which he could mentally construct, test, and refine entirely within his imagination before ever touching a tool or drawing a diagram. This unique mental ability would become a hallmark of his inventive process throughout his life. He was also deeply attuned to the natural world, fascinated by its phenomena. An early encounter with static electricity, perhaps stroking his cat in the dry evening air and seeing sparks jump from its fur, ignited a lifelong curiosity about the invisible forces that governed the universe, particularly the captivating mystery of electricity. His childhood was filled with imaginative play, but also with intense moments of inspiration and sometimes overwhelming sensory experiences. His formal education began locally, but his aptitude soon became apparent, leading him to attend the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac, Croatia. There, he impressed his teachers with his ability to perform complex calculations mentally. His fascination with electricity deepened. He later enrolled at the Austrian Polytechnic Institute in Graz, Austria, intending initially to study physics and mathematics. It was here, during a demonstration of a simple Gramme dynamo, an early electric generator that used direct current and produced wasteful sparking at its commutator, that Tesla's path took a decisive turn. He boldly suggested to his professor that the commutator, the part causing the sparks, was unnecessary, and that a motor could potentially run on a different principle. Though his professor reportedly dismissed the idea as impossible, akin to a perpetual motion machine, the seed was planted in Tesla's fertile mind. He became obsessed with the problem of creating a more efficient electrical system. Despite excelling in his studies initially, Tesla, perhaps due to disagreements, intense focus on his own ideas, or other unrecorded reasons, did not complete his degree in Graz. He later spent a period auditing classes at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague in 1880, further absorbing knowledge but still pursuing his own internal vision. The breakthrough, the moment of profound insight that would change the world, arrived not in a laboratory or lecture hall, but reportedly during a walk through a city park in Budapest, Hungary, in 1882. Tesla was working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange at the time, making practical improvements to the equipment, While strolling with a friend and reciting poetry, likely Goethe's Faust, the solution to the problem that had consumed him suddenly flashed into his mind, fully formed as he later recounted. He saw, with perfect clarity, the principle of the rotating magnetic field. He realized that by using two or more alternating currents, out of phase with each other, he could create a magnetic field that would spin, inducing rotation in a motor without the need for the sparking, inefficient commutator used in DC motors. In that moment of inspiration, the foundation for the modern alternating current system, the system that powers our world today, was born in his imagination. He immediately began sketching the diagrams in the sand with a stick, explaining the revolutionary concept to his bewildered friend. He soon built his first rudimentary induction motor prototypes while still in Budapest, proving the principle worked. But he knew that to truly develop and implement this world-changing idea, he needed greater resources and opportunities than were available in Europe at the time. His gaze turned westward, towards the land of invention and industry, towards America, and towards the man who was synonymous with the first age of electricity, Thomas Edison. In the early summer of 1884, a tall, slender, intense young man named Nikola Tesla stepped off a ship onto the bustling docks of New York City. He was 28 years old, carrying little more than the clothes he stood up in, a few foreign coins, a collection of his own poems and calculations, and, perhaps most importantly, a letter of introduction addressed to the most famous inventor in America, possibly the world, Thomas Alva Edison. Tesla had arrived in the New World brimming with ideas, particularly his revolutionary concept for alternating current power, convinced that America, the land of technological progress, would embrace his vision. His journey itself had been eventful, marked by theft of his ticket and remaining funds, forcing him to rely on his wits simply to complete the passage. Yet, despite arriving nearly penniless, his mind was ablaze with the potential of the electrical future he envisioned. Thomas Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park, was already a legend. He had achieved worldwide fame through inventions like the phonograph, the incandescent light bulb, and, crucially, the development of the first practical system for generating and distributing direct current electricity, illuminating parts of New York City itself. Edison represented the established electrical order. His Edison Machine Works was a major enterprise, focused on expanding his DC power infrastructure. The letter Tesla carried, reportedly from Charles Batchelor, a former associate of Edison's in Europe, where Tesla had briefly worked for the Continental Edison Company, praised the young Serbian inventor highly, allegedly stating, "My dear Edison, I know two great men, and you are one of them. The other is this young man." Intrigued, or perhaps needing talented engineers for his rapidly growing business, Edison hired Tesla. Tesla was initially put to work not on his own AC ideas, but on improving Edison's existing DC systems. Edison's DC generators and motors were inefficient and prone to breakdowns. Tesla, with his brilliant theoretical understanding and practical skills, quickly identified ways to significantly enhance their performance and reliability. He worked tirelessly, often late into the night, impressing many at the Edison Works with his intellect and dedication. According to Tesla's own accounts, a dispute arose over payment for this work. He claimed that Edison, or one of his managers, had offered him a substantial bonus, perhaps as much as $50,000, an enormous sum at the time, if he could successfully redesign the problematic DC dynamos. Tesla threw himself into the task and, after months of effort, presented Edison with vastly improved designs. However, when Tesla inquired about the promised payment, Edison allegedly laughed it off, remarking something to the effect of, "Tesla, you don't understand our American humor." Edison offered only a modest raise instead. Whether this story is entirely accurate or colored by Tesla's later perspective, it highlights the fundamental clash brewing between the two men. Tesla felt betrayed and exploited, his contributions undervalued. Beyond any dispute over money, however, lay a deeper, more profound disagreement about the future of electricity itself. Tesla tried repeatedly to interest Edison in his concepts for alternating current. He argued passionately that AC was far superior to DC for large-scale power generation and distribution, because its voltage could be easily stepped up using transformers for efficient long-distance transmission over thin wires, and then stepped down again for safe use by consumers. Edison, however, had invested heavily, both financially and reputationally, in his DC system. DC power could only be transmitted efficiently over short distances, requiring thick, expensive copper cables and numerous local power stations. Edison viewed AC as impractical, potentially dangerous, and a direct threat to his established business empire. He remained stubbornly committed to DC, dismissing Tesla's ideas. The personalities of the two inventors also clashed significantly. Edison was the quintessential American inventor-entrepreneur. Pragmatic, focused on practical results and commercial viability, relying heavily on empirical experimentation and teamwork within his large laboratory. Tesla was more of a European intellectual tradition, a visionary theoretician driven by grand concepts, working often alone, perhaps less attuned to the immediate demands of the marketplace. Edison was earthy and direct. Tesla was refined, perhaps appearing aloof or eccentric. After less than a year, the working relationship became untenable. Feeling his genius was being stifled and his contributions unappreciated, Nikola Tesla resigned from the Edison Machine Works in 1885. He walked away from the security of working for the famous inventor, determined to pursue his own vision for an AC-powered future, setting the stage for one of the most significant technological rivalries in history, the War of the Currents. Leaving the employ of Thomas Edison in 1885, thrust Nikola Tesla into a period of considerable hardship. He possessed brilliant ideas, but lacked the capital and connections to bring them to fruition. For a time, he was forced to take whatever work he could find simply to survive, reportedly including digging ditches for $2 a day. A humbling experience for a man convinced he held the key to the future of electricity. Yet, even during this difficult period, his mind continued to work, refining his concepts for alternating current. He eventually found a small group of investors who were willing to back his ideas, leading to the formation of the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company in 1886. However, these initial backers were more interested in developing arc lighting systems, a competing technology to Edison's incandescent bulbs, rather than Tesla's revolutionary AC motors and transmission systems. Frustrated once again, Tesla was eventually forced out of his own company, losing control of the patents he had developed under its name. He was left, for a second time, with little to show for his efforts. Undeterred, Tesla continued to seek support. His breakthrough came in 1887 and 1888, when he found new financial backing that allowed him to establish his own laboratory in New York City. Here, he finally had the freedom and resources to fully develop and demonstrate his groundbreaking polyphase AC system. Imagine his laboratory filled with buzzing coils, spinning motors, and glowing lamps, all powered by the alternating current he championed. He developed not just the AC induction motor, which was simple, reliable, and required no commutator, but also the generators to produce AC power efficiently, and the transformers needed to step the voltage up for transmission and down for use. It was a complete, integrated system, elegant in its design and vastly superior to DC for widespread power distribution. In 1888, Tesla delivered a landmark lecture to the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, demonstrating his AC system and explaining its principles, capturing the attention of the engineering world. This lecture brought Tesla's inventions to the attention of George Westinghouse, the head of the already successful Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company based in Pittsburgh. Westinghouse, himself an accomplished inventor and astute businessman, had already been exploring AC systems, recognizing their potential advantages over Edison's DC. He immediately saw the brilliance and commercial value of Tesla's patented polyphase system, particularly the induction motor. Westinghouse met with Tesla, and the two men, despite differing personalities, Westinghouse being as pragmatic as Tesla was visionary, formed a crucial alliance. In July 1888, Westinghouse purchased Tesla's key AC patents for a substantial sum, reportedly $60,000 in cash and stock, plus royalties for each horsepower of electrical capacity sold using the technology. He also hired Tesla as a consultant for a year, offering him a well-equipped laboratory in Pittsburgh. This partnership provided Tesla with the financial security and industrial backing needed to finally challenge Edison's dominance. The acquisition of Tesla's patents by Westinghouse set the stage for the fierce technological and commercial battle known as the War of the Currents. On one side stood Thomas Edison, allied with financiers like J.P. Morgan, who had invested heavily in Edison General Electric, staunchly defending the established DC standard. On the other side stood George Westinghouse and Nikola Tesla, championing the technically superior but less established AC system. The conflict played out not just in boardrooms and patent offices, but also in the public arena. Edison, realizing the threat AC posed to his empire, launched an aggressive and often unscrupulous smear campaign to discredit AC as dangerously unsafe. His associates conducted public demonstrations where stray animals, dogs, cats, even reportedly an elephant named Topsy, were electrocuted using high-voltage AC, aiming to frighten the public and associate AC with death. Edison's camp also secretly funded the development of the first electric chair using AC, further cementing this negative association in the public mind. They lobbied state legislatures to restrict AC voltage levels and published pamphlets warning of its dangers. Tesla and Westinghouse fought back, arguing for AC's efficiency, cost-effectiveness, and, when properly implemented, its safety. Tesla himself often engaged in dramatic public demonstrations, famously allowing high-frequency AC currents to pass harmlessly through his own body, illuminating lamps held in his hands to showcase his mastery over the phenomenon and counter the fear-mongering. The turning point in the War of the Currents came with the competition to illuminate the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. It was a hugely prestigious event, a showcase for American ingenuity. Both General Electric and Westinghouse submitted bids. Westinghouse, using Tesla's more efficient AC system, drastically undercut GE's bid and won the contract. Imagine the dazzling spectacle. Hundreds of thousands of lamps powered by Tesla's AC generators, illuminating the fair's magnificent white city at night. a stunning demonstration of the power and beauty of alternating current that captivated the millions who attended. This triumph was followed by an even greater victory. Westinghouse, again using Tesla's polyphase AC patents, won the historic contract to harness the immense power of Niagara Falls. In 1895, the Adams power plant began transmitting AC electricity generated by the falls to the city of Buffalo, New York, over 20 miles away, proving definitively the superiority of AC for large-scale power generation and long-distance transmission. These victories effectively ended the War of the Currents. Alternating current, thanks to Nikola Tesla's vision and George Westinghouse's backing, became the dominant standard for electrical power systems worldwide, fundamentally shaping the infrastructure of modern civilization. Having triumphed in the intense War of the Currents, securing the dominance of his alternating current system, Nikola Tesla might have been expected to rest on his laurels or focus on refining the AC power grid. But Tesla's mind rarely lingered on past victories. It was constantly leaping ahead, exploring new frontiers of electrical science. Even as AC power began to illuminate cities and power industries, Tesla became increasingly fascinated by the possibilities of electricity at much higher frequencies and voltages. He theorized about resonance, the principle where an object vibrates at a particular frequency when exposed to energy at that same frequency. He wondered if electrical energy could be made to resonate, not just in circuits, but perhaps through the Earth itself or through the upper atmosphere. Could electrical power, and even information, be transmitted wirelessly, broadcast through the natural medium of the planet, eliminating the need for costly wires altogether? This became his next grand obsession. To investigate these radical ideas, Tesla needed a space far removed from the electrical interference and population density of New York City, a location where he could conduct experiments on a truly massive scale with extremely high voltages without constraint or danger to others. He chose the relatively remote, high-altitude location of Colorado Springs, Colorado. The thin, dry air was ideal for minimizing electrical leakage during high-voltage experiments. The frequent thunderstorms offered opportunities to study atmospheric electricity, and the isolation provided the space and privacy he required. In May 1899, with funding secured from patrons like John Jacob Astor IV, Tesla arrived in Colorado Springs and began constructing a unique experimental station. Imagine a large, barn-like wooden structure rising on the empty plains east of the town, filled with specialized equipment, capacitors, transformers, and sensitive receiving instruments. Dominating the setup, extending skyward from the center of the building, was the primary coil of what Tesla called his magnifying transmitter. Essentially, an enormous, powerful version of the Tesla coil he had already invented. This device was designed to generate electrical oscillations at incredibly high frequencies and potentials reaching millions of volts. For just over 8 months, from mid-1899 to early 1900, Tesla conducted some of the most spectacular and mysterious experiments of his career at this Colorado Springs laboratory. Picture the scene, often conducted at night. The quiet prairie suddenly illuminated by dazzling electrical displays emanating from Tesla's station. He generated artificial lightning bolts, immense electrical discharges crackling through the air, reportedly reaching lengths of over 100 feet, accompanied by thunderous roars that could be heard miles away. The sheer power was extraordinary. On one occasion, he drew so much current while tuning his magnifying transmitter that he caused a power outage in the entire town of Colorado Springs, by burning out the local electric company's generator. Inside the laboratory, he conducted experiments that seemed almost magical. He could illuminate vacuum tubes wirelessly, simply by holding them near his apparatus. He lit hundreds of incandescent lamps simultaneously at distances of several miles from the station without any wires connecting them, powered seemingly by energy transmitted through the ground itself. Tesla meticulously documented his observations in detailed notes, filling notebooks with measurements, calculations, and theoretical speculations. He studied the electrical properties of the Earth, coming to believe that the planet itself could act as a giant conductor, capable of transmitting electrical energy globally if properly resonated. He investigated stationary electrical waves within the Earth, which he believed he had detected, generated by lightning strikes far away. Perhaps most famously, during his experiments with highly sensitive receiving equipment designed to track lightning storms, Tesla claimed on several occasions to have detected unusual rhythmic signals. He speculated, sensationally for the time, that these signals might be evidence of intelligent communication originating from elsewhere in the cosmos, possibly from Venus or Mars. While modern science generally attributes these signals to misinterpreted natural phenomena like radio waves originating from Jupiter or other atmospheric or terrestrial sources, Tesla's claims captured public imagination and highlighted his boundless curiosity and willingness to explore the unknown, pushing the boundaries of accepted science. The Colorado Springs experiments, though shrouded in some mystery and perhaps embellished by Tesla's own showmanship, provided crucial data and reinforced his conviction that wireless transmission of power and information across global distances was not just possible, but achievable. He left Colorado Springs in January 1900, his mind brimming with plans for his most ambitious project yet, a global system that would realize these wireless dreams. Returning to New York City from the electrifying solitude of Colorado Springs in 1900, Nikola Tesla was more convinced than ever that he stood on the verge of revolutionizing the world yet again. His experiments with high frequencies and resonance had solidified his vision for a global system capable of transmitting not just information, telegraph messages, voice signals, even pictures, but also electrical power itself, wirelessly, to any point on the planet. Imagine a world interconnected without the need for cables crisscrossing continents and oceans, energy available freely through the Earth and atmosphere, controlled from a central transmitting station. This breathtaking, almost utopian vision became the driving force behind Tesla's next, and ultimately most ambitious and heartbreaking undertaking, the Wardenclyffe Project. To realize such a monumental vision, Tesla needed significant financial backing. He turned to one of the most powerful figures in American finance, the banking magnate J.P. Morgan, who had previously been involved in the formation of General Electric and the consolidation of the electrical industry. Tesla presented his proposal to Morgan, emphasizing the potential for a global wireless communications system that could broadcast messages instantly across the Atlantic, competing directly with the fledgling transatlantic radio transmissions being developed by Guglielmo Marconi using different, simpler technology. Tesla likely downplayed, or perhaps Morgan misunderstood, the more radical and potentially disruptive aspect of his plan, the wireless transmission of power, which could threaten established energy industries. Impressed by Tesla's reputation and the promise of dominating the emerging field of wireless communication, Morgan agreed to invest $150,000, a substantial sum, but perhaps less than Tesla truly needed for his grand design. for the construction of a powerful transmission station and the development of the technology. With Morgan's backing secured, Tesla acquired a 200-acre parcel of land in Shoreham, Long Island, about 65 miles east of New York City. Here, beginning in 1901, construction commenced on the Wardenclyffe facility, named after the landowner James Warden. The project centered around two main structures. First, a large, elegant brick laboratory building designed by Tesla's friend, the renowned architect Stanford White, intended to house the powerful generators, oscillators, and control equipment. Second, and most dramatically, was the transmission tower itself. Imagine this structure rising above the Long Island landscape, a towering lattice of timber and steel, soaring to a height of 187 feet, crowned by a distinctive, massive hemispherical dome made of copper, 68 feet in diameter. This tower was not merely a radio antenna in the conventional sense. It was designed by Tesla as a gigantic magnifying transmitter, intended to pump enormous amounts of electrical energy into the Earth and the upper atmosphere, creating resonant waves that would allow power and signals to be drawn off anywhere on the globe using appropriate receiving devices. It was a structure born of immense ambition, a physical manifestation of Tesla's dream of a wirelessly connected and powered planet. However, the Wardenclyffe project soon ran into serious difficulties. Construction costs exceeded initial estimates, partly due to Tesla's exacting standards, and perhaps constant design modifications as his ideas evolved. The technology itself was complex and untested on such a scale. Furthermore, in December 1901, Marconi achieved a major publicity coup by successfully transmitting the first wireless telegraph signals, the letter S in Morse code, across the Atlantic Ocean from Cornwall, England, to Newfoundland, Canada. While Tesla scoffed at Marconi's methods, arguing they were inefficient and infringed on his own earlier patents, Marconi's tangible success with relatively simpler technology made Tesla's far grander, more complex, and vastly more expensive vision for Wardenclyffe seem less appealing to investors solely interested in transatlantic communication. Tesla appealed to J.P. Morgan for additional funding to complete the project, revealing more explicitly his intention to transmit not just signals, but power itself wirelessly. Morgan, perhaps wary of the project's escalating costs, doubting the feasibility of wireless power, concerned about its potential to disrupt existing energy markets he was heavily invested in, or simply deciding to back the perceived winner in Marconi, refused to provide further financing. The financial panic of 1901 may have also influenced Morgan's decision. The withdrawal of Morgan's support was a devastating blow to Tesla and the Wardenclyffe project. Without adequate funding, construction ground to a halt before the facility was fully operational. The tower stood complete, an imposing landmark, but the powerful transmitting equipment within the laboratory was never fully installed or perfected. Tesla desperately sought alternative investors, promoting the potential military applications of his technology, but his efforts were unsuccessful. His reputation suffered, and rumors began to circulate about the project's failure. For years, the Wardenclyffe Tower stood as a silent, skeletal monument to Tesla's unfulfilled dream. Deeply in debt, Tesla eventually mortgaged the property. During World War I in 1917, the tower was dynamited and demolished by the U.S. government, citing security concerns that German spies might use it as a landmark or observation post, though the materials were also sold for scrap to help pay off Tesla's debts. The destruction of Wardenclyffe marked the end of Tesla's most ambitious endeavor and a profound turning point in his life. leaving his dream of global wireless power tantalizingly unrealized. The failure of the Wardenclyffe project cast a long shadow over Nikola Tesla's later years. Although he lived for nearly 3 decades after the tower's abandonment, he never again commanded the same level of financial resources or public prominence he had enjoyed during the War of the Currents or the initial phase of Wardenclyffe. Yet, his inventive mind remained restless, constantly generating new ideas and concepts across a wide range of fields. He continued to work, often in relative isolation, securing numerous patents for inventions that were often ahead of their time, though few achieved significant commercial success during his lifetime. Among these later concepts were designs for a unique bladeless turbine based on the boundary layer effect, which he believed could be highly efficient. Ideas for radio-controlled vehicles, building on demonstrations he had made as early as 1898. Concepts for vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and even speculative designs for directed energy weapons, sometimes sensationally referred to in the press as a death ray or peace ray, which he believed could end warfare. While many of these ideas remained theoretical or confined to patent documents, they demonstrated the continued breadth and daring of his imagination. However, without major financial backing, Tesla struggled to translate these later ideas into tangible products. He increasingly relied on income from his earlier AC patents, though he had relinquished or lost control over some of the most lucrative ones in earlier business dealings, including famously tearing up the royalty agreement with Westinghouse during a financial crisis to save the company that had backed him. As the years went by, Tesla became a more solitary figure, living alone in a series of progressively less expensive New York City hotels, most notably the Waldorf Astoria in his prime, later the St. Regis, and finally the Hotel New Yorker, where he would spend the last decade of his life. His public appearances became less frequent, often limited to annual press conferences held around his birthday, where he would announce new, sometimes fantastical-sounding inventions or scientific claims. During this period, his well-known eccentricities seemed to intensify. He developed specific, rigid daily routines, became increasingly concerned with hygiene, bordering on germophobia, and reportedly displayed obsessive-compulsive behaviors, such as a fixation on the number 3 and calculations related to his immediate environment. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of his later years was his deep affection for the pigeons of New York City. He would regularly walk to nearby Bryant Park to feed them, often taking injured birds back to his hotel room to nurse them back to health. He claimed to have developed a special bond with one particular white pigeon, visiting her daily. He reportedly spent over $2,000, including building a device to support her after she was injured. He described his connection to this pigeon in almost romantic terms, stating that he loved her as a man loves a woman, and that she represented the culmination of his life's work when she finally died. This devotion to pigeons further fueled the public perception of him as an eccentric recluse, a brilliant mind perhaps detached from ordinary human connections. His later pronouncements on science and technology sometimes veered into territory that mainstream science could not accept, further isolating him from the scientific community. Nikola Tesla died alone in his room at the Hotel New Yorker, sometime between January 5th and January 8th, 1943, at the age of 86. His death was attributed to coronary thrombosis. Because of his work on advanced concepts, including directed energy, the FBI's predecessor agency immediately seized his papers and belongings upon his death. concerned about potential national security implications, though they were later deemed safe and returned to his family. Initially, his passing was noted respectfully, but perhaps without a full grasp of the enduring impact of his work. For decades after his death, his name was often overshadowed by contemporaries like Edison and Marconi. However, beginning in the late 20th century and accelerating into the 21st, there has been a remarkable resurgence of interest in Tesla and a growing appreciation for the true scale of his contributions. Today, Nikola Tesla's legacy is immense and undeniable. The alternating current system he championed and developed is the bedrock upon which the entire modern electrical grid is built, powering homes, industries, and technologies across the globe. His pioneering work in high-frequency currents laid the groundwork for radio, television, and wireless communication. Indeed, in 1943, the U.S. Supreme Court posthumously overturned Marconi's fundamental radio patents, recognizing Tesla's prior work in the field. His inventions and concepts touched upon remote control, robotics, radar, particle beams, and countless other areas, often decades ahead of their time. Beyond his specific inventions, Tesla remains a powerful symbol of visionary thinking, relentless innovation, and the pursuit of scientific understanding for the betterment of humanity. He has become an inspirational figure in popular culture, celebrated for his genius, his battles against established interests, and his unwavering dedication to his often radical ideas, reminding us of the power of imagination to reshape the world. As the story of Tesla's brilliant mind settles into stillness, let the quiet hum of possibility and innovation soothe you into peaceful rest. Imagine a vast network of pathways, not a single road, but a sprawling tapestry of trails winding across some of the world's most challenging landscapes. Soaring mountains, harsh deserts, fertile river valleys, and endless grassy steppes. This network, connecting the civilizations of the East and West across the immense continent of Eurasia, is what we now call the Silk Road. It's a romantic name, coined only in the 19th century by a German geographer, evoking images of camel caravans laden with precious silks traversing exotic lands. But the reality it represents, the exchange of goods, ideas, cultures, and peoples across vast distances, stretches back deep into antiquity, long before the name itself existed. These connections were not born overnight. They emerged gradually from earlier regional networks of exchange. Think of the ancient Egyptians trading along the Nile, the Mesopotamians moving goods along the Tigris and Euphrates, the Persians building their efficient royal road connecting Susa to Sardis, the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe driving their herds and exchanging goods across the grasslands, and the pathways carrying precious jade from the Kunlun Mountains in the Tarim Basin eastward into China for millennia. These were the foundational whispers, the early threads that would eventually be woven into the grander tapestry of the Silk Road. The catalyst for transforming these fragmented connections into a more coherent, transcontinental network often lies with the ambitions of great empires seeking resources, allies, and security. A pivotal moment occurred during the Han Dynasty in China, around the 2nd century BCE. The powerful Han Emperor Wu, ruling from the grand capital of Chang'an, faced a persistent threat from the nomadic Xiongnu Confederation on his northern and western frontiers. These skilled horsemen raided Chinese settlements, disrupting trade and challenging imperial authority. Seeking allies to counter the Xiongnu, Emperor Wu dispatched an envoy named Zhang Qian on a daring mission westward in 138 BCE. His goal was to reach the Yuezhi people, another nomadic group who had been displaced by the Xiongnu and had migrated far to the west, hoping to persuade them to join an alliance against their common enemy. Zhang Qian's journey was an epic undertaking, fraught with peril. Imagine him setting out from the familiar world of Han China, traveling westward into unknown territories. He was soon captured by the Xiongnu and held a prisoner for 10 long years. Yet, he never abandoned his mission. He eventually escaped, continued his journey westward across treacherous mountains and deserts, finally reaching the fertile Fergana Valley in present-day Central Asia, and encountering various kingdoms and peoples the Chinese had only dimly known, if at all, including the Greco-Bactrian kingdoms left behind after Alexander the Great's conquests. He found the Yuezhi, but they were settled and prosperous, unwilling to rejoin the fight against the Xiongnu. Though his diplomatic mission failed in its primary objective, Zhang Qian's eventual return to the Han court, possibly around 125 BCE after another period of captivity, was arguably far more consequential. He brought back invaluable first-hand knowledge of the lands, peoples, and potential riches of Central Asia. Of particular interest to Emperor Wu was Zhang Qian's report on the magnificent horses bred in the Fergana Valley, larger, stronger, and faster than the native Chinese breeds. The emperor, needing superior cavalry mounts for his armies fighting the nomadic Xiongnu, referred to these as Tianma, or heavenly horses. This desire for superior horses became a major driver for further Han expansion and interaction westward. Subsequent Han military campaigns pushed deep into Central Asia, battling the Xiongnu, establishing control over the Tarim Basin, and setting up a series of garrison towns and watchtowers along the emerging routes. These routes often skirted the edges of the formidable Taklamakan Desert, splitting into northern and southern paths that passed through vital oasis settlements. At the same time, Zhang Qian's reports sparked interest in the goods these western regions could offer, and, perhaps more significantly, revealed a potential market for Chinese goods further west. Chief among these goods was silk. Produced through a closely guarded secret process involving the cultivation of silkworms, Chinese silk was incredibly lightweight, strong, soft, and lustrous, highly desired by elites in other cultures. As Han control extended westward, caravans began to tentatively carry bundles of this precious fabric along the newly secured pathways, trading it for horses, jade, exotic fruits like grapes, alfalfa for horse fodder, and other goods from Central Asia. These early exchanges, driven by imperial ambition, military necessity, and the allure of exotic goods, laid the foundations for the legendary Silk Road. As the Han dynasty solidified its pathways westward into Central Asia, other great empires held sway over the lands that lay between China and the Mediterranean world. The true flourishing of what we call the Silk Road depended significantly on the relative stability and prosperity provided by these large, organized states during the first few centuries BCE and the first few centuries CE. Imagine this vast expanse of Eurasia dominated by powerful realms. In the east, Han China, with its organized bureaucracy and immense productive capacity, particularly for silk. In the west, the mighty Roman Empire, stretching all around the Mediterranean Sea, encompassing diverse peoples and possessing enormous wealth, creating a powerful demand for luxury goods from afar. Connecting these two giants lay the crucial intermediary empires. First, the Parthian Empire, originating from nomadic stock on the Iranian plateau, controlled the vital overland routes through Persia and Mesopotamia, from around 247 BCE to 224 CE. They were succeeded by the Sasanian Persian Empire, which continued to dominate this central corridor until the Arab conquests in the 7th century CE. Further east, straddling parts of modern-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northern India, the Kushan Empire also played a vital role, particularly in facilitating trade and the spread of Buddhism during its peak in the early centuries CE. The existence of these large, relatively stable empires, even though they often warred amongst themselves, created the necessary conditions for long-distance trade to thrive on an unprecedented scale. The flow of goods along these interconnected routes became more regular and voluminous during this era. Silk, of course, remained the signature commodity traveling westward from China. Imagine bundles of raw silk thread or intricately woven silk fabrics loaded onto Bactrian camels, the sturdy two-humped animals perfectly adapted to the harsh desert conditions, beginning their long journey. This silk traversed the Tarim Basin, crossed the Pamir Mountains, the roof of the world, passed through the lands of the Kushans and Parthians/Sasanians, eventually reaching Roman Syria and the Mediterranean ports. In Rome, Chinese silk became the ultimate luxury item, incredibly fashionable among the Roman elite despite its exorbitant cost, sometimes said to be worth its weight in gold. Roman writers like Seneca the Younger lamented the perceived decadence and the drain of Roman currency eastward to pay for this diaphanous fabric that revealed rather than concealed the body. Besides silk, other goods made their way west. Valuable spices originating further south and east, like cinnamon and pepper from India and Southeast Asia, were relayed along parts of the network. Precious stones like lapis lazuli from the mines of Afghanistan and jade from Khotan in the Tarim Basin, furs trapped by nomads in the northern steppes, and perhaps even iron and lacquerware from China. The flow was not just one way, though perhaps less voluminous in terms of finished luxury goods moving east. The Romans exported high-quality glassware, technologically sophisticated and admired in the East, where glassmaking was less advanced. Roman gold and silver coinage and raw bullion flowed eastward to pay for silk and spices. Mediterranean coral and asbestos were also traded east. The Sasanian Persians, renowned for their own rich textile traditions, exported fine woolen fabrics, carpets, and metalwork along the routes. Central Asia contributed its prized horses, jade, and various agricultural products. It's important to remember that few merchants likely traveled the entire length of the Silk Road from China to Rome, or vice versa. Instead, goods typically passed through many hands, exchanged at major trading centers along the way. These centers, often oasis cities flourishing in the midst of harsh desert environments, were the vital nodes of the Silk Road network. Imagine places like Samarkand and Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan, Merv in Turkmenistan, Balkh in Afghanistan, Kashgar and Turpan in China's Xinjiang region, or Palmyra in Syria. Picture these cities as vibrant, bustling hubs, their marketplaces filled with merchants speaking different languages: Chinese, Sogdian, Persian, Greek, Aramaic, Sanskrit. Caravans arrived weary after long desert crossings, bringing goods to trade, resting their animals, resupplying for the next leg of their journey. These cities offered caravanserai, roadside inns providing lodging and security for travelers and their animals. They became melting pots of cultures, where different peoples interacted, exchanged not just goods, but also ideas, technologies, and beliefs. The wealth generated by this transcontinental trade supported powerful local rulers and funded the construction of impressive religious monuments and public works. The very existence and prosperity of these oasis cities, strung like pearls across the deserts and mountains, were dependent on the flow of commerce sustained by the great empires that embraced the Silk Road. The camel caravans winding their way across the vast landscapes of the Silk Road carried more than just precious silks, spices, glass, and metals. Perhaps even more profoundly, though less tangibly, they carried ideas, beliefs, artistic styles, technologies, and even diseases, making the network a crucial conduit for cultural and intellectual exchange across Eurasia. While the trade in material goods generated wealth and satisfied desires for luxury, the transmission of faiths and philosophies along these routes fundamentally reshaped the spiritual and cultural landscape of continents, leaving a legacy far more enduring than any bale of silk. Imagine not just merchants haggling in the marketplaces of oasis cities, but also devout monks patiently translating sacred texts, missionaries preaching new doctrines, pilgrims undertaking arduous journeys to holy sites, and artisans incorporating foreign motifs into their work, all part of the rich, invisible cargo moving along the Silk Road. Among the most significant faiths transmitted along these routes, Buddhism stands out for its extensive eastward journey. Originating in northeastern India in the centuries following the life of Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, around the 5th century BCE, Buddhism began to spread northward and westward. The Silk Road became the primary channel through which Buddhist teachings, scriptures, and art forms reached Central Asia, East Asia, and parts of Southeast Asia. Merchants traveling the routes, seeking not only profit but perhaps also spiritual merit or solace on their dangerous journeys, often supported Buddhist monks and monasteries. These monasteries, established in key oasis towns like Dunhuang, Kucha, and Khotan, became vital centers of learning, translation, and artistic production. They offered refuge and hospitality to travelers while also serving as bases for missionary activities. Monks from India and Central Asia traveled eastward, carrying scriptures and spreading teachings, while devout pilgrims from China, Korea, and elsewhere journeyed westward towards India, the birthplace of Buddhism, seeking authentic texts and deeper understanding. Think of figures like the Chinese monk Faxian, who traveled overland to India in the early 5th century CE, spending years visiting sacred sites and collecting Buddhist scriptures before returning to China by sea. Or consider the even more famous journey of Xuanzang in the 7th century CE, whose epic 17-year pilgrimage to India to study and bring back Buddhist texts formed the basis for the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West. These arduous journeys highlight the deep religious motivations that propelled travelers along the Silk Road. Along with scriptures, Buddhist art styles also migrated eastward. The Greco-Buddhist art of Gandhara, a region in modern Pakistan and Afghanistan influenced by Hellenistic styles left behind after Alexander the Great, depicted Buddhas and bodhisattvas with realistic human features, draped robes, and sometimes even Western physiognomies. These artistic conventions traveled along the Silk Road, influencing Buddhist art in Central Asia and China, blending with local traditions to create unique new styles visible in the stunning cave paintings and sculptures found in places like the Mogao Caves at Dunhuang. Buddhism was not the only religion to utilize the Silk Road network. Nestorian Christianity, a branch of Christianity declared heretical at the Council of Ephesus in 431 CE, found refuge further east in the Sasanian Persian Empire. From Persia, Nestorian missionaries and merchants carried their faith along the trade routes deep into Central Asia, and even reached the Tang dynasty capital of Chang'an in China by the 7th century, where they established churches and monasteries and translated texts, finding a degree of tolerance for a time. Manichaeism, another religion with origins in the Sasanian Empire, founded by the prophet Mani in the 3rd century CE, also spread widely along the Silk Road. Mani consciously blended elements of Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Buddhism, creating a dualistic faith focused on the struggle between light and darkness. Manichaean communities flourished in Central Asian oasis cities and eastward into China, known for their emphasis on literacy, asceticism, and distinctive artistic traditions. Even Judaism had a presence along the roads, with Jewish merchant communities found in some key trading centers. While Islam's major expansion occurred slightly later, its eventual spread into Central Asia and beyond also utilized these established networks of communication and travel. Beyond organized religions, the Silk Road facilitated the exchange of scientific knowledge, technological innovations, and artistic motifs. Astronomical and mathematical knowledge from India and Persia influenced Chinese scholars. Medical ideas and practices traveled in both directions. Paper-making technology, invented in China, gradually spread westward along the Silk Road, reaching the Islamic world by the 8th century and eventually Europe, profoundly impacting literacy and learning. Similarly, techniques like silk weaving, metalworking, and possibly even early forms of printing were transmitted across cultures. Artistic styles, decorative patterns, musical instruments, and even games moved back and forth, enriching the cultures they encountered. Thus, the caravans traversing the Silk Road were truly caravans of culture, weaving together the destinies of diverse civilizations through the quiet, persistent exchange of beliefs and ideas that traveled alongside the merchants and their wares. The threads of connection woven across Eurasia, which we call the Silk Road, experienced periods of greater and lesser intensity, often tied to the fortunes of the great empires that anchored its ends. Arguably, one of the most vibrant and prosperous eras for these transcontinental routes occurred during China's Tang dynasty, a period spanning roughly from the early 7th to the early 10th centuries. C. E. The Tang dynasty represented a high point in Chinese civilization, characterized by political stability, economic prosperity, military strength, and a remarkable openness to foreign cultures and ideas. This outward-looking confidence created an environment where the Silk Road flourished perhaps like never before, transforming the Tang capital into a dazzling cosmopolitan center and facilitating an unprecedented flow of goods, people, and beliefs across the continent. Imagine the Tang capital, Chang'an, located near modern-day Xi'an. During the 7th and 8th centuries, it was likely the largest and most populous city on Earth, a meticulously planned metropolis laid out on a vast grid system, enclosed by massive walls. Its population, perhaps nearing 1 million people, was incredibly diverse. Stroll through its wide avenues and bustling marketplaces in your mind's eye. You would encounter not just Han Chinese officials, scholars, artisans, and peasants, but also merchants, monks, envoys, entertainers, and soldiers from across Asia and beyond. Turks, Uyghurs, Persians, Arabs, Indians, Koreans, Japanese, and people from the oasis kingdoms of Central Asia. The city throbbed with energy, a true melting pot where different cultures met, mingled, and influenced one another. The Tang court actively fostered connections, welcoming foreign embassies, tolerating diverse religions, and displaying a keen interest in exotic goods and customs arriving from the West. The marketplaces of Chang'an, particularly the Western market, were legendary. Imagine stalls overflowing with goods from distant lands, fragrant spices and incense from India and Southeast Asia, precious gemstones like lapis lazuli and diamonds, exotic woods, medicinal herbs, powerful Central Asian horses prized by the Tang military, intricate metalwork from Persia, fine glassware possibly originating as far away as Syria, musical instruments previously unknown in China, and entertainers like the famed Sogdian whirling dancers captivating audiences. Traveling eastward along the Silk Road came these wonders, while westward flowed China's own prized commodities. Not just silk, which remained highly valued, but also increasingly sophisticated ceramics, paper, lacquerware, and perhaps early printed materials. This exchange enriched diets, fashions, arts, and technologies across Eurasia. Foreign styles became fashionable among the Tang elite. Central Asian music and dance were immensely popular. Foreign games like polo were played at court, and even foreign clothing styles influenced Tang attire. Central to the functioning of the Silk Road during this golden age were the Sogdian people. Originating from the region centered around the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara in modern Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, the Sogdians were renowned merchants, linguists, and cultural intermediaries. They established trading colonies along the entire length of the Silk Road, from their homeland deep into China, creating extensive networks based on kinship and trust. Picture these skilled Sogdian merchants organizing camel caravans, navigating treacherous terrains, mastering multiple languages, negotiating complex transactions, and bridging the cultural gaps between vastly different civilizations. They played an indispensable role, handling much of the long-distance trade, transporting goods, managing finances, and often acting as translators and cultural brokers. Their language, Sogdian, became a lingua franca along large stretches of the routes for a time. Their presence in Chang'an and other Chinese cities was significant, contributing to the cosmopolitan atmosphere and facilitating the flow of both goods and ideas, including religions like Manichaeism and Nestorian Christianity, which found adherents among Sogdian communities. The Tang dynasty's power ensured relative stability and security along the eastern sections of the Silk Road, extending Chinese influence deep into Central Asia through military garrisons and diplomatic alliances. This stability, combined with the dynasty's openness to foreign interaction and the entrepreneurial energy of merchants like the Sogdians, created the conditions for the Silk Road to reach its zenith. It was a period of unprecedented connectivity, where goods, artistic motifs, religious beliefs, and technological knowledge flowed relatively freely across the vast expanse of Eurasia, knitting distant cultures together in a complex web of interaction, centered around the vibrant, cosmopolitan heart of Tang China. The vibrant flow of exchange along the Silk Road, which had reached a peak under the Tang dynasty, faced periods of disruption as empires rose and fell. However, the 13th and 14th centuries witnessed another remarkable phase of transcontinental connectivity, this time under the auspices of an empire even vaster than the Tang, the Mongol Empire. The initial Mongol conquests under Genghis Khan, beginning in the early 13th century, undoubtedly caused immense disruption and destruction across Central Asia and beyond, temporarily interrupting established trade patterns. Imagine the fear and chaos that swept through the oasis cities and caravan routes as the Mongol armies advanced. Yet, paradoxically, once the conquest subsided and the vast Mongol Empire was established, eventually stretching from Eastern Europe and the borders of Egypt all the way to China and Korea, it ushered in a period of unprecedented unity and stability across much of Eurasia, often referred to as the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace. Under rulers like Genghis Khan's successors, particularly Ogadai, Mongke, and notably Kublai Khan, who established the Yuan dynasty in China, the Mongols actively sought to promote and protect trade and communication across their immense domain. They understood the economic benefits of thriving commerce. They suppressed banditry along the routes, punished local officials who extorted merchants, and established a remarkable system of communication and travel known as the Yam. Picture this system. A network of relay stations strategically placed perhaps every 25 to 30 miles along major routes, equipped with fresh horses, food, and lodging for official messengers, envoys, and authorized merchants carrying special passports or paisas. This system allowed for incredibly rapid communication and relatively safe travel across vast distances, connecting the different parts of the sprawling Mongol Empire, from Karakoram in Mongolia to Khanbalik in China, to Sarai on the Volga River, and Tabriz in Persia. For roughly a century, it became possible for travelers, merchants, missionaries, and diplomats to journey across Eurasia with a degree of safety and speed previously unimaginable. It was within this unique environment of the Pax Mongolica that perhaps the most famous of all Silk Road travelers undertook his legendary journey. Marco Polo. Imagine him as a young man, setting out from the bustling maritime republic of Venice around the year 1271, accompanying his father, Niccolo, and his uncle, Maffeo Polo. These elder Polos were experienced merchants who had already made a previous journey eastward, reaching the court of Kublai Khan. Now they were returning, carrying letters from the Pope, and bringing young Marco along. Picture their arduous overland journey lasting several years, traversing Persia, crossing the treacherous Pamir Mountains, skirting the Taklamakan Desert, finally arriving at the court of the Great Khan, possibly at his opulent summer palace in Xanadu, described in evocative, almost mythical terms in Polo's later account. Marco Polo reportedly spent the next 17 years in the service of Kublai Khan. The Khan, impressed by the young Venetian's intelligence and keen observation skills, employed him on various diplomatic missions and administrative tasks throughout the vast Yuan Empire in China and possibly beyond, into Southeast Asia. Polo learned languages, observed customs, noted resources, and gathered information about the diverse peoples and regions under Mongol rule. Imagine him traveling through bustling Chinese cities, witnessing technologies unknown in Europe, observing the use of paper money, coal as fuel, and sophisticated administrative systems. His account details the grandeur of Kublai Khan's court, the efficiency of the Yam system, the wealth of Chinese cities, and numerous other wonders. Eventually, around 1292, the Polos were permitted to leave China, accompanying a Mongol princess destined to marry a ruler in Persia. This return journey was primarily by sea, sailing through the South China Sea, across the Indian Ocean, eventually reaching Persia, and then making their way back overland to Venice, arriving home in 1295 after an absence of 24 years, laden with wealth and incredible stories. Upon his return, Marco Polo became involved in conflicts between Venice and its rival, Genoa, and was captured and imprisoned by the Genoese. It was during his imprisonment, around 1298, that he dictated the story of his travels to a fellow inmate, a romance writer named Rustichello da Pisa. The resulting book, known as The Travels of Marco Polo, or Description of the World, became a medieval bestseller, translated into numerous languages and circulated widely across Europe. Though met with some skepticism, often called Il Milione, the Million Lies, the book had a profound impact. It provided Europeans with the most detailed first-hand account of China, India, and the East available at the time, firing the European imagination with images of immense wealth, powerful empires, and exotic cultures. It influenced European cartography, providing valuable geographical information, and significantly spurred European interest in finding direct sea routes to the riches of the East, inspiring later explorers, including potentially Christopher Columbus himself, who reportedly owned an annotated copy. While Marco Polo was just one of many travelers who traversed Eurasia during the Pax Mongolica, his detailed account ensured his journey became the quintessential Silk Road story for generations, symbolizing the peak of direct east-west interaction facilitated by the vast, albeit relatively short-lived, Mongol Empire. The era of unprecedented trans-Eurasian connectivity fostered by the Mongol Empire, the Pax Mongolica, proved to be relatively fleeting. Starting in the mid-14th century, the confluence of factors began to contribute to the gradual decline of the overland Silk Road routes as the primary arteries of long-distance trade between East and West. The unified Mongol Empire itself began to fragment into successor states. The Yuan dynasty in China was overthrown by the native Ming dynasty in 1368, the Ilkhanate in Persia dissolved, the Golden Horde in Russia weakened, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia broke apart. This political fragmentation led to increased instability, warfare between successor states, and a decline in the centralized protection and maintenance of the trade routes and the vital yam relay system that had made travel relatively safe and efficient under unified Mongol rule. Crossing vast stretches of Central Asia became increasingly dangerous and unpredictable once more. Another devastating blow came in the form of the Black Death, the horrific pandemic of bubonic plague that swept across Eurasia in the mid-14th century. Originating possibly in Central Asia or China, the plague spread rapidly along the established trade routes, carried by infected rodents and fleas, traveling with caravans and ships. It caused catastrophic population losses across China, the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe, wiping out perhaps a third or even half of the population in affected areas. This massive demographic catastrophe severely disrupted economies, reduced demand for luxury goods, and understandably made people wary of long-distance travel and interaction, further hindering the flow of commerce along the Silk Road. Simultaneously, fundamental shifts were occurring in global trade dynamics. While the overland routes faced increasing difficulties, maritime technology in Europe was steadily advancing. Driven partly by a desire to bypass the overland routes, which were often controlled by intermediary powers like Venice, Genoa, and later the rising Ottoman Empire, European nations, particularly Portugal and Spain, began investing heavily in shipbuilding and navigation. They sought direct sea routes to the sources of valuable spices and other goods in Asia. Vasco da Gama's successful voyage around Africa to India in 1498 marked a turning point. It opened up a direct, albeit long and perilous maritime route to the Indian Ocean, allowing European powers to access Asian markets directly, bypassing the traditional overland Silk Road. As sea travel became more efficient and capable of carrying bulk goods more cheaply than camel caravans, maritime routes gradually supplanted the overland Silk Road as the primary conduit for east-west trade, especially for high-volume commodities. The ancient land routes did not disappear entirely. Regional trade continued, and they remained important culturally, but their significance in global commerce diminished significantly over the ensuing centuries. Yet, the legacy of the Silk Road endures, woven deeply into the fabric of the cultures and civilizations it connected for millennia. Imagine the lasting echoes, the genetic diversity found in populations along the routes, reflecting centuries of migration and intermingling. The culinary exchanges that introduced new fruits, vegetables, and spices across continents. The shared artistic motifs and architectural styles found in distant lands. The linguistic influences carried by merchants and travelers, and the deep roots of world religions like Buddhism and Christianity far from their places of origin. The Silk Road fostered not just trade, but a profound, albeit slow and intermittent, conversation between diverse societies across the vast Eurasian landmass. In modern times, there has been a renewed fascination with the Silk Road, often romanticized as a symbol of exotic adventure and peaceful exchange. Its name and legacy are sometimes evoked in contemporary contexts, such as China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative, a modern project aimed at enhancing infrastructure and connectivity across Eurasia, consciously drawing on the powerful historical resonance of the ancient Silk Road. As we reflect on this vast network of pathways, now mostly quiet traces on the landscape or bustling modern highways following ancient alignments, we can appreciate the enduring human desire for connection, exchange, and understanding across immense distances, a desire embodied in the quiet, persistent whispers of the Silk Road, carried on the winds of history. As the dust settles on the ancient Silk Road, let the quiet legacy of connection and exchange guide your thoughts toward serene stillness. Let your mind settle now on the heart of Europe in the early years of the 17th century. Picture Central Europe, a complex mosaic of territories known collectively as the Holy Roman Empire. This was not a unified state like modern Germany, but rather a sprawling, decentralized entity composed of hundreds of semi-independent principalities, duchies, bishoprics, free cities, and kingdoms, all loosely bound together under the authority of the Holy Roman Emperor, who was typically elected from the powerful Habsburg dynasty of Austria. For decades, a fragile peace had held sway over this intricate political landscape, but beneath the surface, deep-seated tensions simmered, like embers glowing in dry tinder, ready to ignite into a devastating conflagration. The primary source of this tension was religion. The Protestant Reformation, begun a century earlier, had irrevocably fractured the religious unity of Western Christendom. The Peace of Augsburg, signed in 1555, had attempted to resolve the conflict within the empire by establishing the principle of cuius regio, eius religio, whose realm, his religion. This meant that individual rulers could choose either Catholicism or Lutheranism as the official faith of their territory. Subjects who did not conform were expected to emigrate. While this compromise brought a temporary halt to open religious warfare within the empire, it was inherently unstable and incomplete. Crucially, it did not recognize Calvinism, a dynamic and intellectually vigorous branch of Protestantism, but was gaining significant ground in several important German states, such as the Palatinate on the Rhine River, Brandenburg, and Hesse-Kassel, as well as among the nobility in places like Bohemia. Furthermore, the agreement was ambiguous on the fate of lands held by Catholic bishops and abbots who converted to Lutheranism. Could they take their territories with them out of the Catholic Church? Catholics generally said no. Protestants often acted as if they could. This issue of secularized church lands became a persistent source of friction. Adding to the religious unease was the broader European context of the Counter-Reformation, the concerted effort by the Catholic Church, often supported by powerful Catholic rulers like the Habsburgs of Spain and Austria, to regain lost ground, both spiritually and politically. Jesuit missionaries worked diligently to reconvert Protestant areas, while Catholic rulers sought to enforce religious uniformity within their domains, sometimes curtailing rights previously granted to Protestant minorities. This rising religious antagonism led to the formation of opposing military and political alliances within the empire, further polarizing the situation. In 1608, several Protestant princes and cities, led by Frederick IV, the Calvinist Elector Palatine, formed the Protestant Union to defend their interests. In response, Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria spearheaded the creation of the Catholic League in 1609, uniting Catholic states for mutual defense. The existence of these armed leagues meant that any local conflict now had the potential to escalate rapidly, drawing in allies from across the empire. Entangled with these religious divisions were complex political ambitions. Many German princes, both Catholic and Protestant, sought to increase their own autonomy and power at the expense of the emperor's central authority. External powers also watched developments within the empire closely, seeing opportunities to advance their own interests. Spain, ruled by another branch of the Habsburg family, saw the empire as crucial for its Spanish road, the supply route connecting its Italian possessions to the Spanish Netherlands, and consistently supported the Catholic cause. France, though Catholic itself, was ruled by the Bourbon dynasty, chief rivals of the Habsburgs, and, under the astute guidance of figures like Cardinal Richelieu later in the conflict, France paradoxically sought to weaken Habsburg power by supporting their Protestant opponents within the empire. Other powers like Denmark and Sweden also harbored ambitions for territory and influence along the Baltic coast of the empire. The flashpoint for this volatile mix of religious animosity, political ambition, and external rivalry proved to be the Kingdom of Bohemia, nestled within the Holy Roman Empire, but possessing its own distinct history and elective monarchy. Bohemia had a large and assertive Protestant majority, including Lutherans, Calvinists, and followers of the earlier reformer Jan Hus. They had previously secured guarantees of religious tolerance from Emperor Rudolf II in a document called the Letter of Majesty in 1609. However, when the staunchly Catholic Ferdinand of Styria, a Habsburg known for his intolerance towards Protestants, was designated as heir to the Bohemian throne, fears grew among the Bohemian Protestant nobility that their hard-won rights would be revoked. Tensions escalated rapidly, particularly over the construction of Protestant churches on lands claimed by Catholic authorities. In May 1618, a group of enraged Protestant nobles marched to Prague Castle, confronted two of Ferdinand's imperial governors, Jaroslav Bozita of Martinice and Wilhelm Slavata of Schlum, along with their secretary Philip Fabricius, accused them of violating the Letter of Majesty, and, in a dramatic gesture echoing an earlier event in Bohemian history, threw them out of a high castle window. Miraculously, all three men survived the fall of some 70 feet, landing on a refuse pile or sloping embankment. But the act itself, the second defenestration of Prague, was an open act of rebellion against Habsburg authority, shattering the fragile peace and igniting the conflict that would engulf Europe for the next 3 decades, the 30 Years' War. The dramatic act of defiance in Prague Castle on May 23, 1618, the hurling of the imperial governors from the window, immediately triggered a full-scale revolt by the predominantly Protestant Bohemian estates against their Habsburg rulers. This initial phase of the 30 Years' War, often called the Bohemian Revolt or the Bohemian Palatine phase, was centered on the struggle for control of the Bohemian crown and the defense of Protestant rights against the resurgent Catholic power embodied by Ferdinand II. Imagine the atmosphere in Prague following the defenestration. A surge of defiant energy among the Protestant nobles, the formation of a provisional government, the raising of troops, and the expulsion of Jesuit priests seen as agents of the Counter-Reformation. The rebels initially gained control over most of Bohemia and sought allies among fellow Protestants within the Holy Roman Empire and beyond. Their actions represented a direct challenge not just to Ferdinand's authority in Bohemia, but to the entire Habsburg political and religious agenda for Central Europe. A crucial turning point came in August 1690. Following the death of Emperor Matthias, the Bohemian estates formally deposed Ferdinand as King of Bohemia, refusing to recognize his claim despite his previous designation. In his place, they elected Frederick V, the young Calvinist Elector Palatine, as their new king. This was a bold, perhaps reckless, move. Frederick was a leading figure in the Protestant Union, the alliance of Protestant German states, and he was the son-in-law of the powerful King James I of England and Scotland. The Bohemians hoped that electing Frederick would galvanize widespread Protestant support, both within the empire and from major powers like England and the Dutch Republic, transforming their local revolt into a broader defense of the Protestant cause. Frederick, perhaps swayed by ambition and the urging of advisors who saw a chance to increase Calvinist influence, accepted the Bohemian crown later that year. He traveled to Prague with his wife, Elizabeth Stuart, and was crowned in November 1619. For a brief period, Prague became a center of Protestant hopes, but Frederick's reign would be short-lived, earning him the unfortunate nickname, the Winter King, Ferdinand II, who, despite his deposition in Bohemia, was elected Holy Roman Emperor just days after Frederick's election as King of Bohemia, was absolutely determined to crush the revolt and reclaim his inheritance. He skillfully marshaled his forces and alliances. Crucially, he secured the firm support of his relative, the powerful King Philip III of Spain, who saw an opportunity to strengthen the Habsburg position and aid the Catholic cause. Spain provided vital financial subsidies and experienced troops. Ferdinand also gained the military backing of the Catholic League within the empire, led by the capable Duke Maximilian I of Bavaria, who was promised Frederick V's electoral title as a reward for his support. The Protestant Union, meanwhile, proved weak and divided. Many Lutheran princes were wary of Calvinist leadership and reluctant to openly challenge the emperor. King James I of England, despite family ties, offered little concrete military support to his son-in-law. Frederick V found himself isolated, facing a powerful coalition determined to unseat him. The decisive military confrontation came swiftly. An army of the Catholic League, commanded by the experienced Walloon general Count Tilly, along with imperial troops, marched into Bohemia. On November 8, 1620, they met the Bohemian army, which included German mercenaries and troops loyal to Frederick V, on a hill called Bila Hora, or White Mountain, just outside the city of Prague. Imagine the scene, the two armies facing each other on a cold autumn day, the fate of Bohemia hanging in the balance. The battle itself was surprisingly short, lasting perhaps only an hour or two. The Bohemian forces, though fighting bravely initially, were poorly coordinated and perhaps lacked morale compared to the disciplined veterans of the Catholic League. A determined imperial assault broke the Bohemian lines, leading to a rout. Frederick V, the Winter King, barely managed to escape Prague with his family, beginning a life in exile. The Battle of White Mountain was a catastrophic defeat for the Bohemian Protestants, and a resounding victory for Ferdinand II and the Catholic cause. The consequences for Bohemia were severe and long-lasting. Ferdinand swiftly reasserted control. 27 leaders of the Bohemian Revolt were publicly executed in Prague's Old Town Square in 1621. Protestant nobles had their lands confiscated and redistributed to loyal Catholic supporters, including military adventurers like Albrecht von Wallenstein, who would later play a major role. Protestantism was rigorously suppressed. Churches were closed, ministers expelled, and Catholicism was forcibly reimposed as the sole permitted religion. The Bohemian crown was declared hereditary in the Habsburg family, ending its elective status, and the kingdom lost much of its traditional autonomy. The revolt was crushed, but the conflict was far from over. The war then shifted westward, as Spanish and Bavarian forces invaded Frederick V's hereditary lands, the Palatinate, along the Rhine River. Despite some resistance, the Palatinate was largely conquered by 1623, its valuable electoral title transferred to Duke Maximilian of Bavaria. This initial phase of the 30 Years' War ended with what seemed like a complete triumph for the Emperor and the Catholic League, significantly altering the religious and political balance within the Holy Roman Empire, and sending waves of alarm through the remaining Protestant states of Germany and neighboring kingdoms. The decisive imperial and Catholic victories in Bohemia and the Palatinate during the first phase of the 30 Years' War did not lead to a lasting peace. Instead, they sowed the seeds for the conflict's expansion, drawing in external powers concerned by the rapid growth of Habsburg influence and the perceived threat to Protestantism in Northern Europe. Imagine the situation around 1624. Emperor Ferdinand II seemed triumphant. The Protestant Union had effectively dissolved, and Frederick V was an exiled fugitive. Yet, the very scale of this success caused apprehension among neighboring Protestant rulers, particularly those in northern Germany and Scandinavia, who feared the emperor might next attempt to reclaim church lands secularized during the Reformation, or extend his authority over the relatively independent states of the region. This fear provided both a pretext and an opportunity for foreign intervention, leading to the second major phase of the war, often called the Danish phase. The primary actor in this new phase was King Christian IV of Denmark and Norway. Christian was an ambitious and energetic ruler, a staunch Lutheran, and also, through his title as Duke of Holstein, a prince of the Holy Roman Empire itself, giving him a direct stake in German affairs. He harbored ambitions to increase Danish influence in northern Germany, particularly aiming to gain control over valuable bishoprics like Bremen and Verden for his sons, and perhaps to champion the cause of the beleaguered German Protestants against the emperor. Encouraged by promises of financial support from England, the Dutch Republic, and France, all seeking ways to check Habsburg power without committing their own troops directly at this stage, Christian IV decided to intervene militarily. In the spring of 1625, he led his Danish army, supplemented by German Protestant mercenaries, south into the empire, aiming to rally Protestant resistance and challenge the forces of the Emperor and the Catholic League. Emperor Ferdinand II, facing this new threat, found himself in a difficult position. The army of the Catholic League, commanded by Count Tilly, was formidable but primarily loyal to Duke Maximilian of Bavaria. Ferdinand desired his own independent military force, directly under his control. This need provided an opportunity for one of the most remarkable and controversial figures of the war, Albrecht von Wallenstein. Wallenstein was a Bohemian nobleman who, despite a Protestant upbringing, had converted to Catholicism and profited immensely from land confiscations after the Battle of White Mountain. He was an incredibly wealthy, ambitious, and militarily talented organizer. He made an extraordinary offer to Emperor Ferdinand. He would raise, equip, and finance a large imperial army, numbering tens of thousands of soldiers, at his own expense initially, in return for the right to command it and to levy contributions, essentially organized plunder, from the territories it occupied, regardless of whether they were friendly or hostile. Desperate for troops, Ferdinand accepted Wallenstein's audacious proposal. Thus, the Danish intervention found itself facing two formidable opponents: the experienced army of the Catholic League under Tilly, and Wallenstein's rapidly assembled, large and ruthless imperial army. Christian IV's campaign soon ran into difficulties. His alliances proved shaky. Promised foreign subsidies were often slow to arrive, and his forces were numerically inferior to the combined strength of Tilly and Wallenstein. Wallenstein, operating with considerable autonomy, proved particularly effective, maneuvering skillfully and ensuring his army was well supplied through relentless exploitation of the land. Key defeats shattered the Danish efforts. In August 1626, Tilly inflicted a major defeat on Christian IV's main army at the Battle of Lutter am Barenberg in Lower Saxony. Wallenstein, meanwhile, campaigned successfully further east, defeating Protestant forces allied with Denmark. Danish hopes crumbled under the pressure of these military setbacks and the devastating economic impact of Wallenstein's army occupying parts of northern Germany. By 1629, Christian IV was forced to sue for peace. The Treaty of Lübeck, signed in May 1629, allowed Christian to recover his occupied Danish territories, but required him to renounce his claims within the Holy Roman Empire and pledge not to intervene in German affairs again. The Danish intervention had ended in failure. Its main consequence was to leave Emperor Ferdinand II apparently stronger than ever. At this peak of his power, and encouraged by hardline Catholic advisors, Ferdinand issued the fateful Edict of Restitution in March 1629. This edict declared that all church properties, archbishoprics, bishoprics, monasteries, and lands that had been secularized or taken over by Protestant rulers since the Peace of Passau in 1552 were to be returned to Catholic control. This applied to vast territories across northern and central Germany, potentially displacing numerous Protestant rulers and drastically altering the religious and political map established over the previous 70 years. While intended to solidify the Catholic victory, the Edict of Restitution proved deeply divisive and counterproductive. It caused widespread alarm, resentment, and resistance, not only among Protestants but also among moderate Catholic princes who feared the massive increase in the emperor's power and the potential for endless legal disputes and renewed conflict. It effectively ensured that the war would continue, galvanizing opposition and paving the way for the intervention of a new, even more formidable Protestant champion, King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. The apparent triumph of Emperor Ferdinand II and the Catholic cause, solidified by the defeat of Denmark and the imposing Edict of Restitution in 1629, proved to be a catalyst for the next dramatic phase of the 30 Years' War. The edict, demanding the return of vast church lands secularized by Protestants, caused widespread fear and resentment, uniting disparate Protestant forces in opposition and alarming even moderate Catholics wary of unchecked imperial power. Into this volatile situation stepped a new, formidable player from the north, King Gustavus II Adolphus of Sweden. His intervention, beginning in the summer of 1630, would fundamentally alter the course of the war, introducing innovative military tactics and shifting the balance of power once again. Imagine the coast of Pomerania on the Baltic Sea in northern Germany in July 1630. A Swedish fleet appears, landing a well-equipped and highly disciplined army led by their charismatic king. Gustavus Adolphus, known as the Lion of the North, was a devout Lutheran, genuinely concerned about the fate of his fellow Protestants in Germany. But his motivations were also strategic and political. He sought to prevent the Habsburg Emperor from establishing a strong naval presence in the Baltic Sea, which Sweden considered its own sphere of influence, vital for its security and trade in timber, copper, and grain. He also harbored ambitions of expanding Swedish territory and prestige along the Baltic coast. Crucially, Gustavus Adolphus did not intervene alone. His campaign received essential financial support from an unlikely source, Catholic France. Cardinal Richelieu, the chief minister of King Louis XIII of France, pursued a foreign policy based on raison d'etat, the interests of the state, which prioritized weakening the rival Habsburg dynasty above religious solidarity. Through the Treaty of Bärwalde in January 1631, France agreed to provide substantial subsidies to Sweden, enabling Gustavus Adolphus to maintain his army in Germany without bankrupting his relatively small kingdom. This alliance highlighted the complex interplay of religion and geopolitics that characterized the 30 Years' War. Gustavus Adolphus was more than just a king. He was a military genius who revolutionized warfare in the early 17th century. He introduced significant tactical innovations that made the Swedish army arguably the most effective fighting force of its time. Picture his army. Infantry, organized into smaller, more flexible units, capable of delivering sustained volley fire with lighter muskets. Artillery made significantly lighter and more mobile, allowing cannons to be repositioned quickly during battle to support infantry attacks directly. And cavalry trained to charge aggressively with sabers after firing pistols, rather than relying solely on the indecisive caracole maneuver favored by imperial cavalry. Discipline, training, religious motivation, and Gustavus's own inspiring leadership combined to create a truly formidable force. After landing, Gustavus Adolphus spent time securing his foothold in Pomerania and cautiously building alliances with reluctant Protestant German princes, many of whom were initially wary of Swedish ambitions. The brutal sack of the Protestant city of Magdeburg by Imperial General Tilly's forces in May 1631, an event that horrified Europe, helped galvanize Protestant support behind the Swedish king. the Elector of Brandenburg, and, crucially, the powerful Elector John George I of Saxony, finally allied with Sweden. With his alliances secured, Gustavus Adolphus marched south to confront Tilly. The decisive clash came at the Battle of Breitenfeld, near Leipzig, on September 17, 1631. Imagine the vast battlefield. The veteran imperial army under Tilly facing the innovative Swedish forces allied with the Saxons. Tilly's traditional dense infantry squares initially drove back the Saxon contingent, but the superior flexibility, firepower, and discipline of the Swedish formations held firm, repulsed imperial cavalry charges, and eventually enveloped and routed Tilly's army. Breitenfeld was a stunning victory for Gustavus Adolphus. It shattered the myth of imperial invincibility, reversed the tide of the war, and opened the way for the Swedish army to advance deep into the heart of Germany. In the months following Breitenfeld, Gustavus Adolphus seemed unstoppable. He marched southwest, liberating Protestant territories, capturing key cities like Frankfurt, Mainz, and even crossing the Rhine. He wintered in Mainz, holding court like a new emperor, planning further campaigns. In the spring of 1632, he invaded Bavaria, the heartland of the Catholic League, forcing Duke Maximilian to flee his capital, Munich, which the Swedish army occupied. Emperor Ferdinand II, facing disaster, recalled his most capable general, Albrecht von Wallenstein, whom he had previously dismissed due to political pressure from princes wary of Wallenstein's immense power and autonomy. Wallenstein quickly raised another large army and maneuvered to challenge the Swedish king. The two great commanders finally met at the Battle of Lutzen, near Leipzig, on November 16, 1632. Picture a chaotic battle fought amidst thick fog and smoke. The fighting was fierce and desperate on both sides. The Swedes eventually gained the upper hand, forcing Wallenstein to retreat, but it came at a terrible cost. Gustavus Adolphus, leading a cavalry charge in the confusing fog, became separated from his troops and was killed. The death of the Lion of the North was a devastating blow to the Protestant cause and to Sweden. Yet, Sweden did not withdraw from the war. Under the capable leadership of Chancellor Axel Oxenstierna, guiding the young Queen Christina, Sweden and its German allies continued the fight, determined to secure the gains won by their fallen king. The war ground on, marked by shifting alliances and continued fighting. Wallenstein himself, suspected of treasonous negotiations with the enemy and wielding too much independent power, was declared an outlaw by the emperor and assassinated by imperial officers in February 1634. While the Swedish intervention had dramatically altered the war, saving the Protestant cause in Germany from imminent collapse, the death of Gustavus Adolphus and the removal of Wallenstein left a leadership vacuum, ensuring the conflict would drag on, becoming less about religion and increasingly about the raw geopolitical struggle for dominance in Europe, soon drawing France directly into the fray. The death of Sweden's king Gustavus Adolphus at Lutzen in 1632, followed by the assassination of the imperial general Wallenstein in 1634, marked significant turning points in the 30 Years' War. While Sweden remained a major participant under Chancellor Oxenstierna, the driving force and character of the conflict began to shift noticeably. The period, from roughly 1635 onwards, is often termed the French phase, recognizing the decision by France, under the astute and calculating leadership of Cardinal Richelieu, chief minister to King Louis XIII, to intervene directly and militarily in the war. This intervention transformed the conflict from what had begun largely as a religious and political struggle within the Holy Roman Empire into a continent-wide geopolitical contest, primarily between the Bourbon dynasty of France and the allied Habsburg dynasties of Spain and Austria. For Richelieu, the paramount goal was raison d'etat, the interest of the French state, which he believed required breaking the perceived encirclement of France by Habsburg territories and establishing France as the preeminent power in Europe. Religious considerations became secondary to this overarching strategic aim, leading Catholic France to openly ally with Protestant Sweden and German princes against the Catholic Emperor and the King of Spain. France's direct entry into the war significantly widened its scope and intensity. The conflict now raged across multiple fronts. In Germany, French armies joined forces with Swedish troops and their remaining German Protestant allies to fight against the emperor's forces and contingents sent by Spain. Along the Rhine River, French and imperial forces clashed for control of strategic fortresses and territories like Alsace. In the Spanish Netherlands, France battled Spanish armies in a long-running struggle. Fighting also erupted along the Pyrenees Mountains separating France and Spain, and even in northern Italy, where French and Spanish interests collided. The war became a complex web of campaigns, sieges, shifting alliances, and diplomatic maneuvering, draining the resources of all participating states. This final phase of the 30 Years' War was arguably the most devastating for the civilian population, particularly within the Holy Roman Empire, which remained the primary battleground. Decades of continuous warfare had exhausted the land and its people. Armies on all sides, often composed of mercenaries from various nations with little loyalty beyond their pay, adopted the brutal principle of bellum se ipsum allet, war must feed itself. Picture vast armies, sometimes tens of thousands strong, moving across the German countryside like swarms of locusts. They requisitioned food, fodder, and supplies from local communities, often taking far more than needed and destroying what they couldn't carry. Villages were plundered, livestock driven off, homes burned. Civilians faced violence, extortion, and displacement. Fields went uncultivated as farmers fled or were conscripted. This constant disruption of agriculture, combined with poor harvests and the destruction of infrastructure, led to recurrent and widespread famine in many regions. Malnutrition weakened populations, making them vulnerable to disease. Outbreaks of epidemic diseases, particularly bubonic plague, typhus, and dysentery, swept through both armies and civilian communities, often exacerbated by the movements of troops and refugees, causing mortality rates far exceeding those from direct combat. Imagine the psychological impact on people living through decades of such insecurity and hardship. The constant fear of approaching armies, the loss of homes and livelihoods, the separation of families, the breakdown of social order. Some regions of the Holy Roman Empire suffered catastrophic population losses, estimated by historians to be as high as 30, 40, or even 50% or more in certain areas, although the impact varied significantly across different territories. This period left deep scars on the collective memory of Germany, remembered for centuries as a time of unparalleled suffering and devastation. While the fighting continued, producing notable military leaders like the French generals Prince de Condé and Viscount de Turenne, and resulting in significant battles such as the decisive French victory over the previously renowned Spanish infantry at the Battle of Rocroi in 1643, The overwhelming sense by the mid-1640s was one of exhaustion. The immense human cost, the crippling financial strain on all belligerent states, and the growing realization that no single power could achieve a total victory created a powerful impetus towards finding a negotiated end to the seemingly endless conflict. The stage was slowly, painfully being set for peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless, brutal warfare that had ravaged Central Europe, a profound sense of exhaustion permeated the continent by the mid-1640s. The staggering human cost, the immense financial drain on royal treasuries, the devastation of territories, and the sheer futility of achieving a decisive military victory pushed the warring powers, however reluctantly, towards the negotiating table. The process of achieving peace was itself long and arduous, reflecting the complexity of the conflict and the multitude of competing interests involved. Negotiations finally began in earnest around 1644 in 2 separate cities in the German region of Westphalia, chosen to accommodate the religious divisions. Catholic powers, including France and the Holy Roman Empire, met primarily in the Catholic city of Münster, while Protestant powers, led by Sweden and including various Protestant German states, convened in the nearby Lutheran city of Osnabrück. Imagine these cities bustling with diplomats, envoys, lawyers, and their entourages from across Europe, engaging in years of intricate discussions, proposals, counter-proposals, and maneuvering, even as fighting continued intermittently on the battlefields. The negotiations involved virtually all major European powers of the time. France, represented by figures like Abel Servier and the Comte d'Avaux, aimed to maximize territorial gains, particularly in Alsace along the Rhine, and ensure the continued weakness and fragmentation of the Holy Roman Empire to prevent future Habsburg threats. Sweden, led by Axel Oxenstierna's delegates, including his son Johann Oxenstierna and Johann Adler-Salvius, sought significant territory and financial compensation for its immense military efforts, aiming to secure its dominance in the Baltic Sea. The Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand III sought to preserve as much of his authority and territory as possible, while navigating the demands of both foreign powers and the increasingly assertive German princes within the empire. Spain negotiated primarily with the Dutch Republic, seeking to finally end their long war of independence, while also dealing with France. The Dutch Republic sought formal recognition of its independence. Numerous German states, both large and small, Catholic and Protestant, participated, each vying to protect its own interests, regain lost territories, or secure religious guarantees. After 4 years of complex and often frustrating negotiations, punctuated by continued military campaigns that sometimes influenced the diplomatic process, agreements were finally reached. The series of treaties collectively known as the Peace of Westphalia were signed in Münster and Osnabrück between May and October 1648. These treaties represented a landmark moment in European history, formally ending the 30 Years' War within the Holy Roman Empire. Let us consider the key outcomes. Religiously, the Peace of Westphalia largely reaffirmed the principle of the Peace of Augsburg, but with crucial modifications. Calvinism was formally recognized alongside Catholicism and Lutheranism as a permissible faith within the empire. The controversial Edict of Restitution was effectively nullified, and the benchmark date for determining the status of church lands was set back to 1624, largely restoring the situation before the Danish intervention and confirming Protestant control over many previously contested territories. While religious tolerance was not universally established for individuals within states, the treaties significantly reduced the role of religion as a primary cause for large-scale warfare between European states. Politically and territorially, the peace brought about significant changes. The treaties severely curtailed the power of the Holy Roman Emperor, granting individual German states, estimated at around 300 entities, the right to conduct their own foreign policy, conclude treaties, and determine their own religious affairs, effectively establishing their near sovereignty and ensuring the continued decentralization of Germany for centuries. France made significant territorial gains, acquiring sovereignty over bishoprics like Metz, Tours, and Verdun, and extensive rights in Alsace, strengthening its eastern border. Sweden received a large financial indemnity and obtained control over western Pomerania, Wismar, and the bishoprics of Bremen and Verden, making it a dominant power in northern Germany and the Baltic. Other German states like Bavaria and Brandenburg, Prussia, also saw their status enhanced. Furthermore, the peace formally recognized the independence of the Dutch Republic from Spain after 80 years of conflict, and acknowledged the independence of the Swiss Confederation from the Holy Roman Empire. The Peace of Westphalia is often considered a watershed moment in the development of the modern state system and international relations. It enshrined principles that would become central to international law, such as the sovereignty of states within their own borders, the legal equality among states, and the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of other states. It marked a shift away from religiously based conflicts towards wars fought more explicitly for reasons of state power and dynastic interest. However, this new order was built upon the ruins of Central Europe. The 30 Years' War left an appalling legacy of destruction and loss of life. While precise figures are impossible to ascertain, estimates suggest that the population of the Holy Roman Empire may have decreased by 20% to 40% overall, with some regions suffering far greater losses due to combat, famine, and devastating epidemics. Entire towns and villages were destroyed, economies were shattered, and agricultural land lay devastated. It would take generations for Germany to recover from the trauma and destruction. The Peace of Westphalia, therefore, represented not a triumphant victory for any one side, but rather a hard-won pragmatic settlement born out of sheer exhaustion, ending one of Europe's most destructive conflicts and ushering in a new, albeit still often turbulent, era in its history. As the long shadows of the 30 Years' War recede into the past, allow the eventual quiet of peace to settle over your mind. Allow your mind to settle into a period of profound intellectual awakening, a time when the very foundations of how people understood the world, society, and their place within it began to shift. This era, unfolding primarily across Europe during the late 17th and throughout the 18th century, is known as the Enlightenment, or the Age of Reason. It wasn't a sudden event, but rather a gradual blossoming of ideas, a growing confidence in the power of human intellect to illuminate the darkness of ignorance, superstition, and unquestioned tradition. Imagine emerging from centuries marked by devastating religious wars, like the 30 Years' War we previously explored, and the imposing structures of absolute monarchy and deeply entrenched church authority. Thinkers and observers began searching for new foundations for knowledge, governance, and morality. Foundations based not solely on divine revelation or inherited dogma, but on observable facts, logical inquiry, and the remarkable capacity of the human mind itself. The immediate catalyst for this surge of confidence in reason was the spectacular success of the scientific revolution in the preceding decades. Picture the intellectual landscape transformed by figures like Nicolaus Copernicus and Galileo Galilei, who dared to challenge the ancient Earth-centered view of the cosmos, placing the sun at the center instead, based on careful observation and mathematical reasoning. Think of Johannes Kepler, meticulously calculating the laws of planetary motion. And, towering above all, imagine the impact of Sir Isaac Newton, whose monumental work, the Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, unveiled universal laws of gravitation and motion. Newton demonstrated, through rigorous mathematics and empirical evidence, that the universe operated according to predictable, discoverable natural laws, like a vast, intricate clockwork mechanism set in motion by a divine creator perhaps, but comprehensible through human reason and investigation. If the physical universe operated according to rational laws, the compelling thought arose: could not human society, government, morality, and even human nature itself also be understood and potentially improved through the application of reason? Newton's achievements provided a powerful model and immense inspiration for Enlightenment thinkers. Alongside the influence of science, key philosophical currents paved the way. Consider the French philosopher René Descartes, working earlier in the 17th century. His emphasis on radical doubt as a starting point, his famous declaration, cogito, ergo sum, championed the power of individual reason to arrive at certainty. His method of systematic, rational deduction encouraged thinkers to build knowledge from clear, fundamental principles. Across the English Channel, Francis Bacon advocated for a different path to knowledge: empiricism, emphasizing inductive reasoning based on careful observation and experimentation, urging thinkers to gather data from the real world rather than relying solely on ancient texts or abstract logic. Perhaps most influential for the Enlightenment's social and political thought was the English philosopher John Locke. Writing in the late 17th century, Locke profoundly shaped the era's understanding of humanity and governance. In his essay concerning human understanding, he argued against the notion of innate ideas, proposing instead that the human mind at birth is a tabula rasa, a blank slate, shaped entirely by experience and sensory perception. This idea held enormous implications. If human nature was not fixed but malleable, then society could be improved through education, reformed institutions, and a better environment. In his Two Treatises of Government, Locke refuted the divine right of kings and argued that humans possess inherent natural rights. Fundamentally, the rights to life, liberty, and property, which governments are created by the consent of the governed to protect. If a government systematically violated these rights, Locke contended, the people had the right to alter or abolish it. From these interwoven threads, the triumphs of the scientific revolution, the emphasis on rationalism and empiricism, and Locke's theories of natural rights and experience, emerged the core tenets that defined the Enlightenment. Central was an unwavering faith in reason, seen as the universal human capacity to think logically, critically, and independently, capable of discovering truth and solving problems. Closely linked was individualism, a focus on the autonomy, rights, and potential of the individual human being, distinct from the claims of collective bodies like the church or state. Enlightenment thought also embraced skepticism, encouraging critical questioning of all inherited beliefs, traditions, institutions, and claims to authority. demanding evidence and rational justification rather than blind faith. And pervading the era was a powerful, optimistic belief in progress. The conviction that through the application of reason, science, and education, humanity could overcome ignorance, superstition, and tyranny, leading to continuous improvement in knowledge, society, and the human condition. This intellectual toolkit, forged in the preceding century, was now ready to be applied with vigor to every aspect of human life. The Enlightenment was not simply an abstract set of ideas. It was propelled and popularized by a dynamic group of intellectuals, writers, critics, and reformers who actively engaged with the issues of their day. These figures, known collectively, especially in France where the movement found its most vibrant expression, as the philosophes, were the driving force behind the Age of Reason. They were not necessarily formal philosophers in the academic sense, but rather public intellectuals, deeply committed to applying reason and critical inquiry to society, government, religion, and morality, often aiming to educate and influence a wider audience beyond scholarly circles. Imagine them gathering in Parisian salons, debating in coffeehouses, writing voluminous correspondence, and publishing essays, plays, novels, and pamphlets that challenged the status quo and spread Enlightenment ideals across Europe and even to the American colonies. While diverse in their specific views, they shared a common spirit of inquiry, a belief in progress, and a desire to improve the human condition through the power of enlightened thought. Among the most prominent and influential of these philosophes was François-Marie Arouet, far better known by his pen name, Voltaire. Picture Voltaire, witty, sharp-tongued, fiercely intelligent, and relentlessly prolific. He became the embodiment of the Enlightenment's critique of religious intolerance and political oppression. His famous cry, "Écrasez l'infâme," crush the infamous thing, was directed against what he saw as the bigotry, superstition, fanaticism, and oppressive power wielded by organized religion, particularly the Catholic Church, though he was not an atheist, but rather a deist, believing in a creator God discoverable through reason. Voltaire was a tireless advocate for civil liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the right to a fair trial. Having spent time exiled in England, he deeply admired the English constitutional monarchy and its relative tolerance compared to absolutist France, popularizing English ideas through works like his Letters Concerning the English Nation. He corresponded with monarchs across Europe, including Frederick the Great of Prussia and Catherine the Great of Russia, sometimes hoping to influence them towards enlightened absolutism, ruling justly and rationally, though his relationships with them were often complex and disillusioning. His satirical novella, Candide, remains a classic critique of blind optimism and philosophical complacency in the face of suffering and injustice. Another towering figure was Charles-Louis de Secondat, Baron de Montesquieu. Imagine him as a nobleman and magistrate, deeply interested in the structures of government and law. His most significant contribution was the monumental work, The Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748 after years of research and travel. In it, Montesquieu undertook a comparative study of different forms of government throughout history and across cultures, seeking to understand the factors that shaped a nation's laws and institutions. He argued that governmental structures should be adapted to the specific climate, geography, and customs of a people. Most famously, drawing inspiration from his interpretation of the English Constitution, Montesquieu advocated for the separation of powers within government. He proposed dividing state authority among distinct branches, typically legislative, executive, and judicial, with each branch able to check the power of the others. This system, he believed, was the best defense against tyranny and the surest way to protect individual liberty. Montesquieu's theory of separation of powers would have a profound and lasting impact, most notably influencing the framers of the United States Constitution. Perhaps the most enigmatic and radical of the major philosophes was Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Picture a figure often at odds with his fellow Enlightenment thinkers, emphasizing emotion and community alongside reason and individualism. Born in Geneva, Rousseau's ideas profoundly challenged existing social and political norms. In works like The Social Contract, he argued that legitimate government arises not from divine right or inherited power, but from the general will of the sovereign people, who voluntarily agree to subordinate their individual interests to the common good. This concept of popular sovereignty laid theoretical groundwork for democratic revolutions. Rousseau also offered influential, though controversial, ideas on education in his novel Émile, advocating for a more natural approach that allowed a child's innate goodness to flourish, shielded from the corrupting influences of society. He famously idealized the noble savage, suggesting that humans in a state of nature were inherently good, compassionate, and free, and that society, particularly the institution of private property, had introduced inequality and vice. While celebrating reason, Rousseau also gave weight to feeling and sentiment, anticipating the romantic movement that would follow the Enlightenment. Finally, no account of the philosophes is complete without mentioning the monumental collaborative project that perhaps best encapsulates the Enlightenment's ambition: the Encyclopédie ou Dictionnaire raisonné des sciences, des arts et des métiers, the Encyclopedia, or Rational Dictionary of the Sciences, Arts, and Trades. Spearheaded primarily by the writer Denis Diderot and the mathematician Jean-Laurent d'Alembert, this vast undertaking, published in numerous volumes between 1751 and 1772, aimed to gather all human knowledge, organize it systematically, and make it accessible, promoting rational inquiry and critical thinking. Imagine Diderot tirelessly soliciting articles from leading experts, including Voltaire, Rousseau, Montesquieu, and many others, covering topics from philosophy and theology to science, technology, and crafts. The Encyclopédie was not just a compilation of facts. Its articles often contained subtle, and sometimes overt, critiques of religious dogma, political oppression, and social injustice. It faced censorship and opposition from both the Church and the French state, but its publication represented a triumph for the dissemination of knowledge and the Enlightenment spirit of challenging authority through reasoned argument and accessible information. These philosophes, through their diverse writings and tireless efforts, truly became the guiding voices of a transformative age. The revolutionary ideas generated by Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire, Montesquieu, Rousseau, and the contributors to the Encyclopédie did not remain confined to the pages of scholarly books or the private studies of intellectuals. For the Enlightenment to truly become an age, its principles needed to circulate, to be debated, absorbed, and adapted by a wider audience. Several key social institutions and technological developments played a crucial role in disseminating these potentially disruptive ideas, fostering a vibrant intellectual culture and gradually shaping what we now call public opinion across Europe, particularly in its urban centers. Imagine the ways in which light, the light of reason and knowledge, spread from mind to mind during the 18th century. One of the most distinctive and influential institutions for the spread of Enlightenment thought, especially in France, was the salon. Picture the elegant drawing rooms of wealthy, educated, and often aristocratic women in Paris. Figures like Madame Geoffrin, Madame de Defang, Julie de l'Espinasse, or later Madame Necker. These salonières, or hostesses, presided over regular gatherings, often several times a week, bringing together leading philosophes, writers, artists, scientists, foreign dignitaries, and liberal-minded nobles. Within the refined atmosphere of the salon, governed by rules of polite conversation and intellectual exchange, new ideas were presented, debated, and refined. Works in progress might be read aloud, letters from abroad shared, political rumors discussed, and artistic tastes shaped. These gatherings were crucial networking hubs, fostering connections, providing patronage for struggling writers, and allowing ideas to cross social and disciplinary boundaries. Importantly, the salons provided a unique space where women played a central role not just as hostesses, but as active participants and intellectual patrons, shaping the course of Enlightenment discourse in ways often underestimated by traditional histories. Though exclusive by nature, the salons acted as crucial incubators and disseminators of enlightened thought among the influential elites of society. While salons catered primarily to the upper echelons, another type of social space emerged as a vital center for intellectual life among a broader, though still predominantly male and middle-class audience, the coffee house. Imagine the coffee houses that proliferated first in London in the late 17th century, and then across other major European cities during the 18th. These establishments offered more than just the stimulating new beverage, coffee. They provided spaces where men could gather relatively affordably, read the latest newspapers and pamphlets, engage in political and commercial discussions, debate philosophical ideas, write letters, and network with peers. Unlike the more formal salons, coffee houses fostered a more open and sometimes boisterous atmosphere of debate. Different coffee houses often attracted specific clienteles: merchants, lawyers, writers, political radicals, becoming hubs for particular interests and viewpoints. They played a significant role in fostering literacy, circulating news and ideas rapidly, and cultivating a culture of critical public discourse outside the direct control of state or church authorities. Underpinning the influence of both salons and coffee houses, and indeed the entire Enlightenment project, was the power of the printed word. The 18th century witnessed a significant expansion in print culture. While literacy rates were still far from universal, they were rising, particularly among the urban middle classes. Printing technology, though not radically changed since Gutenberg, became more widespread, and the costs of producing books, pamphlets, journals, and newspapers gradually decreased. This led to a veritable explosion of printed material. Thinkers could now communicate their ideas to a much wider audience than ever before. Books by major philosophes became bestsellers, often smuggled across borders to evade censorship. Controversial pamphlets debating political or religious issues circulated widely. Newspapers and periodical journals, like Addison and Steele's The Spectator in England, flourished, offering commentary on current events, social manners, and new ideas, shaping public taste and opinion. The aforementioned encyclopédie, despite its high cost and battles with censors, found thousands of subscribers across Europe, demonstrating the hunger for accessible, comprehensive knowledge. Lending libraries and reading societies also emerged, allowing those who couldn't afford to buy books direct access to Enlightenment literature and fostering collective reading and discussion. Together, these developments, the intimate exchanges in salons, the broader debates in coffee houses, and the wide dissemination of ideas through print, contributed to the formation of what philosophers and historians call the public sphere. This refers to an abstract space, distinct from both the state and the private realm of the family, where individuals could come together as a public to discuss and debate matters of common concern, forming opinions based on reason and evidence rather than simply accepting pronouncements from established authorities. This emerging public opinion, informed by Enlightenment ideals spread through these various channels, began to exert a subtle but growing pressure on governments and traditional institutions, challenging their legitimacy and demanding greater accountability, transparency, and reform. The light of reason, once confined to a few, was beginning to illuminate broader society. The Enlightenment was far more than just an abstract philosophical movement. Its proponents passionately believed that the principles of reason, observation, and natural rights could and should be applied to the practical challenges of organizing society, structuring governments, reforming laws, and managing economies. The philosophes and their followers sought to move beyond simply criticizing the old order. They aimed to construct new frameworks for human institutions based on rational principles, designed to promote liberty, justice, and human flourishing. Imagine the intellectual ferment as thinkers across Europe grappled with fundamental questions. What is the best form of government? Where does political authority truly reside? How can laws be made more just and humane? How can nations create lasting prosperity? Their answers, though diverse, profoundly shaped modern political and economic thought and continue to influence debates today. In the realm of political theory, the ideas of thinkers like Montesquieu and Rousseau had enormous impact. Montesquieu, in his The Spirit of the Laws, offered a compelling argument for the separation of governmental powers. Picture his analysis, concentrating power, whether legislative, executive, or judicial, in a single person or body inevitably leads to tyranny. To safeguard liberty, he proposed, these distinct functions of government must be vested in separate branches, each able to check and balance the powers of the others. This concept, though inspired by his interpretation of the English system, provided a clear blueprint for designing constitutional governments. Its influence is most famously seen in the structure of the United States Constitution, with its distinct Congress, presidency, and judiciary, explicitly designed to prevent the overreach of any single branch. Montesquieu's work provided a powerful rational argument for limited government and the rule of law as essential protectors of individual freedom. Jean-Jacques Rousseau offered a more radical and ultimately perhaps more revolutionary perspective on politics. His concept of the social contract challenged the notion that government was imposed from above. Instead, he argued, legitimate political authority arises from the collective agreement of the people themselves, who voluntarily unite to form a political community. In this community, sovereignty, the ultimate right to rule, resides not with a monarch or an aristocracy, but with the people as a whole, expressed through their general will, which aims at the common good. While Rousseau's ideas about how the general will should be determined were complex and open to interpretation, his emphasis on popular sovereignty provided powerful justification for democratic governance and revolutions aimed at overthrowing rulers who did not represent the people's will. His famous declaration, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," resonated deeply with those seeking to dismantle established hierarchies. Not all Enlightenment thinkers advocated for democracy or revolution, however. Some, like Voltaire, placed their hopes in enlightened absolutism or enlightened despotism. This was the idea that an absolute monarch, guided by reason and Enlightenment principles, could implement reforms from above more effectively than could potentially chaotic popular movements. Thinkers like Voltaire corresponded with and sometimes advised powerful rulers such as Frederick the Great of Prussia, Catherine the Great of Russia, and Joseph II of Austria. These enlightened despots often implemented significant reforms. They codified laws, streamlined administration, promoted religious tolerance to varying degrees, supported arts and sciences, and curtailed the privileges of the nobility or the church. Frederick the Great, for instance, called himself the first servant of the state, reformed the Prussian legal system, and promoted education. Joseph II enacted sweeping reforms in Austria, including abolishing serfdom and promoting religious freedom, though many of his reforms were rescinded after his death. While these rulers embraced certain Enlightenment ideals for efficiency and state power, they rarely relinquished their own absolute authority. And the success of this model ultimately depended heavily on the personality and commitment of the individual ruler. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and humanity also spurred calls for legal reform across Europe. The Italian jurist Cesare Beccaria, in his hugely influential essay on Crimes and Punishments, published in 1764, applied rational principles to criminal law and justice. Imagine his critique of the existing systems, often characterized by arbitrary procedures, secret accusations, brutal torture to extract confessions, and harsh, disproportionate punishments, including widespread use of the death penalty for relatively minor offenses. Beccaria argued that punishments should be rational, proportionate to the crime, aimed at deterring future offenses rather than exacting vengeance, and applied equally to all citizens. He condemned torture as irrational and inhumane, and presented strong arguments against capital punishment. His work inspired legal reformers across Europe and in the American colonies, contributing to movements to abolish torture, reform penal codes, and create more humane and rational systems of justice. Finally, the Enlightenment witnessed the birth of modern economics as a distinct field of inquiry, most notably with the Scottish philosopher Adam Smith. His masterwork, The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, provided a comprehensive analysis of market economies and offered a powerful critique of the prevailing mercantilist system, which emphasized state control, protectionism, and the accumulation of gold and silver. Smith argued that national wealth truly derived from the productivity of labor and could be maximized through free markets, private property rights, and the division of labor. Picture his concept of the invisible hand, individual pursuit of economic self-interest, operating within a framework of free competition, unintentionally benefits society as a whole by allocating resources efficiently. He advocated for laissez-faire, minimal government interference in the economy, believing that free trade and competition would lead to greater prosperity for all. Smith's ideas laid the foundation for classical economics and capitalism, profoundly shaping economic policy and debate for centuries to come. In all these fields, politics, law, economics, Enlightenment thinkers sought to apply the clear light of reason to understand and improve the human condition, leaving a legacy of ideas that continues to shape our world. The Enlightenment's profound confidence in human reason, ignited by the scientific revolution, continued to champion the scientific method as the most reliable path to understanding the natural world. Thinkers of this era celebrated empirical observation, experimentation, logical deduction, and the pursuit of knowledge based on verifiable evidence rather than unquestioned authority or divine revelation. While the 18th century may not have produced scientific breakthroughs quite as universe-shattering as Newton's work in the late 17th, it was a period of significant scientific advancement, consolidation, and popularization. Imagine the growth of scientific societies, like the Royal Society in London and the French Academy of Sciences in Paris, fostering collaboration, publication, and debate. Picture advancements in fields like chemistry, biology, geology, and medicine. The scientific approach, methodical, skeptical, evidence-based, became the ideal model for rational inquiry, extending its influence far beyond the natural sciences into philosophy, social thought, and even religious critique. The application of reason to matters of faith was one of the most characteristic and often controversial aspects of the Enlightenment. While few prominent Enlightenment thinkers were outright atheists, many adopted a critical stance towards traditional organized religion, its doctrines, rituals, and particularly its political influence and history of intolerance. A common intellectual position among the philosophes was deism. Imagine deism as a belief in God based purely on reason and the observation of nature, rather than on scripture, miracles, or divine revelation. Deists typically believed that a rational creator God had designed the universe and set it in motion according to immutable natural laws, but that this creator did not subsequently intervene in human affairs through miracles or specific revelations. This watchmaker God could be understood through the study of his creation, the natural world, using human reason. Deism allowed intellectuals to retain a belief in God while rejecting doctrines they saw as superstitious, irrational, or morally questionable within established churches like Catholicism and traditional Protestantism. Figures like Voltaire, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin held views consistent with deism. This rational approach inevitably led to sharp critiques of existing religious institutions. Voltaire, as we've noted, relentlessly attacked religious fanaticism, superstition, and the persecution often carried out in the name of faith, famously urging his readers to crush the infamous thing. Thinkers questioned the literal interpretation of the Bible, challenged accounts of miracles, criticized the wealth and political power wielded by churches, and condemned the history of religious wars and persecution that had plagued Europe. This critique was closely tied to a powerful argument for religious tolerance. John Locke had earlier argued forcefully for the separation of church and state, and for toleration of different Protestant denominations. Enlightenment thinkers expanded on this, advocating for broader tolerance encompassing different Christian sects, sometimes Jews, and occasionally even non-believers, arguing that matters of conscience were private and should not be subject to state coercion. The freedom to practice one's own faith, or none at all, without fear of persecution, came to be seen as a fundamental natural right. The Enlightenment also applied its rational lens to the understanding of humanity itself, laying groundwork for the modern social sciences. Building on Locke's idea of the tabula rasa, thinkers explored how education and social institutions shape human character and potential. Education was seen as crucial for cultivating reason, virtue, and useful knowledge, essential for both individual fulfillment and social progress. Thinkers like Rousseau, in Emile, proposed new models of education focused on natural development, while others like Condorcet envisioned universal public education systems to enlighten the entire populace. The concept of universal human rights, applicable to all people simply by virtue of their humanity, gained traction, derived from Lockean ideas of natural rights. This led, albeit often inconsistently, to early critiques of slavery and the slave trade by figures like Montesquieu, Diderot, and members of abolitionist societies, who pointed out the stark contradiction between the ideals of liberty and equality and the brutal reality of human bondage. Although deeply ingrained prejudices concerning race and gender persisted even among Enlightenment thinkers, the universalist language they employed provided powerful tools for later movements advocating for abolition and women's rights. Furthermore, the Enlightenment fostered new ways of studying human society itself. Thinkers began to apply methods analogous to the natural sciences, seeking patterns, causes, and effects in social phenomena. Montesquieu's comparative study of governments in The Spirit of the Laws aimed to identify factors influencing different political systems. Scottish Enlightenment figures like Adam Ferguson and Adam Smith explored the development of civil society and commerce, laying foundations for sociology and economics. Historians like Edward Gibbon, in his monumental The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, sought to explain historical change through human actions and secular causes, rather than divine intervention. This shift towards a rational, secular understanding of human history and society was a profound legacy of the Enlightenment, shaping the development of modern historical and social scientific inquiry. The era encouraged a fundamental re-evaluation of humanity's place in the universe, emphasizing human agency, the potential for progress through reason, and the importance of understanding both the natural world and human society through critical, evidence-based investigation. The Enlightenment, that remarkable period of intellectual ferment and faith in reason during the 18th century, cast long echoes down through history, profoundly shaping the development of modern Western civilization and continuing to influence global thought today. Its legacy is vast and multifaceted, woven into the very fabric of many modern political systems, legal codes, scientific endeavors, and conceptions of individual rights. Imagine the core ideals we've explored: reason, liberty, progress, tolerance, constitutional government, the separation of church and state, resonating outwards from the salons and coffeehouses of Europe, inspiring reforms, revolutions, and ongoing debates about how best to organize human society. The belief that human beings possess inherent natural rights, articulated so forcefully by Locke and championed by the philosophes, became a cornerstone of modern democratic thought. It found powerful expression in landmark documents like the American Declaration of Independence in 1776, with its ringing assertion of rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, directly echoing Lockean ideas. Similarly, the French Revolution, beginning in 1789, adopted the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, proclaiming principles of liberty, equality, property, and resistance to oppression. Deeply indebted to Enlightenment thinkers like Rousseau and Montesquieu. The Enlightenment's emphasis on constitutionalism, particularly Montesquieu's theory of the separation of powers, provided a practical blueprint for limiting government authority and protecting citizens from tyranny, influencing the design of numerous constitutions around the world. The advocacy for religious tolerance and the critique of the entanglement of church and state fostered the development of secularism. The principle that religious institutions should be separate from governmental affairs, which became a key feature of many modern liberal democracies. The faith in progress through reason spurred advancements in science, technology, medicine, and education, contributing to the material and intellectual developments of the modern era. The very idea of public education, aimed at creating an informed citizenry capable of participating in civic life, owes much to Enlightenment ideals promoted by figures like Condorcet. The economic theories of Adam Smith laid the groundwork for industrial capitalism and continue to shape global economic policies and debates. In countless ways, the Enlightenment helped to construct the intellectual architecture of the modern West. However, it is also crucial to acknowledge the limitations, contradictions, and criticisms associated with the Enlightenment. Even as philosophers championed universal reason and natural rights, many held views deeply embedded in the prejudices of their time. Thinkers who celebrated liberty often failed to extend those ideals consistently to women, enslaved peoples, or non-European populations. Theories of racial hierarchy sometimes emerged alongside universalist principles, and the Enlightenment era coincided with the expansion of European colonialism and the Atlantic slave trade, practices often justified, or at least tolerated, by figures who simultaneously spoke of human freedom. This highlights a significant tension within Enlightenment thought between its universal aspirations and the particular biases of its proponents. Furthermore, the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason and rationality provoked counter-movements. Beginning in the late 18th and flourishing in the early 19th century, Romanticism emerged as a powerful reaction against what was perceived as the Enlightenment's cold, detached rationalism. Picture the Romantics: poets like Wordsworth and Keats, artists like Caspar David Friedrich, composers like Beethoven, celebrating instead emotion, intuition, individual feeling, the power of nature, national identity, history, and the mysteries that lie beyond reason's grasp. Romantics often criticized the Enlightenment for neglecting the spiritual, emotional, and traditional dimensions of human experience. Later critics, particularly in the 20th century following devastating world wars and the rise of totalitarian regimes, questioned the Enlightenment's optimistic faith in reason and progress. Some argued that instrumental reason, detached from ethical moorings, could be used to justify new forms of oppression, bureaucracy, and even genocide. Others pointed to the potential for Enlightenment ideals of universalism to mask forms of cultural imperialism. These critiques remind us that the legacy of the Enlightenment is complex and contested, not a simple story of linear progress. Yet, despite these valid criticisms and limitations, the core questions raised during the Age of Reason remain profoundly relevant today. The ongoing debates about the role of reason versus faith, the balance between individual liberty and collective well-being, the nature of human rights, the limits of government power, the pursuit of social progress, and the challenge of achieving genuine tolerance and equality continue to echo the great conversations that unfolded across Europe 2.5 centuries ago. The Enlightenment, with all its brilliance and its blind spots, remains a crucial reference point for understanding the modern world and navigating its enduring challenges. As the bright light of the Enlightenment softens into history's gentle glow, allow its echoes of reason and progress to usher you towards peaceful contemplation. Allow your mind now to drift into the realm of mystery, towards one of the most enduring and captivating legends in human history. The story of Atlantis, a magnificent civilization said to have vanished beneath the waves in a single catastrophic day. Imagine an island paradise, a center of immense power and advanced knowledge, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and fragmented memories. The allure of Atlantis has captivated explorers, scholars, mystics, and dreamers for centuries, inspiring countless books, films, and theories. Yet, for all the speculation and searching, the origin of this potent legend is remarkably specific. The entire story, everything we think we know about Atlantis, comes down to us from just two works by the great ancient Greek philosopher Plato, written nearly 2,400 years ago, around 360 BCE. These works are his dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. Picture the scene Plato crafts in these dialogues. We are in ancient Athens, listening in on a philosophical conversation. The main speakers include Plato's mentor, the famous philosopher Socrates, along with Timaeus, a Pythagorean philosopher and astronomer, Hermocrates, a statesman and general from Syracuse, and Critias, an Athenian aristocrat, politician, and relative of Plato himself. They are discussing the nature of ideal societies and just governance, topics central to Plato's philosophy. Socrates has described his vision of a perfect state, and now his companions seek to illustrate these principles, perhaps by grounding them in a narrative. It is within this context that Critias introduces the tale of Atlantis. He presents it not as a fanciful myth or allegory, but emphatically as logos alethainos, a true story, a factual account of ancient history forgotten by the Athenians themselves, but preserved elsewhere. Critias claims the story came down through his own family, originating from his ancestor, the renowned Athenian lawgiver and poet Solon, who lived about 2 centuries before Plato. According to Critias, Solon traveled to Egypt, a land revered by the Greeks for its ancient wisdom and enduring civilization. While visiting the city of Sais in the Nile Delta, Solon conversed with learned Egyptian priests. Imagine Solon, eager for knowledge, questioning the priests about the most ancient histories. One aged priest, perhaps with gentle condescension towards the relatively younger Greek civilization, revealed that Egyptian temple records preserved accounts of events far older than Greek memory allowed, including cataclysms that had wiped out earlier civilizations. The priest then recounted the story of a great conflict that occurred 9,000 years before their time, placing it around 9,600 BCE in our terms, between the peoples living inside the Pillars of Hercules and a mighty power situated outside, in the Atlantic Ocean, the island empire of Atlantis. He described how ancient Athens, representing an earlier, virtuous incarnation of the city, had bravely led the resistance against Atlantean aggression. By framing the story in this way, attributing it to the respected Solon, grounding it in the supposed ancient wisdom of Egyptian priests and their written records, and presenting it as actual history, Plato lends the tale of Atlantis an immediate air of credibility and mystery. Was he genuinely recounting a lost historical tradition passed down through Solon and Critias? Or was he using this elaborate framing device, common in his dialogues, to present a philosophical allegory, a fictional narrative designed to explore themes of ideal societies, the dangers of imperial hubris, and the cyclical nature of history? This fundamental ambiguity lies at the heart of the enduring Atlantis enigma. Plato gives us a tantalizingly detailed account, yet provides no other corroborating evidence from Greek or other sources. He plants the seed of a lost world, a magnificent civilization swallowed by the sea, leaving generations to wonder whether they are searching for a real place submerged beneath the waves, or chasing the echoes of a philosopher's profound cautionary tale, carried gently down through the quiet corridors of time. Plato, through the voice of Critias in the dialogue bearing his name, paints a remarkably detailed and vivid picture of the lost island of Atlantis, sketching the geography and structure of this legendary realm with compelling precision. Let us journey in our minds, following Critias's account, beyond the familiar confines of the Mediterranean world known to the ancient Greeks. Atlantis, he tells us, was situated out in the vast Atlantic Ocean, in front of the straits which are by you called the Pillars of Heracles, the ancient name for the Strait of Gibraltar, the narrow passage connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic. This location immediately places Atlantis in a realm beyond the known world, adding to its mystique. It was not just a small island, but described as an island continent, larger than Libya and Asia combined, referring to North Africa and Asia Minor, suggesting an immense landmass. Furthermore, this great island was said to be the gateway to other islands, and from these, one could reach a true continent on the opposite side of the Atlantic Ocean, perhaps hinting at the Americas, though this is purely modern speculation based on Plato's vague description. The heartland of Atlantis itself is described with extraordinary detail. Imagine a large, oblong plain, extending about 3,000 stades in length and 2,000 stades in width, located on the southern part of the island. This plain was exceptionally fertile, sheltered from the cold north winds by beautiful mountains that rose around it, and irrigated by an intricate network of canals that crisscrossed the land, facilitating agriculture and transport. The plain yielded 2 harvests each year, testament to its abundance and favorable climate. The mountains surrounding the plain were rich in resources, providing timber for building, pasture for animals, and, crucially, valuable metals. Plato mentions gold, the most precious, but also highlights another metal, found only on Atlantis and second only to gold in value, orichalcum. Described as flashing like fire, the nature of orichalcum remains a mystery. Perhaps a natural gold-copper alloy like tumbaga, polished brass or bronze, or something entirely mythical, adding another layer of wonder to the tale. The island teemed with diverse animal life, both domestic and wild, including, most remarkably according to Plato's account, numerous elephants, suggesting a climate and environment vastly different from anything known in the Mediterranean. The most astonishing part of Plato's description, however, concerns the capital city of Atlantis, which shared the island's name. Located near the sea on the edge of the Great Plain, this metropolis was said to have been initially shaped by the sea god Poseidon himself. Picture an extraordinary feat of divine engineering. Poseidon carved the land around a central hill, where his beloved mortal wife Cleito lived, creating 3 concentric rings of seawater separated by 2 concentric rings of land, like perfect circles rippling outwards. The central island, the Acropolis, remained the heart of the city. The rings of land were connected to each other and to the surrounding mainland by massive bridges, wide enough for chariots to pass, guarded by gates and towers. A great canal, deep and wide, was cut directly from the sea inland to the outermost ring of water, allowing ships to sail right into the city's protected inner harbors. Further canals connected the rings of water to each other, creating a unique cityscape interwoven with land and sea. The city itself was described as opulent and magnificent. The outer land ring housed dwellings for the general populace and facilities like shipyards and docks, packed with vessels from across the Atlantean Empire. The inner land ring held residences for the military and guards, racetracks for horses, and possibly other public buildings. The central island, the Acropolis, was reserved for the royal palaces and the most sacred temples. The walls surrounding the rings were said to be coated in different metals, the outermost wall in brass, the middle wall in tin, and the wall of the Acropolis itself flashing with the fiery red glow of orichalcum. Aqueducts brought fresh water from the mountains, feeding ornate fountains and public baths, both hot and cold springs having been naturally present. Temples, palaces, harbors, docks, gymnasiums, gardens. Plato paints a picture of a highly organized, technologically advanced, immensely wealthy, and aesthetically stunning civilization. A lost world of wonders situated beyond the edge of known reality, described with a level of detail that continues to fuel speculation about its possible existence, beyond the breathtaking descriptions of its geography and cityscape. Plato's dialogues also offer glimpses into the mythical origins, the idealized early society, and the formidable power of the Atlantean civilization during its prime, often referred to as its Golden Age. Let your imagination drift back to the very beginnings of this legendary island, as recounted by Critias. The story begins with the gods dividing the earth amongst themselves. The island of Atlantis fell to the dominion of Poseidon, the powerful Greek god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. Exploring his domain, Poseidon came upon the central hill of the island, where lived a mortal woman named Cleito, whose parents had passed away. Poseidon fell in love with her, and to protect her, he skillfully broke the ground around her hill, creating the concentric rings of land and sea that would become the city's defining feature, making the central island inaccessible except by sea, which did not yet exist. Poseidon and Cleito, according to the myth, had 5 pairs of twin sons, 10 male offspring in total. These demigods became the first rulers of Atlantis. Poseidon himself established the laws and structure of their society. The eldest twin, Atlas, was made the paramount king over the entire island and the surrounding ocean, which Plato explicitly states was named Atlantic after him. His twin brother, Gadyrus, or Eumelus in Greek, ruled the extremity of the island towards the Pillars of Hercules. The other 4 pairs of twins were also given dominion over different parts of the island, establishing 10 distinct royal lines ruling in harmony. These kings and their descendants governed Atlantis for many generations, presiding over a period of remarkable virtue, prosperity, and peace. In this idealized early phase, the Atlanteans were said to possess great nobility of character. They despised everything but virtue, Plato tells us, carrying their great wealth with indifference, valuing friendship and cooperation above material possessions. They lived according to the laws laid down by Poseidon, which were inscribed on a great pillar made of the mysterious metal orichalcum, located within the sacred central temple. The central Acropolis, the heart of the Atlantean capital, reflected this golden age of piety and power. Imagine the magnificent temple dedicated to Poseidon and Cleito. Its exterior was said to be entirely covered with silver, except for the pinnacles or acroteria at the corners, which gleamed with gold. Inside, the roof was crafted from ivory, intricately decorated with gold, silver, and orichalcum. The temple housed immense golden statues, the centerpiece being a colossal figure of Poseidon himself standing in a chariot drawn by 6 winged horses, surrounded by 100 Nereids riding on dolphins, so large it nearly touched the roof. Around the temple were statues of the first 10 kings and their wives. The royal palace complex was also located on the central island, alongside sacred groves, gardens, and fountains, fed by both hot and cold natural springs, used for elaborate baths for royalty, commoners, men, women, and even separate baths for horses. The political structure of Atlantis was presented as a sophisticated confederation. The rulers of the 10 kingdoms met regularly, typically every 5th or 6th year, alternating at the central temple of Poseidon. Here, after sacred rituals involving the sacrifice of a bull captured without weapons, they would consult on common affairs, judge transgressions against the laws inscribed on the orichalcum pillar, and renew their oaths of mutual loyalty and obedience to the laws of Poseidon. This system suggests a balance between centralized authority under the line of Atlas and regional autonomy for the other kingdoms. Militarily, Atlantis in its prime possessed formidable power. The Great Plain supported a large army, with each district required to provide soldiers, chariots, horses, and supplies. The capital city itself housed barracks for a large garrison. Most impressively, the harbors within the concentric rings held a massive fleet, numbered by Plato at 1,200 warships, along with numerous transport vessels, indicating significant maritime capabilities and control over sea lanes. According to Plato's account, the Atlantean Empire extended its rule over numerous other islands and even parts of the opposite continent across the Atlantic, as well as controlling regions within the Mediterranean as far as Libya and Tyrrhenia, which is part of modern Italy. In its golden age, Atlantis represented the pinnacle of human achievement, a seemingly perfect society blessed by divine origins, immense wealth, advanced knowledge, and unparalleled power. A utopia destined, however, according to Plato's narrative, for a dramatic fall from grace. In Plato's dialogues, the story of Atlantis is not simply a description of a magnificent lost world. It is also a profound cautionary tale about the corrupting influence of power and the dangers of hubris, that excessive pride and arrogance that often precedes a fall. After recounting the divine origins and initial golden age of Atlantean society, where virtue was prized above all else, Plato, through the voice of Critias, describes a gradual but fatal moral decline among the island's inhabitants. Imagine this slow transformation happening over many generations. As the divine nature inherited from their ancestor Poseidon became increasingly diluted through intermingling with mortal humans, the character of the Atlanteans began to change. Their initial indifference to material wealth gave way to avarice and luxury. Their respect for virtue was overshadowed by ambition and a lust for greater power. They became, in Plato's words, filled with unrighteous avarice and power. The laws of Poseidon, once inscribed on the orichalcum pillar and revered in their hearts, began to lose their hold. This internal moral decay manifested itself externally through aggressive expansionism. The immense military power that Atlantis possessed, its vast army, its fleet of 1,200 warships, its control over extensive resources, was no longer used merely for defense or maintaining order within its confederation. Instead, driven by their growing hubris, the kings of Atlantis sought to extend their dominion further, launching ambitious campaigns of conquest. Plato tells us they already ruled over many other islands in the Atlantic and parts of the opposite continent. But their ambition turned towards the Mediterranean world itself. They sought, according to Critias's account, passed down from the Egyptian priests to subjugate the lands within the Pillars of Hercules, specifically targeting Egypt and Athens, and aiming for control over the entire region. Atlantis, once an idealized, self-contained paradise, had become a menacing imperial power bent on dominating others. It is at this point that Plato introduces the counterpoint to Atlantis, ancient Athens. But this is not the Athens of Plato's own time, but a prehistoric idealized version of the city, said to have existed 9,000 years before Solon. Plato uses this ancient Athens as a representation of his own philosophical ideal of a well-governed state, embodying virtues like courage, moderation, wisdom, and justice, precisely the qualities the Atlanteans had lost. Picture this ancient Athens, small perhaps compared to the Atlantean Empire, but strong in its civic virtue and military discipline. According to the narrative, when the mighty Atlantean invasion force swept into the Mediterranean, aiming to enslave its peoples, this ancient Athens stood forth as the leader of the Hellenic resistance. Initially, Athens led a coalition of Greek states against the invaders. However, as the overwhelming power of Atlantis became apparent, Athens's allies supposedly deserted her, leaving the city to stand alone against the seemingly invincible Atlantean war machine. Plato portrays this conflict as a heroic struggle, a testament to the superiority of virtue and good governance over mere size and material power. The citizens of this ancient Athens, he implies, fought with exceptional bravery and skill, successfully repelling the Atlantean invasion and preventing the subjugation of the remaining free peoples of the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, the Critias dialogue breaks off abruptly just as Critias is about to describe the specific details of this great war. We are left without Plato's account of the battles, the strategies, or the precise circumstances of Athens' victory against such overwhelming odds. This unfinished nature adds another layer to the Atlantis mystery. Was Plato unable to complete the story? Did he intentionally leave it unfinished? Or were later parts simply lost to time? Regardless, the core message within Plato's framework is clear. The small but virtuous state of ancient Athens, representing the ideal, managed to withstand the onslaught of the powerful but morally corrupted empire of Atlantis. This narrative serves Plato's philosophical purpose, using the Atlantis story not just as a fascinating tale of a lost world, but as a powerful allegory contrasting the enduring strength of justice and moderation with the ultimately self-destructive nature of unchecked ambition and imperial hubris. The story of Atlantis, as told by Plato, reaches its dramatic and abrupt climax not with the detailed conclusion of the war against Athens, but with the sudden, catastrophic disappearance of the island continent itself. Having introduced the conflict and established ancient Athens as the virtuous victor against the hubristic Atlantean invaders, the narrative takes a swift, calamitous turn. The focus shifts from human conflict to the overwhelming destructive power of nature, or perhaps divine retribution. Imagine the scene implied by Plato's brief but chilling words in the Timaeus dialogue, recounted as part of the Egyptian priest's revelation to Solon. The priest explains that after the war, a terrible fate befell both the victorious Athenian warriors and the defeated Atlantean civilization almost simultaneously. There occurred, the priest is quoted as saying, violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, all your warlike men, the ancient Athenian army, in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, disappeared in the depths of the sea. let the weight of those words settle in a single day and night of misfortune. Plato emphasizes the shocking suddenness and totality of the destruction. This wasn't a gradual decline, a slow erosion of power, or a conquest by another human force. It was an abrupt, overwhelming cataclysm. Two immense forces of nature are invoked: earthquakes and floods. Picture the very foundations of the earth shaking violently, great tremors tearing through the magnificent island continent. Imagine the sea rising in response, perhaps triggered by the earthquakes or associated submarine events. Huge waves or tsunamis crashing over the land, engulfing the meticulously engineered canals, the concentric rings of the capital city, the fertile plains, and the sheltering mountains. Within a compressed time frame of just 24 hours, according to the account, the entire civilization met its end. The vast armies of ancient Athens, presumably still mobilized after their victory, were also swallowed by the earth in the same cataclysm, their heroism abruptly erased from living memory, preserved only, the story implies, in the ancient records of Egypt. The consequence for Atlantis was complete annihilation and submersion. Plato states that the island disappeared in the depths of the sea. He adds another intriguing detail, that the site where Atlantis sank became, for a long time afterwards, an impassable barrier of mud, preventing ships from navigating that part of the Atlantic Ocean. This detail adds a layer of eerie finality, suggesting not just sinking, but perhaps a transformation of the seabed itself, rendering the area hazardous and effectively sealing off the memory of the lost world. Was this impassable mud meant literally, perhaps suggesting volcanic ash or debris? Or was it a more metaphorical barrier, representing the ocean swallowing up all traces? The account of the cataclysm itself is remarkably brief and lacking in specific detail compared to the elaborate descriptions of the island and its city found in the Critias. Plato offers no scientific explanation for the earthquakes and floods, though within the context of Greek mythology, such events were often attributed to the actions of the gods, particularly Poseidon, the god of both the sea and earthquakes, who was the divine founder of Atlantis. Was the destruction, then, a punishment from the gods for the Atlanteans' hubris and moral decline, their abandonment of virtue in favor of avarice and power? Plato doesn't explicitly state this cause in the surviving text, but the narrative structure strongly implies a moral dimension to the catastrophe. The virtuous Athenians, having fulfilled their role in resisting the corrupted empire, are also seemingly destroyed by the same cataclysm, perhaps suggesting the immense indiscriminate power of such events, or fulfilling a different philosophical purpose within Plato's larger framework. Furthermore, the fact that the Critias dialogue, where the detailed description of Atlantis unfolds, breaks off mid-sentence, just as Critias is preparing to elaborate further on the ancient war, adds to the sense of mystery. We are left hanging, with the full story tantalizingly incomplete. Did Plato intend to write more? Were later sections lost? We simply do not know. This abrupt end, combined with the sudden and vaguely described nature of the cataclysm, leaves immense scope for imagination and interpretation. It paints a powerful picture of a mighty civilization vanishing almost instantly, swallowed by the forces of nature, leaving behind only a fragmented story, an echo whispered across millennia, forever inviting us to wonder about the day and the night, that Atlantis was lost beneath the waves. Ever since Plato penned his dialogues Timaeus and Critias around 360 BCE, the question has lingered. Was the story of Atlantis a factual account of a real, lost civilization, or was it a brilliant philosophical invention, an allegory crafted to explore ideas about politics, ethics, and the rise and fall of societies. This fundamental ambiguity lies at the heart of why Atlantis continues to fascinate us. Plato himself, through the character Critias, insists the tale is perfectly true, recounting its supposed transmission from Egyptian priests via Solon. The dialogues offer remarkably specific details about the island's geography, the city's layout, its political structure, and its resources, details that seem, to some, too elaborate for mere fiction. If it were purely an invention, why include such precise measurements and descriptions? Proponents of a historical Atlantis point to these details as potential clues, fragmented memories of a genuine Bronze Age or even earlier civilization that experienced a catastrophic end. However, the arguments against Atlantis being a literal historical account are substantial. Firstly, and perhaps most significantly, there is a complete lack of corroborating evidence from any other ancient source. Major Greek historians like Herodotus or Thucydides, writing before Plato, make no mention of a great Atlantean empire or its war with ancient Athens. Nor do Egyptian records, despite Plato's claim, contain any known reference to Atlantis or Solon's supposed conversation. If such a massive island continent and powerful empire existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules and waged war against Mediterranean peoples, it seems highly unlikely that it would leave no trace whatsoever in the historical or archaeological records of other contemporary civilizations. Furthermore, the time scale Plato gives, 9,000 years before Solon, placing the war around 9,600 BCE, corresponds to the very end of the last ice age, long before the development of the kind of complex, organized states and advanced metallurgy described in the dialogues. This dating seems wildly improbable from a historical perspective. Given these challenges, the prevailing view among classical scholars and historians is that Plato invented the story of Atlantis primarily for philosophical purposes. It serves as a powerful allegory within the context of his dialogues. Ancient Athens, as depicted existing 9,000 years earlier, represents Plato's conception of an ideal, virtuous state. Modest in scale, but strong in its adherence to justice and moderation. Atlantis, conversely, represents the opposite. The technologically advanced, wealthy, and powerful empire that becomes corrupted by hubris, materialism, and unchecked ambition, ultimately leading to its own destruction. The story thus serves as a cautionary tale against imperial overreach and moral decay, while simultaneously providing a mythical backdrop against which Plato could explore his ideas about ideal governance, contrasting it with a flawed, though initially impressive, alternative. The detailed descriptions, from this perspective, serve to make the allegorical contrast more vivid and compelling for his audience. Despite the strong scholarly consensus viewing Atlantis as a myth, the allure of a lost, advanced civilization proved irresistible to many in later eras. After centuries of relative obscurity during the Middle Ages, interest in Atlantis surged following the Renaissance and the Age of Discovery. In the late 19th century, the American writer and politician Ignatius Donnelly published his hugely influential book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Donnelly argued passionately that Plato's account was literal history, portraying Atlantis as the mother civilization from which all subsequent ancient cultures derived their knowledge. His book synthesized various myths, linguistic similarities, and geological speculations, popularizing Atlantis for a modern audience, and sparking renewed efforts to locate the lost continent. Since Donnelly, countless writers, amateur archaeologists, and esoteric thinkers have proposed numerous theories and potential locations. One of the most plausible, though still problematic, historical connections links the Atlantis legend, or at least elements of it, to the Bronze Age Minoan civilization centered on the island of Crete, and the catastrophic volcanic eruption on the nearby island of Thera, around 1600 BCE. Imagine the Thera eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, triggering massive tsunamis, burying the Minoan settlement on Thera under volcanic ash, and potentially causing widespread devastation across the Aegean, severely weakening the Minoan civilization based on Crete. Some scholars suggest that distorted memories of this real Bronze Age catastrophe, perhaps transmitted via Egypt, might have influenced Plato's account of a powerful island civilization destroyed by natural disaster. However, significant discrepancies remain, including the location, the date, and the scale. Other proposed locations for Atlantis range widely across the globe, from the Azores, Canary Islands, or sunken landmasses in the Atlantic, to sites in Spain, Morocco, Ireland, the Americas, Antarctica, and even Heligoland in the North Sea. None supported by credible archaeological or geological evidence matching Plato's description. Esoteric writers and psychics such as Edgar Cayce have also contributed elaborate, channeled narratives about Atlantean history and technology, further fueling popular fascination but lacking scientific basis. Today, while the search for physical evidence of Atlantis continues in some fringe circles, mainstream archaeology and geology find no support for its existence as described by Plato. Yet, the legend endures. Atlantis remains a powerful symbol in Western culture, a symbol of a lost golden age, a utopia swallowed by the sea, a cautionary tale about the limits of human ambition, and a tantalizing mystery hinting at forgotten chapters of human history. It speaks to our deep fascination with origins, with catastrophic loss, and with the enduring hope that perhaps, somewhere beneath the waves or buried in ancient memory, lies the secret of a world more wondrous than our own. The power of Plato's story lies not in its historical accuracy, but in its timeless exploration of civilization, virtue, corruption, and the profound mysteries that lie hidden in the deep past and, perhaps, within ourselves. As the tale of lost Atlantis dissolves into the ocean of myth and time, allow the gentle waves of mystery carry you towards peaceful sleep. Allow your imagination to drift to the Italian peninsula, a land of rolling hills, fertile river valleys, and volcanic mountains, jutting southward into the heart of the Mediterranean Sea. Settle your thoughts in the region known as Latium, in central Italy, along the banks of the Tiber River. It is here, amidst modest hills rising from the plains, that one of history's most influential civilizations would emerge: Rome. Like many ancient cultures, the Romans shrouded their origins in myth and legend, stories that provided them with a sense of divine destiny and ancient lineage. Picture the most famous of these tales: the twin infants, Romulus and Remus, descendants of gods and kings, abandoned by a jealous uncle, set adrift on the Tiber River. Miraculously, they are washed ashore near the future site of Rome, and saved by a she-wolf who nurses them in her den beneath a fig tree on the Palatine Hill. Later discovered and raised by a shepherd, the twins grow up to become leaders. In a dispute over where to found a new city, Romulus kills his brother Remus and, according to tradition, establishes the city of Rome on the Palatine Hill on April 21st, 753 BCE. Another powerful legend connected the Romans to the heroes of the Trojan War. It told of Aeneas, a Trojan prince who escaped the fall of Troy, journeyed across the Mediterranean, endured many trials, and eventually settled in Latium, his descendants becoming the ancestors of Romulus and Remus, thus linking Rome directly to the epic world of Homeric heroes. While these stories are myths, not historical fact, they were profoundly important to the Romans themselves, shaping their identity and their belief in a unique destiny to rule. Archaeology suggests a more gradual development. Small villages existed on Rome's hills perhaps as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements eventually coalesced, possibly influenced by more advanced neighboring civilizations like the Etruscans to the north and Greek colonists in southern Italy. Early Rome was ruled by kings, a period shrouded in legend but likely reflecting Etruscan dominance or significant cultural exchange. Roman tradition lists 7 kings, beginning with the founder Romulus, figures like the wise Numa Pompilius who established religious institutions, and ending with the tyrannical Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. It was the alleged abuses of Tarquin and his family, particularly the tragic story of the virtuous noblewoman Lucretia whose violation led to her suicide, that, according to Roman historians like Livy, ignited a popular uprising. Around the year 509 BCE, the Roman aristocracy, led by figures like Lucius Junius Brutus, overthrew the monarchy, expelled Tarquin the Proud, and vowed never again to be ruled by a king. In place of the monarchy, they established a new form of government called the res publica, literally the public affair or commonwealth, the Roman Republic. Imagine this new system, designed explicitly to prevent the concentration of power in one person's hands. Supreme authority, known as imperium, was now vested in 2 magistrates called consuls, elected annually by the citizens' assembly. The consuls commanded the army, presided over the Senate, and executed the laws. But their power was limited by their short term in office and the fact that each consul could veto the actions of the other. Advising the consuls and holding enormous influence was the Senate, originally composed solely of heads of aristocratic families, the patricians. The Senate controlled state finances, foreign policy, and held a considerable prestige as the repository of tradition and experience. However, the early republic was marked by intense social and political struggle between the wealthy landowning patrician class, who initially monopolized political power and religious offices, and the far more numerous plebeians, the common citizens, farmers, artisans, merchants. Picture the plebeians, often burdened by debt and lacking legal protection, demanding greater rights and political participation. This conflict of the orders stretched over 2 centuries. Through persistent struggle, including tactics like secession, withdrawing from the city en masse, refusing military service, the plebeians gradually won significant concessions. They gained their own elected officials, the tribunes of the plebs, who had the power to veto actions of the consuls and the Senate that harmed plebeian interests. They secured the right to have Rome's laws written down and publicly displayed on 12 bronze tablets. The Law of the 12 Tables, around 451 to 450 BCE, ensuring laws were known and applied more equally, forming the foundation of Roman law. Eventually, plebeians gained access to the consulship and other high offices, gradually integrating into the Roman ruling class. This long struggle, though often contentious, ultimately strengthened the Republic by broadening its political base and fostering a stronger sense of shared Roman identity, laying the foundations for the relentless expansion that would soon follow. Having established the Republic and navigated the early struggles between patricians and plebeians, the Romans turned their energies outward, embarking on centuries of near-constant warfare that would transform their small city-state into the master of the Italian peninsula and eventually the entire Mediterranean world. Imagine the early Roman Republic surrounded by numerous neighboring peoples: Latins, Etruscans, Sabines, Samnites in the rugged mountains to the south, Greek city-states dotting the southern coast in Magna Graecia. Roman expansion was not necessarily a pre-planned grand strategy, but rather a relentless process driven by factors like land hunger, defensive concerns about powerful neighbors, alliances drawing them into conflicts, and a deeply ingrained military ethos that valued martial glory and discipline. Central to their success was the Roman legion. Picture these disciplined units of citizen soldiers, rigorously trained, adaptable, and skilled not only in combat but also in engineering, building roads, bridges, and fortified camps wherever they went. Roman tactics emphasized flexibility and dogged perseverance, often learning from defeats to achieve ultimate victory. Over roughly 2 centuries, from the 5th down to the early 3rd century BCE, Rome gradually subdued its neighbors across Italy. They fought fierce wars against the Etruscans to the north, battled the Latin League, endured multiple grueling wars against the tough Samnite tribes in the Apennine Mountains, and eventually confronted the prosperous Greek cities of southern Italy. One famous encounter involved Pyrrhus, the king of Epirus in western Greece, a renowned general who came to aid the Greek city of Tarentum against Rome around 280 BCE. Pyrrhus won initial battles against the Romans using his war elephants, creatures the Romans had never faced before, but suffered such heavy casualties that he famously remarked, "One more such victory, and we are lost." This gave rise to the term Pyrrhic victory. Eventually, Pyrrhus withdrew, leaving Rome dominant over virtually all of mainland Italy south of the Po Valley by around 264 BCE. Rome consolidated its control cleverly, not always through direct annexation, but often by establishing alliances, granting varying degrees of Roman citizenship or privileges to conquered peoples, founding Roman colonies in strategic locations, and building its remarkable network of paved roads that facilitated troop movement and communication, knitting the peninsula together under its authority. With Italy secured, Rome's gaze turned westward across the sea, leading inevitably to a collision with the other great power in the western Mediterranean, Carthage. Located on the coast of modern Tunisia, Carthage was a wealthy maritime empire founded centuries earlier by Phoenician colonists. It controlled trade routes across North Africa, southern Spain, Sardinia, Corsica, and western Sicily. The ensuing struggle between these two expanding powers, known as the Punic Wars, from Punicus, the Roman word for Phoenician, comprised 3 savage conflicts spanning over a century, from 264 to 146 BCE, and ultimately determined the fate of the Mediterranean world. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BCE, erupted primarily over control of Sicily. Initially a land power, Rome demonstrated its characteristic adaptability by building its first major war fleet, learning naval warfare, and eventually defeating the Carthaginians at sea, forcing Carthage to cede Sicily and pay a large indemnity. The Second Punic War, 218 to 201 BCE, is perhaps the most famous, dominated by the brilliant Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Imagine Hannibal's audacious gamble. Seeking to take the war directly to Rome, he led his army, including war elephants, on an epic march from Spain, across the Pyrenees Mountains, through southern Gaul, and over the treacherous Alps into Italy itself in 218 BCE. For over a decade, Hannibal campaigned up and down the Italian peninsula, inflicting a series of devastating defeats on Roman armies, most notably at the Battle of Cannae in 216 BCE, where his tactical genius resulted in the near annihilation of a massive Roman force, one of the worst defeats in Roman history. Yet, Rome refused to yield. Employing the delaying tactics of Quintus Fabius Maximus, Cunctator, the delayer, to avoid direct confrontation while rebuilding their strength, and crucially maintaining the loyalty of most of their Italian allies, the Romans persevered. Eventually, a brilliant Roman general, Publius Cornelius Scipio, later known as Scipio Africanus, took the fight to Carthaginian territory in North Africa. This forced Hannibal to return from Italy to defend his homeland. At the decisive Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war. Carthage was stripped of its empire and forced into a subordinate alliance with Rome. Decades later, fueled perhaps by lingering fear and commercial rivalry, Rome provoked the Third Punic War, 149 to 146 BCE. After a brutal 3-year siege, the city of Carthage itself was captured, utterly destroyed, its site supposedly sown with salt to prevent resettlement, and its territory annexed as a Roman province. The Punic Wars, particularly the second, tested Rome to its limits but ultimately resulted in its complete triumph. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood as the unchallenged superpower of the Western Mediterranean, its legions and fleets poised to extend Roman dominion further east, setting the stage for new conquests, but also sowing the seeds of internal crises within the Republic itself. The very success that brought Rome unparalleled power and dominance across the Mediterranean following the Punic Wars began, paradoxically, to erode the foundations of the Republic itself. The vast territories conquered, the immense influx of wealth primarily in the form of plunder and tribute, and the massive enslavement of captured peoples created profound social, economic, and political dislocations back in Italy, ultimately leading to a century of escalating turmoil and civil war that would destroy the republican system. Imagine the changes sweeping through Roman society in the 2nd century BCE. Vast riches flowed into the hands of the senatorial aristocracy and the growing class of wealthy businessmen known as equites. This new wealth fueled conspicuous consumption, political corruption, and intense competition for status and power among the elite. One major consequence was a transformation in agriculture. Wealthy senators used their riches and political influence to acquire vast tracts of land, often public land, ager publicus, intended for common use, creating enormous estates called latifundia. These latifundia were typically dedicated to cash crops like olives or grapes, or to large-scale ranching, and, crucially, they were worked primarily by huge gangs of slaves captured during Rome's relentless wars. Perhaps millions of enslaved people were brought into Italy during this period, providing cheap labor that fundamentally altered the rural economy. This system had devastating consequences for the traditional backbone of the Roman Republic and its army, the small, independent citizen farmer. These farmers often lost their land while away serving long military campaigns overseas, falling into debt and unable to compete with the cheap produce generated by slave labor on the latifundia upon their return. Dispossessed and impoverished, many migrated to the city of Rome, seeking work or survival through state-subsidized grain doles. Picture the city of Rome swelling with a volatile, landless urban proletariat, dependent on handouts and susceptible to political manipulation, creating fertile ground for social unrest. At the same time, the conditions endured by the vast slave population on the latifundia were often brutal, leading to simmering resentment and periodic, terrifying revolts. Attempts to address these growing crises within the framework of republican institutions proved increasingly difficult and dangerous. The first major figures to challenge the entrenched power of the senatorial elite and advocate for the displaced poor were the Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. Serving as tribunes of the plebs in 133 BCE and 123 to 122 BCE respectively, they proposed significant land reforms, aiming to enforce existing limits on the amount of public land individuals could control and redistribute surplus land to landless citizens. Picture Tiberius Gracchus bypassing the resistant Senate and taking his proposals directly to the plebeian assembly, a move that, while popular, violated traditional political norms. Both brothers faced intense opposition from the wealthy landowners within the Senate, who saw their proposals as a threat to their property and power. The political conflict escalated into unprecedented violence. Both Tiberius and later Gaius, along with thousands of their supporters, were killed in politically motivated riots instigated by their opponents. The violent deaths of the Gracchi marked a dangerous turning point, demonstrating that the political disputes within the Republic could now be settled not by law and compromise, but by force. Another crucial, destabilizing development occurred within the Roman army itself. Traditionally, Roman legions were composed of citizen farmers who owned property and provided their own equipment. However, as small farmers declined, recruiting sufficient soldiers became difficult. Around 107 BCE, the ambitious general Gaius Marius implemented major military reforms, abolishing the property qualification for service and recruiting soldiers from the landless urban poor, promising them pay, spoils of war, and land grants upon retirement. While this created a more professional and effective army, it had a dangerous unintended consequence. Soldiers increasingly felt loyalty not to the abstract Roman state or the Senate, but directly to their individual general, upon whom they depended for their livelihood and future security. This shift created powerful private armies, fiercely loyal to commanders like Marius himself, and his subsequent rival, Lucius Cornelius Sulla. In the 80s BCE, Marius and Sulla fought devastating civil wars against each other for control of Rome, with Sulla eventually emerging victorious, marching his army on Rome itself, an unthinkable act previously, executing his political opponents through proscriptions, and ruling briefly as dictator, further weakening republican institutions. Compounding these political crises were massive slave uprisings, most famously the revolt led by the Thracian gladiator Spartacus from 73 to 71 BCE. Imagine tens of thousands of escaped slaves forming a makeshift army, defeating Roman legions, and roaming across Italy, striking fear into the heart of the Republic before being ruthlessly crushed by the legions of Crassus and Pompey, resulting in the crucifixion of thousands of captured slaves along the Appian Way. These interconnected crises, the struggle over land, The rise of private armies loyal to ambitious generals and the ever-present threat of slave revolt revealed deep cracks in the foundation of the Roman Republic, pushing it inexorably towards its final collapse. Into the volatile and increasingly unstable world of the late Roman Republic stepped one of history's most compelling and consequential figures, Gaius Julius Caesar. Born into an old patrician family that was not, however, among the wealthiest or most influential, Caesar possessed immense ambition, charisma, political skill, and military genius. He navigated the treacherous political landscape of Rome, forging alliances and building popularity among the common people. Around 60 BCE, he formed a crucial, albeit informal, political alliance known as the First Triumvirate, joining forces with two other powerful figures, Pompey the Great, already celebrated for his military victories in the East, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, reputed to be the wealthiest man in Rome, largely through property speculation and slave trading. Together, these three men effectively controlled Roman politics for several years, pooling their influence to bypass opposition in the Senate and achieve their individual goals. Caesar secured the governorship of provinces including Cisalpine Gaul and Transalpine Gaul. It was during his governorship of Gaul, lasting from 58 to 50 BCE, that Caesar truly cemented his fame and power. Imagine him leading his legions on a series of brilliant and often brutal campaigns beyond the established Roman frontiers, deep into the vast territory of Gaul, roughly equivalent to modern France, Belgium, and parts of Switzerland and Germany. Over 8 years, he subdued numerous Celtic tribes, crossed the Rhine River into Germany, and even launched 2 brief expeditions across the English Channel to Britain. Caesar was not only a masterful general, known for his speed, decisiveness, and ability to inspire loyalty in his troops, but also a brilliant propagandist. He meticulously documented his campaigns in his famous work, Commentari de Bello Gallico, Commentaries on the Gallic War. Written in clear, concise Latin prose, these accounts portrayed Caesar as a heroic defender of Roman interests, a brilliant strategist, and a civilizing force among barbarian peoples, effectively shaping public opinion in Rome in his favor, and ensuring his exploits remained legendary. The conquest of Gaul brought immense territory, wealth, and, most importantly, a battle-hardened veteran army devoted personally to Caesar. While Caesar was winning glory in Gaul, the political balance in Rome shifted. Crassus was killed fighting the Parthians in Mesopotamia in 53 BCE, dissolving one leg of the triumvirate. Pompey, increasingly wary of Caesar's growing power and popularity, drifted into alliance with the conservative faction in the Senate, known as the Optimates, who feared Caesar's ambitions threatened the Republic. As Caesar's governorship neared its end, the Senate, encouraged by Pompey, demanded that Caesar disband his army before returning to Rome to stand for election as consul, intending to prosecute him for alleged illegalities during his governorship once he lost the immunity his office provided. Caesar knew that returning to Rome without his army would leave him vulnerable to his political enemies. He faced a critical choice: obey the Senate and face potential ruin, or defy them and plunge Rome into another civil war. In January of 49 BCE, Caesar made his momentous decision. Leading his most loyal legion, the Legio XIII, he reached the Rubicon River, a small stream marking the boundary between his province of Cisalpine Gaul and Italy proper. Crossing the Rubicon with an army was forbidden by Roman law, an act tantamount to treason and a declaration of war against the state. Pausing at the riverbank, Caesar reportedly uttered the famous phrase, "Alea iacta est." The die is cast. He then led his legion across the river, marching south towards Rome. His action ignited a full-blown civil war against Pompey and the forces loyal to the Senate. Caesar's advance through Italy was swift and largely unopposed. As towns opened their gates to him and Pompey, caught unprepared, chose to abandon Italy and withdraw eastward to Greece to gather his forces. The ensuing civil war saw Caesar campaigning across the Mediterranean world. He secured Italy and Spain, then pursued Pompey to Greece. At the decisive Battle of Pharsalus in Thessaly in 48 BCE, Caesar's smaller but more experienced army won a crushing victory over Pompey's larger forces. Pompey fled to Egypt, seeking refuge, but was assassinated upon arrival on the orders of advisors to the young King Ptolemy XIII. Caesar followed Pompey to Egypt, where he became embroiled in a civil war between Ptolemy XIII and his sister, Queen Cleopatra VII. Caesar sided with Cleopatra, securing her throne and beginning his famous romantic and political liaison with the captivating Egyptian queen. After consolidating his position in Egypt and defeating remaining Pompeian loyalists in North Africa and Spain over the next few years, Julius Caesar returned to Rome in 45 BCE as the undisputed master of the Roman world. He was granted unprecedented honors and powers by the Senate, appointed dictator multiple times, and finally, in early 44 BCE, named Dictator Perpetuo, dictator for life. He embarked on an ambitious program of reforms, reorganizing the administration of the provinces, founding colonies for his veterans, reforming the calendar, initiating vast public building projects, and planning future military campaigns. However, his accumulation of power, his perceived arrogance, and symbols that seemed to hint at kingship, fueled deep resentment among a group of senators who still clung to the ideals of the old republic. Julius Caesar, having emerged victorious from the civil wars and been declared dictator for life, stood at the pinnacle of Roman power in early 44 BCE. He seemed poised to reshape the Roman state permanently. Yet, his accumulation of authority and his perceived disregard for traditional republican forms engendered deep resentment and fear among a faction of the Roman Senate. They saw him not as a reformer, but as a tyrant aspiring to kingship, the very form of rule their ancestors had overthrown centuries before. This fear culminated in one of history's most famous assassinations. Imagine the scene on the Ides of March, March 15th, 44 BCE. Caesar arrives for a Senate meeting, held not in the traditional Senate house which was under reconstruction, but in a hall adjacent to the theater of Pompey, built by his former rival. Despite warnings and reportedly ominous portents, Caesar enters. A group of around 60 senators, led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus, surrounds him. Pretending to present a petition, they suddenly draw daggers hidden beneath their togas and attack. Caesar attempts to defend himself initially, but overwhelmed, he falls, reportedly pulling his toga over his face as he dies at the foot of a statue of Pompey. The conspirators, proclaiming "Sic semper tyrannis," Swing believed they had liberated Rome and restored the Republic. However, the assassination did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of brutal civil war. The conspirators, often called the Liberators, failed to rally widespread support. While some senators approved, the Roman populace, among whom Caesar had been popular due to his reforms and military glory, reacted with anger, stirred further by Caesar's loyal lieutenant, Mark Antony during his famous funeral oration for Caesar. A new power struggle quickly emerged. On one side were Brutus and Cassius, who fled east to gather armies in the provinces. On the other side rose the figures who would avenge Caesar and ultimately inherit his power. Key among them was Mark Antony, Caesar's experienced general and consul at the time of his death. Equally important, however, was a young man largely unknown before Caesar's death, Gaius Octavius, Caesar's grandnephew, whom Caesar had posthumously adopted as his son and heir in his will. Octavius, only 18 at the time, traveled to Rome, skillfully claimed his inheritance, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, and quickly demonstrated remarkable political acumen, gathering support among Caesar's veterans and challenging Antony's initial dominance. Initially, rivals, Octavian and Antony, along with a less influential Caesarian general named Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, recognized the need to unite against their common enemies, the liberators. In 43 BCE, they formed the Second Triumvirate, legally sanctioned by the Senate, granting them near-dictatorial powers to reorganize the state. Unlike the informal First Triumvirate, this was an official body. One of their first acts was ruthless, launching prescriptions, publishing lists of political enemies who could be killed with impunity. Thousands perished in this purge, including the great orator and defender of the Republic, Cicero, who had strongly opposed Mark Antony. Having consolidated their control over Italy, the triumvirs turned their attention east. At the Battle of Philippi in Macedonia in 42 BCE, the combined forces of Antony and Octavian decisively defeated the armies of Brutus and Cassius, both of whom chose suicide over capture. The cause of the liberators was crushed. With their common enemies eliminated, the inherent rivalry among the triumvirs soon surfaced. Lepidus was quickly sidelined, leaving the Roman world divided between the two main figures. Mark Antony, who took control of the wealthy eastern provinces, and the young but increasingly powerful Octavian, who controlled Italy and the West. Antony established his base in the east, becoming famously involved both politically and romantically with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic Ptolemaic Queen of Egypt. Picture Antony, the seasoned Roman general, captivated by the allure and intelligence of the Egyptian queen, ruling alongside her in Alexandria, adopting Eastern customs, and fathering children with her. While perhaps driven by genuine affection, this alliance also had strategic aims, giving Antony access to Egypt's considerable wealth and resources. Back in Rome, Octavian skillfully exploited Antony's relationship with Cleopatra for propaganda purposes. He portrayed Antony as having abandoned his Roman heritage, bewitched by a foreign queen, betraying Roman interests, and intending to establish a rival Hellenistic empire based in Alexandria, potentially even moving the capital of the Roman world away from Rome itself. Tensions escalated, fueled by competing ambitions and mutual suspicion. The breaking point came when Antony divorced Octavian's sister, Octavia, whom he had married earlier for political reasons, further insulting Octavian and Roman sensibilities. Octavian obtained and publicly read Antony's will, which allegedly confirmed Roman fears about his intentions regarding Cleopatra and their children. The Senate, swayed by Octavian, declared war, carefully not against Antony himself, but against Queen Cleopatra. The final confrontation occurred at sea. Imagine the waters off the western coast of Greece near Actium on September 2nd, 31 BCE. The combined fleet of Antony and Cleopatra faced the fleet commanded by Octavian's brilliant admiral, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. The Battle of Actium was a large and complex naval engagement. Agrippa's fleet, composed perhaps of smaller, more maneuverable ships, outmaneuvered the larger, heavier vessels of Antony and Cleopatra. At a critical point in the battle, Cleopatra's squadron broke away and fled towards Egypt. Antony, seeing her leave, abandoned his fleet and followed her. The remaining forces, demoralized, eventually surrendered. The victory at Actium was decisive for Octavian. He pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt the following year. Facing Octavian's legions closing in on Alexandria in 30 BCE, first Antony and then Cleopatra famously chose suicide rather than face capture and humiliation in a Roman triumph. With their deaths, the last vestiges of opposition were removed. Octavian, the young, calculating heir of Julius Caesar, now stood as the sole, undisputed master of the entire Roman world, bringing decades of bloody civil war to an end and paving the way for a new era, the Roman Empire. Having vanquished his last rivals, Mark Antony and Cleopatra, the young Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, not just as a victorious general, but as the absolute master of a war-weary Roman world desperate for peace and stability after nearly a century of internal conflict. Yet, he was acutely aware of the fate that had befallen his adoptive father, Julius Caesar, who had been assassinated for appearing too autocratic, too much like a king. Octavian, demonstrating masterful political subtlety, carefully avoided Caesar's overt displays of power. He understood that while Romans craved order, they remained deeply suspicious of monarchy. His solution was ingenious. He would maintain the outward forms and institutions of the old republic, the Senate, the consuls, the assemblies, while concentrating the real substance of power firmly in his own hands. He claimed simply to have restored the republic. This delicate political settlement unfolded gradually. In a carefully staged event before the Senate in January of 27 BCE, Octavian formally offered to relinquish his extraordinary powers accumulated during the civil wars. The grateful Senate, dominated now by his supporters and relieved at the return of peace, responded by persuading him to retain command over key provinces and granting him new honors and titles. Most significantly, they bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered, venerable, or majestic, a title with religious overtones, setting him apart from ordinary mortals without explicitly calling him king. He was also granted the title Princeps, meaning first citizen, or first among equals, implying he was merely the leading figure within the restored republican framework. This carefully constructed system, where the emperor ruled behind the facade of the republic, is known as the Principate, and Augustus was its architect and first practitioner. He held multiple key republican offices simultaneously, or controlled them through loyal appointees, commanded the loyalty of almost all Roman legions, controlled state finances, and wielded immense personal authority. The Republic, in reality, was finished. The Roman Empire had begun, though disguised in traditional robes. The reign of Augustus, lasting over 40 years from 27 BCE to 14 CE, ushered in a remarkable period of relative peace, stability, and prosperity, known as the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. After decades of devastating civil wars, the establishment of Augustus's firm but generally moderate rule allowed the Mediterranean world to recover and flourish. Imagine the relief felt across the vast territories now united under a single, stable authority. Augustus focused on consolidation rather than aggressive expansion. securing the empire's frontiers along natural boundaries like the Rhine and Danube rivers in Europe. He professionalized the army, creating a standing force loyal to the emperor and stationed primarily along the borders. He reformed provincial administration to reduce corruption, established efficient systems of taxation, built roads, aqueducts, and public buildings across the empire, fostered trade, and patronized arts and literature, presiding over a cultural golden age. The Pax Romana, broadly speaking, continued for nearly 2 centuries after Augustus's death, until around 180 CE. Following Augustus, the empire was ruled by emperors from the Julio-Claudian dynasty, a sometimes turbulent period including the capable but grim Tiberius, the notoriously cruel Caligula, the scholarly Claudius, and the infamous Nero, whose excesses led to revolt and his eventual suicide. After a brief period of civil war, the pragmatic Flavian dynasty restored stability and oversaw projects like the construction of the Colosseum. However, the era often considered the absolute height of the Pax Romana was the period of the 5 good emperors during the 2nd century CE: Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. These rulers were generally chosen for their ability and governed effectively, overseeing the empire at its peak of territorial extent, prosperity, and administrative efficiency. Trajan conducted vast building programs. Hadrian focused on consolidating the frontiers, famously building Hadrian's Wall across northern Britain, and traveled extensively throughout the provinces. Antoninus Pius presided over a period of remarkable tranquility, and Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher-emperor, embodied the ideal of the wise ruler, though his reign was increasingly troubled by wars on the frontiers and a devastating plague. During these 2 centuries of the Roman peace, the vast empire, stretching from Britain in the northwest to Mesopotamia in the east, from the Rhine and Danube rivers in the north to the Sahara Desert in the south, experienced unprecedented internal security and economic integration. Roman law provided a common legal framework. Roman roads facilitated travel and commerce, and the Mediterranean Sea, cleared of piracy, became a Roman lake connecting the diverse regions. Cities flourished across the empire. Roman culture and the Latin language spread widely, and millions enjoyed a level of peace and prosperity previously unknown, all under the unifying authority established by Augustus and maintained for a time by his successors. What was it like to live within the vast Roman Empire during the height of the Pax Romana, under the watchful gaze of the imperial eagles? Life varied enormously, of course, depending on one's social class, location, whether in the bustling heart of Rome itself, a provincial town, or the rural countryside, and status as free or enslaved. Yet, certain aspects of Roman society, culture, and daily life characterized this remarkable era. Let's try to imagine some facets of this world. Picture the city of Rome itself, the immense capital, perhaps home to 1 million inhabitants. It was a city of stark contrasts. On one hand, breathtaking grandeur, the Forum Romanum, the political and social heart of the city, filled with gleaming marble temples, basilicas, triumphal arches, and government buildings. Imagine the imposing Flavian amphitheater, known to us as the Colosseum, capable of seating perhaps 50,000 spectators, roaring as gladiators fought or exotic animals were displayed. Think of the vast Circus Maximus, where hundreds of thousands gathered for thrilling chariot races, the most popular form of mass entertainment. Consider the Pantheon with its magnificent unsupported concrete dome, a marvel of engineering dedicated to all the gods. See the opulent palaces of the emperors on the Palatine Hill overlooking the Forum. Yet, alongside this public splendor existed the reality for the vast majority of Rome's population. Most lived in crowded, multi-story apartment buildings called insulae, often poorly constructed, prone to fire and collapse, lacking running water or sanitation. The streets below would be noisy, congested, and often dirty. For many of the urban poor, life depended on the annona, the state-subsidized distribution of grain, and the spectacular public entertainments, the panem et circenses, bread and circuses, famously described by the poet Juvenal as the means by which emperors kept the potentially restless masses content. Roman society was strongly hierarchical and patriarchal. The cornerstone was the family, headed by the pater familias, the oldest living male, who held considerable legal authority over his household, including his wife, children, slaves, and property. While women, particularly in the upper classes, could own property, conduct business, and exert significant informal influence within the family. They were excluded from formal political life. Marriages were often arranged for social or economic reasons. Children's education varied by class, with wealthy boys receiving instruction in rhetoric, literature, and philosophy, preparing them for public life, while girls typically received domestic training. Religion permeated Roman life. The state religion involved a pantheon of gods and goddesses largely adapted from Greek mythology: Jupiter, Juno, Mars, Venus, and many others, honored through elaborate rituals, festivals, and sacrifices overseen by state priests, aimed at maintaining the Pax Deorum, the peace with the gods, ensuring the welfare of the state. Many Romans also maintained private worship of household deities, the Lares and Penates, protectors of the home and family. From the time of Augustus onwards, the worship of the emperor, or at least his genius, became an important part of civic religion, a symbol of imperial unity and loyalty. Alongside the official state cults, various mystery religions originating in the eastern provinces, offering promises of personal salvation and initiation rituals, gained popularity across the empire, catering to deeper spiritual needs. Culturally, the Romans absorbed and adapted influences from the peoples they conquered, particularly the Greeks. Greek philosophy, literature, and art profoundly shaped Roman culture. Latin literature flourished, especially during the Augustan Age, producing poets like Virgil, whose epic Aeneid provided Rome with the foundational myth linking it to Troy. Horace, known for his odes, and Ovid, famous for his mythological poems Metamorphoses. Later writers included the Stoic philosopher Seneca, the historian Tacitus, and the satirist Juvenal. Roman art and sculpture often emulated Greek models, excelling particularly in realistic portraiture. Romans developed sophisticated techniques in mosaic art, adorning the floors and walls of villas and public buildings across the empire. But perhaps Rome's most distinctive and enduring contributions lay in law, engineering, and architecture. Roman law, codified and developed over centuries, emphasized principles of justice, equity, and practicality, forming the basis for many modern legal systems in the West. Roman engineers achieved remarkable feats, constructing vast networks of durable paved roads connecting the empire, building monumental aqueducts that supplied cities with fresh water, erecting massive bridges, and developing sophisticated sanitation systems. Roman architects mastered the use of concrete, arches, vaults, and domes, enabling them to construct immense and enduring structures like the Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the vast public baths that served not just for hygiene but as important centers for socializing, exercise, and relaxation across the empire. The remarkable period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, which had characterized the Roman Empire for nearly 2 centuries, began to unravel following the death of the philosopher-emperor Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE. His succession by his cruel and incompetent son, Commodus, marked a turning point, leading into a century of profound crisis and transformation that fundamentally altered the nature of the Roman state and society, ushering in the era often termed Late Antiquity. Imagine the contrast. The relative peace and order of the 5 good emperors giving way to a period of intense turmoil, instability, and near collapse known as the crisis of the 3rd century, lasting roughly from 235 to 284 CE. This chaotic period was characterized by a dramatic breakdown of political order. The traditional system of imperial succession dissolved, replaced by military anarchy. Legions stationed along the frontiers frequently proclaimed their own generals as emperor, leading to constant civil wars as rival claimants battled for power. During this 50-year span, Rome saw perhaps 20 to 25 different emperors, most ruling for only a short time before being assassinated or killed in battle. These are often called the barracks emperors. This internal political chaos weakened the empire's ability to defend its vast frontiers. Pressure from external groups increased significantly. Along the Rhine and Danube rivers in Europe, various Germanic tribes, including Goths, Franks, and Alemanni, previously held in check, launched more frequent and deeper raids into Roman territory, sometimes breaking through defenses entirely. In the east, the relatively weak Parthian Empire was overthrown and replaced by the aggressive Sasanian Persian Empire, which launched major offensives against Rome's eastern provinces, even capturing the Roman Emperor Valerian in battle around 260 CE. A profound humiliation. Parts of the empire temporarily broke away, forming independent entities like the Gallic Empire in the west and the Palmyrene Empire in the east, further fragmenting Roman authority. Compounding the military and political crises were severe economic problems. Constant warfare disrupted trade and agriculture. Successive emperors debased the currency, reducing the silver content of coins to pay soldiers, leading to rampant inflation and a loss of confidence in money. Taxation became heavier and more arbitrary to fund the desperate military needs, further burdening the populace. Cities began to decline in some areas, and the empire suffered from recurring outbreaks of plague, likely contributing to population decline and labor shortages. It seemed as if the mighty Roman Empire was on the verge of complete disintegration. Recovery began towards the end of the 3rd century, primarily through the efforts of strong military emperors who managed to restore a degree of order. The most significant of these was Diocletian, who rose through the army ranks and became emperor in 284 CE. Picture Diocletian as a pragmatic reformer, recognizing that the vast empire could no longer be effectively governed by a single ruler from Rome in the traditional manner. His most radical reform was the establishment of the Tetrarchy, or rule by 4, around 293 CE. He divided the empire into eastern and western halves. He ruled the east as the senior emperor, appointing a trusted colleague, Maximian, as Augustus in the west. Each Augustus then appointed a junior emperor, or Caesar, who would assist them and eventually succeed them. aiming to create a more stable system of succession and allow for more effective regional administration and defense. Diocletian also implemented significant administrative reforms, reorganizing provinces, expanding the bureaucracy, separating civil and military commands, and attempting economic reforms, including price controls, though these were less successful. While the tetrarchy system itself did not long survive Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, his division of the empire into east and west proved more lasting, and his reforms helped stabilize the empire after decades of chaos, albeit creating a more autocratic and regimented state. Following Diocletian's abdication, the Tetrarchy quickly collapsed into another round of civil wars among his potential successors. Emerging victorious from these conflicts by 324 CE was Constantine the Great. Constantine's reign marked another pivotal transformation. Most famously, he embraced Christianity. According to tradition, before the crucial Battle of the Milvian Bridge outside Rome in 312 CE, Constantine saw a vision of a Christian symbol in the sky with the words, "In hoc signo vinces." After his victory, he increasingly favored Christianity. In 313 CE, he and his co-emperor Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, granting religious tolerance throughout the empire, formally ending the sporadic but sometimes severe persecutions of Christians. Constantine himself was eventually baptized on his deathbed. His support fundamentally shifted the status of Christianity from a persecuted minority faith towards becoming the dominant religion of the empire over the following century. Equally significant was Constantine's decision, around 330 CE, to establish a new imperial capital on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, strategically located on the Bosphorus Strait. He lavishly rebuilt and expanded the city, naming it Constantinople, City of Constantine. This new Rome quickly grew in importance, becoming the administrative and cultural center of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would endure for another 1,000 years after the Western Roman Empire eventually collapsed in the 5th century. The reforms of Diocletian and the momentous changes under Constantine, the rise of Christianity and the founding of Constantinople, mark the definitive transition from the classical Roman world into the era of late antiquity, setting the stage for the Middle Ages in Europe. As the story of Rome's long journey from myth to empire gently fades, feel the echoes of its enduring legacy soothe you into quiet repose.